Hello, everybody. A very good morning to everybody present here. I am Sapna Manjunath, an urban planner from Boda, South Asia, and I will be your MC for today. So after an enriching day one, where we delved into the critical intersections of water, climate, and equitable sanitation services in the hill cities, today we shift gears to focus on solid and liquid waste management, as well as municipal finance, which are equally pressing areas for the resilience and sustainability of the Himalayan settlements. So we realized yesterday that hill towns face unique challenges when it comes to solid and liquid waste management, water. It can be in navigating different terrains or addressing the impacts of scattered populations. So similarly, ensuring robust municipal finance is the key to enabling effective service delivery and fostering long-term resilience in these regions. And so through today's sessions, we'll explore these complexities, we'll hear success stories, and brainstorm pathways for a scalable, context-sensitive solutions. So let's get up for another inspiring day. Throughout the sessions yesterday, we had the privilege of hearing from people living and working in the hills. The stories, perspectives, and insights brought life to the challenges and opportunities of managing solid and liquid waste in these unique contexts. So today we are continuing the journey with Voices from the Hills. This session is an opportunity to ground ourselves further into the lived realities of the Himalayan communities, ensuring that their voices remain central to all our discussions and the decisions made. So I would request Ms. Pragya Pradhan ma'am and Mr. Surinder Chauhan sir to please come on the dais. So to start this session, I am delighted to invite Ms. Pragya Pradhan ma'am from the UN Habitat Nepal to share her perspectives. With over a decade of experience in urban planning, disaster recovery, and urban resilience, Ms. Pradhan brings invaluable expertise for this discussion. Pradhan ma'am.
Thank you very much, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to be the first speaker for the day, when we are all fresh and while we're still reflecting on the enriching discussions that we had yesterday, and looking forward to the discussions and the new learnings that we look forward to for today. And while we're reflecting, I would also like to take you back exactly to a month or so when some of us in this room and the ones representing our organizations all convened in Cairo for the World Urban Forum. So for this Voices of Hills session that I'm supposed to speak to, I just want to connect few dots on how we can and should connect the voices from our hills to the global discourses that are happening, and how we can upscale the agenda. So in the World Urban Forum, the forum was convened to build a critical mass of stakeholders who represent wide spectrum of backgrounds to highlight the issue and the need of sustainable urbanization. It was a 5-day event where 25,000 people convened and over 600 sessions. And on different issues related to human settlements, urbanization, climate change, development finance, equality, equity, and so forth. And the discussions were crisply summarized into the Cairo Call to Action, which is a consensus between the governments, the development partners, UNs, the national level stakeholders, the CSOs, academia, to work towards and to take the step towards sustainable urbanization. And I'm also trying to relate our discussions with this Cairo Call to Action to see how we can anchor and upscale our voices. And just want to highlight 5 key takeaways from this call that is highly relevant to our discussions, that we can relate to, and in terms of what we had discussed yesterday, and also reinforce our discussions towards collective action. So the theme of the World Urban Forum was "It all starts at home. Local actions for sustainable cities and communities." And for us, our homes are our hills and mountains. And we all acknowledge that our hills and mountains are undergoing rapid urbanization. And urbanization, as we all know, are irreversible. And even if it is reversible, it's highly expensive. So we are going into this mega trend of irreversible change, while we know that these changes are not uniform. Just giving you an example of Nepal, Nepal is rapidly urbanizing, But we also take a note that 34 districts in the hills and mountains in Nepal are depleting. The population is decreasing, and that the population is moving from rural to urban and from hills to the flat plains. And so how we manage and how we govern will determine the sustainability of our settlements and our development aspirations. So of the 5 points, we've specifically emphasized the need of localization, as we discussed yesterday, the unique challenges of our hills and the mountains that needs targeted, innovative, and durable solutions, and derived from evidences and the practices that are there in our Hindu Kush region, where there is much of commonality. But now I think we have heard a lot of good practices. It's now a call to give it a scale, bring it to a scale so that the interconnected issues can be resolved through collective actions. So localization was the core of the forum, which requires to translate the global goals and the national commitments through the local actions by empowering our local governments, both institutionally and financially, and which then underscores the discussions that we had today on reinforcing our multi-level governance, the interconnectedness between the vertical governments, the national and the subnational, but also horizontal, the sectoral integration, and also between the local government. And localization can only happen when all relevant stakeholders are in the decision-making process and that are people-centered. I was just discussing with Sir that we discussed about participation yesterday. There was mentioning of equality, but I think we need to further deep dive into the issue of the nuances of understanding the exclusion, and to ensure meaningful participation of the marginalized communities in our hills and mountains, and to get their voices on the table, so that no one and no place is left behind. There is a kind of renowned saying that there's nothing for us without us. So participation is the core that we all discussed today. It's a matter of how we take it forward meaningfully, the meaningful participation. The second aspect that was highlighted in WOOF was the importance of urban planning, and to put it in a better way, localization of urban planning, which is instrumental for addressing the challenges, and particularly the evolving development patterns, but also the evolving and intensity and the impact of climate change that we all are facing in our hills and mountains. So as we discussed yesterday, how we localize urban planning to the local level, where it strengthens our local government to take a holistic stock-taking and holistic approach of understanding the problems, and move away from fragmented and piecemeal solution approach to a spatially integrated solution that is actually required. So it's a matter of moving away from sectoral approach to a more integrated approach, where we all work on the space, and the space that is governed by local governments, where the local governments should be empowered to take urban planning. So that's the second key takeaway from the global call for sustainable urbanization, where we can and need to fit in our agenda as well. But we all know that when it comes to development, financing becomes a critical aspect, because we will all come to square one if we don't have financing for development, and particularly when the needs are increasing because of the impact of climate distress, but also because of the rapid urbanization. And when we talk about localization of finance, further it needs to come down to the local government and to meet communities' needs, and through the local action. So how we unlock the climate financing becomes very much important, and to how we mobilize domestic and international financing towards mountain agenda, which requires streamlining of our mountain agenda, as Marinji also mentioned yesterday, how we streamline and strongly put forward the collective voices, because we have seen the examples, a robust example of the small island development states, how they have put They started early on, and how they have strongly put forward the SIDS agenda that is gaining momentum, as well as seeking financial commitments globally. So it's a matter of how we put our mountain agenda to the global discourse to get the similar amount of financial commitment and support. The fourth aspect is on development and science, which is critical for decision making, as we all acknowledged. So how we bring the data and science into the decision making, into the investment and planning becomes very much important. And when we talk about data, we know that the national data have limitations. So how we generate local data that are disaggregated and that the local governments can understand, communicate, and use for decision making becomes very much important. We saw the example of Uttarakhand yesterday as well, in terms of how we can generate robust local data for decision making that needs a lot of innovation. Just want to highlight one key data piece that Nepal has done with engagement of multi-stakeholders, in which UN Habitat, with MUAN and the Nepal National Urban Statistics Office, but also Urban Ministry was engaged in, was to use this degree of urbanization tool, which is a tool that has been endorsed by UN Statistics Commission, that gives a harmonized definition of urban areas based on population density, built up area, and agglomeration. And one of this this has been applied in Nepal, and Nepal government has now taken forward this redefinition of urban areas based on the characteristics, diluting the administrative boundaries and looking more into the functional boundary of urban, peri-urban, and rural space, so that the interlinkages between the space becomes much more in space, so that the interlinkages can be strengthened through national policies. Still a work in progress, because Nepal has now redefined its urban population from 66 to, based on this analysis, into 27% urban and 39% peri-urban and remaining rural. But we're still working on overlaying other spatial data, economics, ecological, and service data to give a clear picture in terms of the level of urbanization in Nepal, which then needs to be coming down to the local government to make the right decisions. So this is an example that I just wanted to highlight that we all can learn in terms of how we redefine our urbanization level. So yes, so I would like to now conclude here on the fifth point that the Cairo call for action has highlighted, and which is very relevant for us, is the need for action-oriented coalition and the commitment to find collective solutions to the magnitude of interconnected issues and challenges that we are all facing, but also the mountain of opportunities on which we sit in. So I think this Parvat Manthan is the right platform that brings together all the key stakeholders to have the actual manthan that leads to action, but also raise this voice into the global discourse to get the right momentum and traction in terms of both technical support, but also financial commitments. I mean, we can learn so much from SIDS, but also from the other regions who are putting their voices on the tables for discussion in the global discourse to highlight the agenda of the third pole, which is serving, as we heard yesterday, 2 billion plus people, which is a scale that we need to give also to the voices. So that's where I would like to end my short remarks here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing such insightful perspectives, especially highlighting the importance of integrating urban resilience into innovations, practices, and policies, especially in challenging terrains of Nepal. So thank you so much. And next we will hear from Mr. Surendra Chauhan, sir, respected Mayor of Shimla, whose leadership as one of the region's iconic hill cities brings invaluable insights to this dialogue. Sir, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. It's my privilege to address the August gathering here for local urban bodies of the mountains, and special thanks to NIUM who give me an opportunity to hear. I belong to Himachal Pradesh, beautiful state and capital of Shimla. It's the oldest Nagar Nigam. I think it's a 151 years old corporation. Shimla, and Shimla is a capital of Britishers. 1864. That time Britishers capital, and it's ruling जब हिमाचल प्रदेश कैपिटल के साथ साथ इसका उस समय उनकी राजधानी भी हुआ करती, समर कैपिटल, इट्स कॉल्ड समर कैपिटल. आई बिलोंग्स टू दैट स्टेट, एंड बीइंग ए मेयर आई सर्व देयर. मुझे पहाड़ी क्षेत्रों से अलग हट के बात, हम एक यहाँ पे इकट्ठे हुए एक पर्वत मंथन के तौर पे. दिस इज़ माय सेकंड टाइम आई केम हियर फॉर पर्वत मंथन. लास्ट ईयर आई एम आल्सो विजिटेड दिस ईयर. पहाड़ी क्षेत्रों का और मैदानी इलाकों का बहुत ज़्यादा डिफरेंस है हर चीज़ में, चाहे वो डेवलपमेंट हो, चाहे आपकी दूसरी इश्यूज़ हो. तो पहाड़ों में मेरा ये मानना है कि पहाड़ अगर हैं तो तभी शहर भी हैं. पहाड़ों का सुरक्षित रहना और अच्छा साफ सुथरा रहना और उसके लिए ठीक तरह से वहाँ पे काम होना बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि हमारी जो समस्याएं बहुत अलग है और वी आर कंट्रीब्यूटिंग लॉट ऑफ कंट्रीब्यूटेड फॉर द कंट्री. हिमाचल इज़ प्रोड्यूसिंग इलेक्ट्रिसिटी टू द कंट्री, एंड दूसरी स्टेट राज्यों को भी हम बिजली देते हैं. खनिज पदार्थ, पहाड़ी इलाकों में मिलने वाला खनिज पदार्थ देश के उद्योगों में बहुत काम आता है. एंड वी आर ऑफ कोर्स वी आर ए टूरिस्ट प्लेस. हिमाचल इज़ ए प्रदेश जो है वो पर्यटक के लिए बहुत मशहूर है. इसके लिए भी हमको काफ़ी वो काम करना पड़ता है. दूसरा, हमारा जो पहाड़ों का कि जो पर्यावरण को बचाने का इशू है बहुत ज़्यादा पहाड़ों पे डिपेंड करता है. हमारा चैलेंजेस बहुत डिफरेंट है, अलग तरह के चैलेंजेस. शहरों को मैंने ये देखा कि जो हमारी पॉलिसी जब बनती है वो पॉलिसी शहरों के हिसाब से ज़्यादा बनती है. हिल स्टेट्स को, पहाड़ी इलाकों को इसमें इन्वॉल्व नहीं किया जाता. जो एक मैं समझता हूँ पर्वत मंथन का जो मेन कंसेप्ट है वो यही है कि आपने पहाड़ों के लिए अलग से एक नीति बननी चाहिए. आई स्पीक टू द फाइनेंस कमीशन ऑल्सो. लास्ट ईयर आई विजिटेड दिल्ली. मुझे दिल्ली में उनका मिलने का मौका भी मिला, मुझे बात करने का भी मौका मिला, अपनी बात रखने का भी मौका मिला. तो चेयरमैन सर ही इज़ एग्रीड विद माय वॉइस, जो मैंने उनके सामने इश्यूज रखे कि हम कैसे पहाड़ों को और शहरों को एक तरह से नहीं रख सकते हैं. जो भी पॉलिसी बनती है पहाड़ों के लिए अलग से बननी चाहिए, और हमारा जो बजट है वो अलग से होना चाहिए. हमारे लिए पहाड़ों के लिए अलग से बजट होना चाहिए, क्योंकि पहाड़ है तो तभी आगे हम रहेंगे सुरक्षित. और पर्यावरण को बचाने के लिए मैं समझता हूँ वी आर कॉन्ट्रीब्यूटेड टू मच फॉर बेटर इन्वायरमेंट. जो हिमाचल इज ए 62.5 एरिया कवर्ड बाय फॉरेस्ट. वी आर द लंग्स ऑफ नॉर्थ. वी आर प्रोड्यूसिंग ऑक्सीजन टू द होल नॉर्थ. जो दिल्ली की जो हवा पोल्यूशन से भरी है, दैट हिमाचल इज कॉन्ट्रीब्यूट फॉर दैट. उस पोल्यूशन को दूर करने के लिए हिमाचल प्रदेश से साफ हवा आती है, उसको पोल्यूशन को साफ करने के लिए. तो इट्स अ वेरी बिग चैलेंज फॉर अस, ऑल ऑफ अस, बट वी हैव टू थिंक ओवर इट. जो इसके नीति बनाते हैं, इसके लिए योजनाएं बनाते हैं, उसको उनको ये चीज़ें देखनी पड़ेगी कि आपको पहाड़ों के लिए अलग से हमारा जो कंट्रीब्यूशन है उसको समझना पड़ेगा. तो इसलिए मैंने कुछ चीज़ें आपके सामने, चैलेंजेस हमारे काफ़ी हैं, क्योंकि हमारे जो कॉस्ट ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन है, मैं फॉर एग्जांपल आपको बताऊं कि अगर आपने हमारे यहाँ शहरों में कोई सड़क या रास्ता बनना है तो वो बड़े इजीली और कम पैसे में बन जाता है. पहाड़ों में मुझे 1 किलोमीटर सड़क बनानी तो मुझे 10 गुना उससे भी ज़्यादा पैसा लगेगा हमारे पास. तो जो पॉलिसीज़ है वो फंड्स हमारे को उसी हिसाब से मिलता है. जो शहरों के लिए मिल रहा है उसी हिसाब से हमको पहाड़ों के लिए मिलता है. तो दैट इज़ ए वेरी डिफरेंस है बहुत ज़्यादा. इससे चैलेंजिंग इसलिए कि आपका पर्वत मंथन का जो हमारा मकसद है, हम इतने लोग इकट्ठे हुए हैं यहाँ पे, तो इसका एक स्ट्रांगली ये इशू हमारा यहाँ जाना चाहिए कि आप जो आप काम कर रहे हैं उसके लिए हमको अलग से नीति, अलग से फैसला, अलग से ग्रांट्स, बहुत कुछ करने का है जो हमको मिलना चाहिए, जो एक हमारा राइट भी है और उसको हम कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं कंट्रीज़ के लिए भी. और पहाड़ों का एक मंथन जो हम कर रहे हैं उसका कंक्लूजन ये निकलता है कि हम जब उस बात को हम रखेंगे नीति के सामने, नीति आयोग या जो हमारे पॉलिसी मेकर्स हैं, तो स्ट्रांगली हमारा यूनाइटेडली ये मैसेज हमारा जाना चाहिए कि हमको एक ये जो स्टेज हमको पर्वत मंथन के माध्यम से हम इकट्ठे हुए हैं, तो इसको एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान हमारा आपका सबका यूनाइटेडली हो सकता है जो हम इसके लिए कर रहे हैं। तो खास नीतियाँ पहाड़ी राज्यों के लिए बननी चाहिए, मेरा ये मानना है। पहाड़ी राज्यों में संस्थान संस्थान जो एक किसी भी तरह का संस्थान हमारे यहाँ होना चाहिए पहाड़ी राज्यों में, जो आपके पॉलिसी मेकर्स या जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस है पहाड़ों में होना बहुत ज़रूरी है। चाहे वो किसी भी तरह का संस्थान, उसके लिए मैं यहाँ से इस मंच से मैं कह सकता हूँ कि हम उसको लैंड भी देने के तैयार है। शिमला में आप आइए, उसमें स्वच्छ और साफ सुथरी हवा वातावरण के लिए हम उसको लैंड भी हम प्रोवाइड करेंगे। अगर एक इंस्टीट्यूशन पहाड़ी इलाकों के लिए संस्थान खोलने ज़रूरी, तकनीकी मदद और उसकी आर्थिक सहायता हमको मिलनी चाहिए, क्योंकि ये जो राज्य जब अपनी बात रखते हैं पहाड़ी राज्यों को, उसके लिए हमारे लिए अलग से एक संस्थान का होना बहुत ज़रूरी है जहाँ हम अपना पक्ष और अपनी बात रखें। तो और दूसरा तरीका जो हम अलग से फंड की मैंने बात की, दूसरा जो ग्रांट्स होती है वो अलग से हमको मिलनी चाहिए। ये सारी चीज़ें मैंने इसलिए आपके सामने रख रहा हूँ कि आप सभी लोग विद्वान लोग हैं, सभी इलेक्टेड बॉडी और ब्यूरोक्रेसी से, और सभी मेरे साथ टिकिंदर जी भी आया, मेरे ही इज़ माई डिप्टी मेयर जब व्हेन आई एम काउंसलर दैट टाइम, is playing a big role in that in this for हिल स्टेट्स से कंट्रीब्यूशन का बहुत ज़्यादा है। हर तरह से उस बात को उस मंच पे, हर स्टेज पे ही कंट्रीब्यूट्स लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स, बट वी हैव टू बी यूनाइटेडली स्पोकन फॉर दिस इश्यूज। दिस इज़ अ बिग प्लेटफॉर्म। आई कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट यू टू ऑल ऑफ यू टू बिग वेरी ब्यूटिफुल वर्कशॉप हेयर। और बहुत सारे इश्यूज बहुत सारे लोगों ने उठाए, और मेरा कंक्लूजन यही निकलता है इसमें कि मैं ये चाहूँ कि यूनाइटेडली हमारा सिर्फ एक मंच इसीलिए बनाया कि ताकि हमको एक ग्रांट्स के जो एक मैंने मैक्सिमम जो वॉइस सुनी, वो एक हमारे को स्पेशली वॉइस, हमारा जो एक नीति, हमारा एक जो पहाड़ी राज्यों का एक विशेष पैकेज, उसको मिलना बहुत ही ज़रूरी है। इट्स अ वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। तभी हम इसको बचा सकते हैं पहाड़ों को। पहाड़ बचेंगे तो आगे शहर बचेंगे, चाहे आप किसी भी एंगल से ले लो, क्योंकि क्लाइमेट चेंज बहुत है, ग्लोबलाइजेशन बहुत है, और वी आर फेसिंग डिजास्टर लास्ट ईयर। ऐसा डिजास्टर जो शहरों में बाढ़ आती है, वो पानी इकट्ठा हो जाएगा एक जगह, उसके बाद बाढ़ है वो तो आस्ते आस्ते बैठ जाता है। हिल स्टेट्स में जब डिजास्टर आता है तो इट्स अ वेरी डेंजरस डिजास्टर। प्राकृतिक संपदाओं का, जान माल का, हमारे बहुत सारे लोगों की उसमें डेथ हुई है, और हमारा जो पर्यावरण है वो खराब हुआ, हजारों की संख्या में पेड़ गिर गए, जान माल का नुकसान हुआ, और उसको बनाना, उसको बचा के रखना, उसके बाद उसको दोबारा से तैयार करना, इट्स बहुत बड़ा पैसा लगता है उसके लिए, तो वो उसके लिए कोई मदद नहीं होती। तो दैट इज़ अ वेरी बिग चैलेंज। और इसको हमें इसलिए कह रहा हूँ क्योंकि पहाड़ों में अगर ये क्लाइमेट चेंज और इसका समय आ गया तो इट्स वेरी डेंजरस, इट्स अलार्मिंग नाउ, इट्स वेरी वेरी अलार्मिंग। तो गवर्नमेंट्स को भी, और हमारे जो नीति आयोग है, और या जो हमारा इलेक्शन हमारा जो कमीशन है, फाइनेंस कमीशन है, मैंने अच्छे से अपनी बात भी रखी थी, और वो मैं समझता हूँ हमारी बात से कन्विंस भी है, क्योंकि ये बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो मैं उम्मीद ऐसा कर रहा हूँ कि जो अगला फाइनेंस कमीशन आएगा कि उसको हम अच्छे से, हमारे को मदद मिलेगी। तो मैं सबको, आपको बहुत कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट करता हूँ। आपने एक बहुत अच्छी वर्कशॉप की, और जो इस इशू पे हम खड़े हैं उसको हम आगे बढ़ाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, Surendra sir, for sharing your insights. These voices remind us why we're here today, to co-create solutions that honor and respond to the challenges faced by those at the front lines. So I would now request Ms. Phil Lam Tamang from the Department of Human Settlement, Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport, Royal Government of Bhutan, to felicitate our esteemed speakers. Ma'am, if you could please come on the dais. We can have a quick Q&A session for the next 5 minutes. So if there are any questions for ma'am or sir, then we can please take it up.
Good morning, all of you. Yesterday also I introduced myself. I belong to a famous place which is called Crown of India, that's Jammu and Kashmir, which is also called Heaven on Earth. And my place where from I belong is called Chota London, that is small London in Kashmir. मैं सुरेंद्र जी की बात से बहुत सहमत हूँ कि जो एक there is a complete financial disparity between the rural and the urban area. पहले तो हम उस पर बात करेंगे. एज एन इलेक्टेड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव जहाँ पे हम रूरल एरिया की बात करते हैं वहाँ पे जो हमारे पंच सरपंच जो 3 टायर गवर्नमेंट सिस्टम है उनके पास जो फंड्स होते हैं अंडर डिफरेंट हेड्स, चाहे वो कैपेक्स में हो, चाहे वो नरेगा में हो या बाकी चीज़ों में हो, एज़ कम्पेयर टू दैट जो अर्बन एरिया में जो लोग काम करते हैं, चाहे वो काउंसलर हो, आपके मेयर्स हो, डिप्टी मेयर्स हो, उनको वो फंड्स अवेलेबल नहीं होते एंड दे आर नॉट free to make the plans for their own wards or for their own areas. They can only project those works under different heads. So there is no such thing that they can plan or they can convert their funds to other if we need water supply pipes, if we need electricity lines, if we need poles or something like that, as compared the representatives who are working in the rural area are completely free to use their budgets, financial budgets. This is completely financial disparity in the rural and the urban area. When it comes to the hilly area, जैसे आपने कहा कि climatic disasters होते हैं, बाकी चीज़ें होते हैं, like my town, it is surrounded by 3 hilly districts, that is Bandipora, Kupwara and Baramulla. And my town is in a bowl shape. Not even मैं ये नहीं कहूँगी कि कोई डिज़ास्टर होता है या कोई क्लाइमेटिक डिज़ास्टर होता है, लेकिन जैसे हमारा वहाँ पे क्लाइमेट होता है 6 मंथ्स के लिए स्नो कवर्ड माउंटेन्स रहते हैं, वहाँ पे से जो भी गार्बेज या जो भी कुछ आता है वो जाके हमारे रिवर बैंक्स पे, हमारे स्ट्रीम्स पे, हमारे रोड्स पे आके जमा होता है एंड दैट बिकम्स द बिगेस्ट चैलेंज. उसके लिए कोई बजटिंग वगैरह नहीं होती है. और हमारा एक होता है रूरल और अर्बन में एक होता है कैचमेंट एरिया, जिसको तो ना रूरल वाले ओन करते हैं ना अर्बन वाले ओन करते हैं एंड दैट बिकम्स द बिगेस्ट चैलेंज फॉर द अर्बन एरिया बिकॉज अर्बन सैनिटेशन को ज़्यादा रिस्पॉन्सिबल माना जाता है एज कम्पेयर टू रूरल सैनिटेशन. और रूरल सैनिटेशन में देयर आर नो सफारी मित्राज एंड some like that, whereas in the urban area we have safai mitras, vans, other vehicles which we use for these challenges or these things हैं. और जो भी रूरल एरिया में चाहे वो सैनिटेशन है, चाहे वो वाटर का इशू होगा, कुछ भी होगा, दे आर डिपेंडेंट ऑन द मैन एंड मशीनरी फ्रॉम द अर्बन एरिया. इसमें भी कोई बजटरी प्रोविजन नहीं रखा गया है कि वी विल सपोर्ट देम because fuel for our vehicles are given from the urban area, from the urban budgets, from the urban revenues which we generate. हालांकि मैं अपने टाउन की अगर मैं बात करूंगी, we are having there the second largest Asia's second largest fruit mandi, also Asia's second largest freshwater lake, that is Wular Lake. When it comes to that, उसकी सैनिटेशन या उसकी केयरिंग की बात होती है, वो भी अर्बन एरिया में ही आता है. तो आई फुली एग्री विद सुरेंद्र जी that there is completely financial disparity between such things when it comes to the implementation. So there should be the planning should be differently done for the hilly urban areas.
I agree.
We should call it hilly urban areas. For sanitation, for development, for drainaging, for STPs, for filtration plants, and it should not be compared with other metropolitan cities, urban areas, because we have other challenges rather than these challenges which we face in the common urban areas. Thank you very much. Hope I clear my point.
I agree with you. ये शायद हम इसीलिए यहाँ इकट्ठे हुए. We are facing same problem all of these. कि आपको अलग अलग जगह से अब रूरल और अर्बन में फंड्स का जो हमारा मेन जो इशू है, इसीलिए शायद हम इकट्ठे हैं, इसीलिए इस पर्पज़ से, क्योंकि हम लोगों की चैलेंजेस अलग हैं, सब कुछ अलग है, तो हमको फिर ग्रांट्स भी उसी हिसाब से भी मिलनी चाहिए.
नॉट ओनली सर ग्रांट्स, लाइक माई टाउन, मैंने पहले ही कहा कि एशिया सेकेंड लार्जेस्ट फ्रूट मंडी है. वी हैव टोल प्लाजा एंड वी generate the highest revenue in Jammu and Kashmir and मतलब कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं. हाईएस्ट रेवेन्यू जनरेशन टाउन जो है मेरा है. मतलब जो रेवेन्यू जनरेशन टैक्स से होता है, इट शुड बी ये यूज होना चाहिए उसी टाउन पे जहाँ से ये.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल मैं आई एम एग्री विद, क्योंकि जम्मू कश्मीर इज हार्ट ऑफ इंडिया, और शिमला एंड हिमाचल से वी आर, जब हमारे यहाँ टूरिस्ट आता है, पर्यटन शहर है ये, तो उसको सफाई और इसको करने के बाद सारा चीज़ें म्यूनसिपल कॉरपोरेशंस करती हैं, पर बदले में कोई कुछ नहीं मिलता, कोई ग्रांट्स नहीं है, कुछ और नहीं है. वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, ठीक है, गवर्नमेंट्स को उसमें जीएसटी आता है, उसमें ज़्यादा आता है, लेकिन जो मेन इसमें जो काम कर रहे हैं वो काम करती है म्यूनसिपलिटीज़, नगर निगम, उसको कोई नहीं पूछता. सफाई मित्र हमारे करते हैं, काम करते हैं वहाँ फील्ड में जा करके, लेकिन बदले में कोई नहीं है. हम उनको सैलरी देने की भी प्रॉब्लम हो जाती है, जो जिसका एक मेन जो छुपा हुआ है, जिसका बहुत बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन है इस बेटर इन्वायरमेंट के लिए सफाई कर्मचारी का, वो शायद वो कहीं छुपा हुआ है, उसको कोई नहीं पूछ रहा. और बदले में जो म्यूनसिपैलिटीज़ काम करती है उसको सिर्फ इसीलिए रखा गया है कि आप सफाई और झाड़ू लगाओ, बट प्रैक्टिकली जो है ना, वो उसका बहुत बड़ा योगदान है सोसाइटी को साफ़ सुथरा और बेटर इन्वायरमेंट करने के लिए. इसीलिए मैं इनकी बात से सहमत हूँ कि जो हमारा टूरिस्ट भी आता है, तो उसमें मुझे नहीं लगता म्यूनसिपैलिटीज़ या कॉरपोरेशंस को कोई ऐसा सहयोग मिलता है, कुछ नहीं. उनको जो आते हैं बाहर से, जो जिस तरह का भी टूरिस्ट अपना एंजॉय करता है, वो जीएसटी दे रहा सब कुछ स्टेट को, लेकिन एक्चुअल में जो कॉरपोरेशंस को उसको उसमें कुछ नहीं मिलता, कुछ भी नहीं मिलता. मैं आपकी बात से सहमत इसलिए हूँ कि हम भी इस चीज़ को फेस करते हैं. तो ये हमारा मकसद यही है यहाँ पर जब इकट्ठे हुए हैं, कि इस इशू को हम जो नीति आयोग है जो उसमें बना रहे हैं, जो उसको जो हमारा फाइनेंस कमीशन है जो आने वाला है आगे, तो इस चीज़ को हम स्ट्रांगली, मैंने इस बात को रखा है, और हमारी बात से मैं समझता हूँ, एग्री हूँ कि उन्होंने बिल्कुल हमारा को मुझे बहुत सीरियसली सुना. लास्ट वीक में यहाँ दिल्ली में था, और इससे पहले उन्होंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस वहाँ शिमला में भी की थी, वहाँ पर भी मैंने इन इश्यूज़ को रेज़ किया था. तो ये एक बहुत ज़रूरी हमारी इश्यूज़ हैं जो उसको एड्रेस करने बहुत ज़रूरी है. और ये हम जब सब इकट्ठे ही लोग के यूनाइटेडली जब इस बात को रखेंगे, तो ये ज़रूर ये कहीं ना कहीं हमारी बात पहुँचेगी, और इस चीज़ को समझना ही पड़ेगा, नहीं तो बहुत देर हो जाएगी. मैं सच्चाई बता रहा हूँ आपको, बहुत लेट हो जाएंगे आप इसको, अगर ये जिस हिसाब से क्लाइमेट चेंज और ये हो रहा है. ठीक है.
I want to add one more point. I don't know about the rest of the states, but मेरी स्टेट में पुलिस और हेल्थ सेक्टर को ड्यूरिंग द पैंडमिक, कोविड पैंडमिक, उनको फ्रंट लाइन वॉरियर्स डिक्लेयर किया गया था, बट नॉट द सफाई मित्राज और म्यूनसिपलिटी में जो काम कर रहे थे, जो वो सारा डिस्पोज ऑफ कर रहे थे, और उनमें कितने लोगों की डेथ हुई, उनको कोई कुछ नहीं मिला, ना उनको कहीं पे एप्रिसिएशन मिला. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you so much, sir. I see there are a lot more questions, but then since we also have to stick to our time limits, we'll be taking up the questions later on. So you can please discuss with sir over tea break or lunch break. So there's ma'am and sir, they'll be available today. So we'll have to wrap up. Really sorry about it, but we'll move to the next session now. Thank you so much, sir, and thank you so much, ma'am. It was really great hearing from you. Thank you so much. Really sorry about it, sir, but we have a lot more interesting sessions set up today as well. But sir, we will make sure we'll give you time to talk to sir and ma'am about it. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, okay, as we move into the next session, we'll keep these perspectives in focus while exploring the financial underpinnings of sustainable urban services. So our first session today, session 4, Strengthening Municipal Finance, focuses on the backbone of sustainable urban services, which is the municipal finance. And for hill cities, the challenges of securing sustainable funding is amplified by limited resources, high infrastructure costs, and the need for capacity building. So in this session, we'll explore how municipalities in hilly regions can better access and mobilize funds to address these challenges. So we have our moderator, Dr. Debolina Kundu ma'am, and our expert panel who will guide us in reimagining municipal finance for resilient and inclusive service delivery. So let me now introduce our moderator and panelists. We have Dr. Debolina Kundu ma'am, who is the Director, Additional Charge at the National Institute of Urban Affairs. And in our panel today, we have Mr. Kalanidhi Devakota, who is from the Municipal Association of Nepal. We have Mr. Arvind Mehta sir, who was a member of the 15th Finance Commission and who is with the government of India. We have Mr. V.R. Raman sir from CBGA. We have Mr. Tenzin sir from Thimphu District Administration, Government of Bhutan. We have Mr. Tikendra Panwar sir, who was the former Deputy Mayor of Shimla. We have Ms. Shrestha Saraswat ma'am, who is the Senior Manager, Municipal Finance at Janagraha. And we also have Mr. Milind sir, who's the Founder Director at the Praja Foundation. I request Debolina ma'am, as well as all the panelists, esteemed panelists, to please come on the stage. So I would now invite Debolina ma'am to please take the session forward. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
A very good morning to all of you. Welcome to this important session on municipal financing, how the local governments in the hilly region are adequately empowered. I think it's very important being empowered to levy taxes and also to improve the service. The taxes are being levied to improve the overall service delivery for citizens. So I have a brief presentation, although it's not focused directly on the hilly region, but I think the recommendations and the findings are also applicable for the hilly regions. And before I start with the brief presentation, I would also take this opportunity of inviting the esteemed panelists here. And it is a great honor for our institution, along with our partner institutions, to have you with us. So I think we all are aware that our country's population is increasing in terms of urbanization. And urbanization overall is an inevitable process. And by and by, rural areas are being transformed into urban, whether it's planned urbanization or otherwise. But this rural-urban transition, it's happening, and it's happening at a quite at a rapid rate. And various estimates do point out by the turn of 2050, the middle of the century, more than 50% of the population would be living in urban areas. And our GDP is also increasing. We do not have any direct calculations from the government of India. The last one was in 2011-12, as per which it was around 52% GDP was being contributed by urban areas. However, estimates from the World Bank as well as from the erstwhile Planning Commission do indicate a higher share, which is around between 60 to 70%. If we look at the size class of urban centers in our country, it is top heavy, which means there are around 500 urban local bodies which have a population of more than 100,000, and these contribute to more than 70% of the urban population in the country. And if we are to become Vikshit Bharat and raise our GDP contribution to $30 trillion GDP by 2047, I think there are three important drivers of growth. One is efficient governance, strong resource base of urban local bodies, and adequate capacities at the local government level. I think these three are the important pillars which have also been recognized by the government of India. So going straight to municipal finance, I think the most four important Areas which contribute to local finance are taxes, primarily property tax, user charges, intergovernmental transfers, be it the Central Finance Commission grant or the State Finance Commission grant. And in addition to that, we have the development charges, FAR charges, again, fees levied through various other ways, and the amount that the local bodies, the profit they gain from the sale of land and assets. When we look at municipal revenues of India compared to countries at similar level, what we find is that India's contribution to GDP in terms of municipal revenues currently is less than 1%, whereas when we compare with South Africa, it's 6%, and Brazil more than 7%. And again, municipal revenues of Indian cities on an average is around 3,520 rupees. These are the figures from 21-22. These figures have been calculated based on the city finance portal, which is again maintained by the Government of India, and it is prepared by Janagraha. So another important feature or finding of this data is the bigger the municipal corporation, the bigger the size of the ULB, which means the municipal corporations, there you find that the resource raising capacity is much more compared to municipal councils and town panchayats. So as you go down the hierarchy of cities and towns, you find that the resource raising capacity comes down. So that again, you find in this slide, when you look at the own source revenues, what we find is that for the bigger cities, the municipal corporations, own source revenue is 2/3 of the entire income, whereas as you go down the size class, for municipal councils it's 44%, whereas for town panchayats it's just 37%. And when you look at the grants, it's just the opposite. The bigger the municipal, the bigger the urban local body, when we look at the municipal corporations, the size of the grants is much less compared to the small towns, where small towns basically they thrive on government grants. Again, when we look at property tax per se, because that is the mainstay of taxation for Indian cities, again we find that the percentage GDP is less than 1%. It's just 0.15% compared to developing countries where it's 0.6%, whereas for developed countries it is 2.10%. However, because improvement in property tax is one of the conditionalities of the Amrut mission and also for the 15th Central Finance Commission, as a result of which we find that between 2017-18 and 2022-23, for which we had the data, there has been an increase of 75%. Again, property tax collections, as we have seen in case of overall municipal revenues, it's much higher in the municipal corporations, lower in municipal councils, lowest among the town panchayats. And even within the same size class, there are variations. As for example, when we look at the population size class of 4 million plus, we find Hyderabad is the city which has the highest property tax collection compared to only 879 for Ahmedabad. So what are the challenges? I think the challenges are their collection efficiencies are not as it should be. The coverage ratio is again less. The rates, the state governments do not allow many of the state governments, I won't say all of them, but many of them do not allow the urban local bodies to improve their rates on their own. They need to take the concurrence of the state government. Assessment and valuation again are archaic in many of the ULBs, and there are a lot of exemptions for the government bodies. Again, per capita user charges are again higher for municipal corporations compared to municipal councils and town panchayats. And again, within the same size class, there are variations. So the constraints are, again, for some ULBs, there are user charges do not exist, and even if they exist, the rates are very low. There are flat rate system of taxation. Revision does not happen regularly, and collection efficiency is again low. Then I think land is one of the important areas of revenue generation. What we find is that mapping of government land, there are no inventories of government land in most of the ULBs. And urban sprawling is happening, as most of you are aware, beyond the city municipal boundaries. And we find inefficient land use. When we compare the city center with the periphery, we find urbanization is happening in a very haphazard manner. So how do we really take cognizance of this and plan our cities in a manner we can derive the best out of urbanization, looking at urbanization as an opportunity. So I stop here, because if I keep on, then there is no need for us to hear from the panelists. Let me stop here, and now I go to the panelists to seek their views on how financing is happening in the hilly cities, what are the constraints, and as per their experience on the ground, what could be done to really improve the state of finances in the cities, which could again have a direct impact on improving the service delivery for citizens. No, I've already eaten up 10 minutes. Right? Yeah. So, my first question to Mr. Mehta. So, having worked with the Finance Commission and having seen multiple deliberations, being part of those, can you briefly comment on the criteria for tax devolution to the states, and what does it mean for the small hilly cities or towns which are again urbanizing in an unplanned manner? And what should the state governments in those regions do to improve the condition?
Morning, friends. Thank you for inviting me here. And it's nice to see such a large audience so interested in urban municipal finances, because that's one of the most critical things that India is going to face, and specifically also in the context of the northeastern and Himalayan states. It's a very vast topic, so I'm going to try and pick out some of the salient points only. If some of you are interested, I would straight away refer you to the chapter that the 15th Finance Commission did on urban local bodies and devolution. And there are a lot of recommendations over there. So I'll try and not get into too many of those, but any of you who are seriously interested, I would recommend you read that chapter and some of the thoughts that have been given over there. So straight away from the presentation, as you found, there is a problem about not adequate finances available to these engines of growth. Because I think it's Janagra has been saying that constantly to us in the 15th Finance Commission all through, that allocate more funds where you're going to get better GDP growth and India will grow better. That's the basic theme that we heard from many of the votaries of municipal finance. But the problem is a bit complex for a Union Finance Commission, because the Union Finance Commission is actually strictly supposed to be looking at interstate distribution of finances between the center and the states. I mean, that is the broad remit. And it was actually not really expected that the Union Finance Commissions would go down to the third tier. That's actually never been a mandate, so to speak. But the finance commissions did step into it because they did somehow feel that the gaps were so large in these amounts that needed to be devolved directly to the both the urban local bodies and the Panchayati Raj institutions. So they did step in. And there are multiple facets to this challenge of municipal finance. One, of course, has been highlighted in the presentation about the fact that India, as a percentage of GDP collections, does not do so well on the international benchmarks as compared to even other developing countries. So that obviously shows up again that maybe there's a gap to be filled. And the 15th Finance Commission was broadly saying that, try and get to a benchmark where at least 1% of your GDP is being collected through the mechanism of property taxes. Easier said than done. It's easy for a finance commission to give a recommendation. By the time you operate at the local levels, there can be a high resistance to increase. And I have always been a votary of a gradualist kind of a mechanism. Don't try and do sharp increases. You get sharp pullbacks and sharp reactions. Do incremental, but keep your target in mind and then keep incrementally using some unit area method or any other valuation method by which that if you are a state, you're trying to get to 1% of your gross state domestic product so that the country on the whole gets to about 1% of GDP. I would say broadly, that should be the kind of vision that state governments should also incorporate. I actually am going to be a little controversial in a thought process that I have already conveyed to many within the government. My thought process also says that, a Union Finance Commission, though it does a substantial amount through devolutions for the third tier, it'll never be enough because this is actually something which should be the baby of the state governments and they should feel the responsibility. The minute a union government tries to step in too much, the state finance departments, they pull back because they feel, oh, this money is coming from the center. We don't need to make the budgetary allocations, and therefore the state government is also strapped for funds eventually, you see. So a state finance department, when it sees money coming in from the center, it automatically tends to pull back that money for their other priorities, saying that this money is already coming. I think the most important challenge in devolution per se for the state governments is to get their state finance commissions working far more efficiently and in a manner in which there is a fair distribution of resources. Now, there had been talk earlier with the Union Finance Commission that, why don't we allocate about 2.5% of the total revenue pool to be shared, to be given directly for the purposes of the third tier, instead of giving 42 to the state governments of the interstate distribution. That, I think, would mean that we would finish the state finance commissions. Because ultimately, the positions should emerge locally from the state government of how the distribution should be done between the state government and the local municipal bodies. Now, if you look at the experience of the hill states, you will find that in any case, actually, though they don't do it through the state finance commission devolution, there will be a tendency of most state governments to try and push more money into the state capital at least. So there'll be lots of budgetary amounts that will go into the state municipal corporation, which is the state capital. And that also leads to its own problem because other urban local bodies of the state, in a sense, do not grow as dynamically as the capital does. And we've seen the problem that emerges from that. You go to either Shillong or Aizawl or you go to Sikkim, Gangtok, you go to Shimla. Everywhere, the urban sprawl that has taken place has meant that you have attendant environmental problems, vehicular problems, congestion. So in a sense, because you don't have a mechanism to take care of the other possible growth centers through a state finance commissions, willy-nilly, your finances tend to get skewed through the state budgetary process also away from the other possible growth centers to the state capital. And in the hill regions, you will find that that leads to migration, intrastate migration. Most of the state capitals start getting almost 10% of the state's entire population practically in many places. And this then exacerbates the other problems that come with capacities of a particular limited region in a hilly area to take care of the sludge management, the sewage, and the other attendant problems of vehicular pollution, etc. So what I'm basically arguing is that if you have to think about municipal finances for the hilly states or for even the other municipal corporations of the country, I think one of the important issues to be concentrated upon is the role of the state finance commissions. That's the basic point I'm stressing. Because the experience has not been very great. The 15th Finance Commission has tried to build in some incentive mechanisms so that all state governments regularly constitute state finance commissions, and they regularly try and look after the requirements of getting the awards of the State Finance Commission and then honoring those awards, as is done constitutionally in the case of the Union Finance Commissions. The only fly in the ointment, if I would say, is that in a sense, my own personal belief is that the Union Finance Commissions will have to draw away a little bit from the third tier, along with some kind of this kind of moral suasion to the state governments to allow the state finance commissions to come up. Because if the union government is going to step in to try and fill in the breaches, the state finance commissions are automatically getting enervated. They're not being energized enough because somebody else is trying to do their job. So I am actually a votary that, you've got something like 200,000 rural local bodies, the Panchayat Samiti, the Zilla Parishad, you've got about 225,000 odd. And a batchmate of mine actually said to me, he says, Arvind, no matter how much money you will give in the finance commission, you try and distribute this among all these bodies, to aap churan bant rahe ho. And maybe it is better that you get out of this and leave the lump sum with the state government, and the state government will do some kind of a prioritization rather than some formula-driven churan bantna, as he said. Now, I think there is merit. I think there is merit in what he said. And it is a thought process that I hope takes further traction. I have actually separately tried to advocate to the 16th Finance Commission that, start drawing back on at least the rural local bodies. You can keep the urban local bodies in for some time period and maybe even raise the amounts because of the urbanization taking place. But if you draw down on the rural local bodies, the state government and the central government in any case will enter the breach through the various Manrega and the other rural development schemes, etc., as well as hopefully through the state finance commissions. So I'll just end there by saying that the broad macro perspective that I would hope to see the country evolve into, let the Union Finance Commission try and increase for the time period the amounts for the urban local bodies, because that's where the engines of growth are. That's where the GDP growth rate will take place. That's where the country is growing. Raise that amount, tamp down and get out of the rural local bodies, leave that work to the state finance commissions, and then work in partnership with the state governments, which hopefully the union ministries are doing, to find a vision for the property taxes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for highlighting the role of the SFCs, the state finance commissions, in addition to whatever is being done at the central level, and also maybe the central finance commission increases the allocation in wake of the urbanization which is happening. Now I turn to Mr. Tikinder Panwar. Directly, I think it is a good linkage to learn from your experience the challenges you see in accessing the finance commission grants, both the central and the state finances, and the role of the state finance commissions. And because you come from Shimla, again, how tourism is a deterrent or is an opportunity to fund urbanization.
Thank you, ma'am. So please allow me to build another tangent also. And then I'll also try to engage with the questions. that have been read. And please remind me of 5 minutes. Sir, first of all, let me tell you, Mehta sir, I mean, when ma'am joined as the director, this actually, I mean, what we've been doing in Parvat Manthan, finances were very negligibly discussed. It's only when ma'am joined and one of the presenters from NIUA said, on the recommendations of the 15th Finance Commission, I wouldn't say Holocaust, but it's like more of that, that they said because of the tight grants, the Himalayan towns are losing just like anything. And that's when, I mean, you know, we persuaded, Negi Sahib is there, and ma'am also, that let's do a study of the Himalayan towns. I mean, you know, so what kind of framework do we require so far as the finance commissions are concerned? And especially the 15th Finance Commission, where, sir, one of the conditions, I mean, it's really draconian for the Himalayan towns, that your rise in property tax should be commensurate to the rise in state GDP, and that doesn't take place. And now we are on the verge of, you know, many towns losing their revenues. Anyway, so that's, having said that, what I want to bring to the fore is, I think I will also talk about the Himalayan spaces, you know, the Himalayan towns, which are important. First thing first, not to be sounding too radical, but I think as Himalayas and Himalayan, we are the third pole. I think we must learn some of the experiences of the Nordic countries where they've said, please apologize. And I would fall a little short of that for asking the mainland India, and for that matter, mainland, you know, everyone, please apologize to us. Because why I'm saying please, you are extracting all our wealth. I mean, I was just asking our Kashmir friends, they're from 20,000 megawatt. So what I'm trying to build, Mehta Sahib, is, you know, this binary between development and growth. I think for Himalayas, it's high time that we should start defining whether we want development and growth. Because, ma'am, we've seen growth is paranoia. It's complete paranoia. The way we are building our 4 lanes, the way we are, you know, plundering our mountains. So 20,000 megawatt is your capacities up, 30,000 is ours. Nepal is going in the same way, some 80,000 megawatt perhaps. Himachal is 30,000 megawatt. Just to articulate 30,000, 20,000 means what? In revenue terms, it means some 70,000 crores. So if it's some 60 to 70,000 crores, is it coming back to the mountains? So it's the whole question of democratization. So when we are articulating about, I'll come to municipal finances, I think these are the areas that we should not leave. And why I'm saying Nordic countries, because the whole question of assimilation, and now they've apologized, you know, some of the Nordic countries, they've apologized to their conventional tribal people, where they've said, I mean, we apologize to you because the path that we embarked, the path of development, is actually not the sustainable path. So I think what needs to be done is, answers have to be sought in a very localized Himalayan environment. And even for the municipal finances, let me try to build on that. Another thing, sir, because ma'am made a very explicit presentation, but I think one thing which also needs to be added is the whole question of IGTs, you know, the intergovernmental transfers, ma'am. It's not even, it's somewhere between 0.5% and 1% of the GDP. I'm not sure about Nepal or other countries, but I think this has to increase. I mean, this has to substantially increase. Brazil is 5% of the GDP. Philippines is 3% of the GDP. You know, the total intergovernmental transfers. I think these are the areas that we should, and what you said, some maybe 2% or 3%. I think that's another area. The third element, which I do not know how to articulate that, because it's more of a federal question. But since we are dealing with the 16th Finance Commission, we also placed our memorandum in Shimla, you know, all the former mayors and commissioners, we got together. So what has happened is, and this is the Chief Secretary's conference, I'm not pointing out, the Chief Secretary's conference that took place in my state in Dharamsala, they pointed out that after the introduction of GST, there has been a substantial fall of revenues of the local bodies. I mean, they've fallen somewhere in the period from 25% to 9% minus the property tax. what do we do? How do we articulate this share? So what is, and now we are entering into the digital capitalism phase where massive money, massive accumulation is taking place, even in Himalayan towns, and the Himalayan cities do not know how to get a revenue sharing model. I'll share about that, some of the experiences, as ma'am has suggested. So, and the third or the fourth element, I think, because this entire Himalayan stretch, right from Kabul and to the northeast, we were dominated by the British. Before the British, we were merely trading urban centers. So, and these are unlike the West, where West, because, so why I'm bringing this to the fore, we have to come out of this mindset of the West where urbanization preceded your, industrialization preceded your urbanization. Here it's not like that. It was the colonies. The Britishers built the town in Simla, and ma'am, as you pointed out, do you know the production of per capita production of water? In Pune, I found out, Milind knows that, Pune it's 2 rupees per kiloliter. Come to Shimla, it's 140 rupees kiloliter. I mean, just think about that. What does it mean? But this is historically that has come to us, and I'm sure this has happened across the Himalayan region. How do we sustain these urban centers? Ask the Shimla mayor and he'll tell you. I mean, he pumps some 2,000 meters water overhead, and that's how we are sustaining, So the point is that there has this strong transformation that has taken place, and Himalayan lens, unfortunately, we've built the same. I don't know whether Mukta is here or she's gone, because Mukta was supposed to come. So I've always been arguing with Mukta, ma'am, she joined you recently, that look, you have actually also ruined some of our Himalayan towns, because you brought in the same concept of the plains to the Himalayas, the same building typologies, the same building bylaws, the same urban planning. That should have actually been checked. So what can be the ways and forms in which Himalayan towns have to evolve? I think we missed that. And even post-independence, ma'am, just 2 more minutes. So I think it's a kind of urban conundrum that we are passing through. So the 16th Finance Commission, what we have asked, that the tide component must, because let the Himalayan, and as you rightly said, let the state finance commissions build. So there's no question of tide grants. And can I have the presentation here? Because, and I think the city governments in the Himalayas must be given that leverage when you talk about own source revenue. Ma'am, we just calculated 34 lakh vehicles entered Shimla. Now just imagine if there are 34 lakh vehicles that entered Shimla in 1 year, and if I means the municipal corporation gets a revenue of 100 rupees per vehicle, I get 17 crore rupees. No, you please keep on moving. 17 crore rupees, imagine, I mean, the kind of revenue. So, but how do I build these nuances? Should I talk to the State Finance Commission? Where is the space, where is the place that I should build these arguments? Because this is one of the forms, this is one of the areas where the Himalayan towns and the Himalayan financial architecture. Fourthly, sir, I think, and this is again beyond the domain of our present present discussion, I think there has been another departure, and that took place, Mehta Sahab, after the 90s, where the entire Himalayan towns have been brought into the same financial architecture. Now, what is this financial architecture? The financial architecture is that you have to build your own resources. Now, the moment we start building our own resources, what are my resources that I have to sell? My resources are water, so I start building more hydropower projects. My resources are tourism. So with a population of 60 lakhs, I'm trying to get 5 crore tourists. Likewise, whether that form of tourism is going to sustain, whether that form of tourism is a sustainable model, I think we need to ask ourselves. But nevertheless, if that is the way how we are developing, what is it that we are getting back? What is it that the cities are getting back in the forms of their sustainability question? And I think what, ma'am, the NIUA must do, and that's what I have been really arguing, articulating since long, there has to be an alternative model of defining urban in the Himalayas. It cannot be the census definition, and it cannot just be left to the statutory towns. And why I'm saying so, the moment you have road entering the Himalayan region, you find entire urban behavior, urban characteristics developing. So I think it's high time that at least we should have two centers, one in the northwestern, one in the northeastern, and then articulate it with our central government that, look, the urban definition has to change. Even if the urban definition, the census is not buying that, I think that's another area. And lastly, ma'am, what I want to say, this is a phase where, this entire Himalayan region, I mean, this is what I call the age of digital capitalism. And I'll end with a very funny anecdote. So when I was in office, the geo people came and they said, we want to dig your town. We said, we won't allow you to dig your town. They said, but this we are doing everywhere in the country. You will be doing, but we are also not everywhere in the country. So what do you want? So what do they do? All these digging, the fiber-based companies, they will, because right of way belongs to the city government, so they will pay you some fee for digging. We said, we don't want. Of course, we want the digging fees, but we want more. They said, what do you want? We said, you lay 2 ducts free of cost to the city. Now they said, how can we do that? We will not do it. We said, if you don't do it, then we will not allow you to dig the city. Now I'm just guess. Why I'm saying is these are new forms of articulating your revenue sharing model in the cities. Now Shimla has 2 ducts free. Now I was talking to a local fiber guy who provides fiber network. He said, we want to enter, and that's what I asked the current mayor also. I said, don't take them digging, don't take just the digging charges. And we said, take a revenue sharing model. You have a duct lying there. Ask them to lay the fiber there. Use that duct and charge per capita, per house. So this will be a permanent. And even if you want to build, you can build layers and layers on that. So the point is, the Himalayan lens has to be a different lens. The NIUA and all the networks that we are building have those capacities of building those alternatives. Unfortunately, these alternatives were not sought. The British used Himalayas from a utilitarian concept. Some 80 logs, the best pine forests, the best oak forests. I mean, if you see the furniture in England, that furniture comes from Jogindarnagar. That's how the railways were taken to Jogindarnagar. That's how the railways were taken to Shimla, because some 80 lakh logs for the expansion of British. You cannot have an expansionist attitude towards the Himalayas. What you require is a different outlook, an outlook that has to be extremely participatory, an outlook that has to be extremely democratic, where the ownership, and that's why I said, tomorrow this demand is going to arise. What am I getting? Yeah, ma'am, closing. What am I getting from the hydropower generation that's taking place there? And that's exactly what we are witnessing in Ladakh. So I think with those words, yes, there are ways, there are revenue models, but those alternative models, I think, needs to be articulated both at the federal level and at the provincial level. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Parvat, for highlighting the issues and challenges and the solutions also. Now I turn to Mr. Kalanidhi from the Municipal Association of Nepal. So I believe Nepal is also urbanizing and has just gone through a municipal delimitation exercise. So in that respect, we would like to understand what are the challenges that Nepal is facing with respect to resource generation, and in order to fill that gap, what type of grants are there? Means just for the larger the knowledge of the audience here, and also for us to understand. And are we in sync with the policies, or is there a different policy which you are adhering to?
Thank you so much. Very good afternoon. Actually, after the promulgation of the new constitution, we are embarked on the new political setup, that is the federal structure of the country. So we have now the federal government and provincial and local governments, and now currently I'm representing the entire cities and towns of Nepal. So the money is the central, and always the budget is the limited. Out of the total budget of almost 2 trillion national budget, currently the local government share is from the equalization grant. We have 4 types of grant system. As per the federal constitution, we have established new one fiscal commission that is called the National Natural Resource Management and Fiscal Commission, that recommends and allocates the budget for the local governments. and based on which the local governments plan for their entire utility services, administrative matters, and so forth. So from the equalization grant is the most central that goes to the local government, and by utilizing those grants, the local governments are providing the basic utility services to the people, and that is 1 billion now Nepali currency. And from the province government, 7.67 million also goes to the local government. This means that 1.8 billion goes to the local government. And still we are struggling to understand and get the real need that persists in order to cater the needs of the local governments, and let alone only sanitation and wash sector. Although we are now, we need to zoom in, like to focus now to how we ensure that the basic sanitation and hygiene basic facilities the local government can ensure out of this budget, while the OSR, own source of revenue, is less than 5% of the entire budget. That is very interesting. If you compare, and a lot of disparity also persists. For example, Kathmandu metropolitan city's budget is higher than the single ministry, like the Forest and Environment Ministry, while the other small towns and municipalities budget is quite low, many folds low compared to the metropolitan cities. So in this scenario, in this disparity, we need to work, and we need to ensure the equitable distribution, because yesterday we heard about the basic theme of this particular conference today, that we need to ensure sustainable, inclusive, and climate resilient development. How do we ensure that? That should be the major focus. Ever since I joined this meeting, since yesterday, I'm pondering over how can I contribute to this session, but also what will be the takeaway, like what recommendations we can make, and we start working based on the recommendation. That's why probably based on our experiences, couple of things we need to take into account. For example, we need to first identify how much resources that we need to fulfill the gap between the, to ensure the sanitation facility. That could be the solid waste management, liquid waste management, sewage management, and so forth. And for that matter, in Nepal, we have started to do the unbundling of the functional assignments. The Constitution has clearly mandated to the all three tiers of government, like federal governments have the 35 exclusive rights, provincial governments have the 21 exclusive rights, and local government have 22 exclusive rights, for which MUAN, my association, did a rigorous exercise and fought against the government, and we have ensured the clear functions of 22 exclusive rights, having also the legislative power, not only the executive power. So it is important to gain that kind of constitutional recognition, but at the same time, if you do not have like the proper funds and functionaries, we call it fund and functionaries, the equilibrium is not correct as at that. We are really working towards that. So in order to ensure the proper intergovernmental fiscal transfer, that it is not going to be possible. Lastly, I would like to only say with you that the Fiscal Commission that I earlier mentioned has now started revising and revisiting the already established formula, and from the natural resource, like from the royalty and the other source of revenues. Currently we have 70% of the revenue goes to the federal government, which is unequitable, unjust. That's why we are strongly raising this issue, and the government has recently started public finance management reform strategy from the Ministry of Finance, and for which we have been also we are also on board, and our in active participation is there, and we are trying our best to make it quite, logical distribution of the resources. And from the royalty side, from the natural resources, the current formula is 50% for the federal government and 25 each for the province and local governments, which is also not scientific, based on the functional assignments and the unbundled activities. We are still asking for that. Back home, right before I left for this conference, we had organized several round of feedback sessions from the different mayors, chief executive officers, about what is the appropriate distribution modality mechanism based on which we can recommend, we can again lobby and advocate against the government for the that matter. Last point I would like to make is that probably we need to now find the alternative financing sources also, because funding is limited, and whatever budget we have, it has to go to the different tiers of the government, and that is always not sufficient. For example, we have done one survey that how much amount we need to achieve the SDGs by 2030. Then the result was almost roughly 18 billion US dollar we require to achieve the SDGs, and which if we really analyze the situation, by 2050, even until 2050, it's not possible to achieve. So if we do not identify the alternative financing sources, for example, it could be from the private sector, otherwise the financing institutions like World Bank, ADB, or we have some local town development funds, and that could be like from the KFW and international, some agencies, it is not possible to achieve the goal. So probably we need to really think about that. For that matter, what we need is the very, very far-sighted leadership. We need champion mayors, and we need some innovations. Unless and until we have all these three things in place, our situation will remain the same, and it is only, we will have only wish list. We can't achieve the goals. For that matter, we are really excited to join hands with NIUA, EC Mode, and Gates Foundation, for which we are already working. We have our NFO also, our technical partner, also here as the organizer. So let us join hands together and work for the better. Together we can do more. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Devakutra, for really highlighting the issues and challenges of our neighboring country of Nepal. And now I turn to Mr. Tenzin, again, one of our neighboring countries. And I would like to understand from you, because Bhutan is largely a rural country. So how are you facing how is the country urbanizing? And what is your perspective on fund utilization? And what are the main sources of revenue as well as grants? And how do you finance the urban services? Briefly, 5 to 7 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates and member of the ICC and the organizers and my friends. Regarding the migrations, so Bhutan is a small country with a population of around 7 lakhs, and we have always have an advantage of being a small country. So the number one, they are migrating to the rural from rural to urban was for job opportunities, and another is for services like health services and other opportunities. They go to seek other opportunities in the urban areas. So now the question here is how we are going to manage the fundings, and compared to our previous delegates and the panelists, Bhutan is a small country, and we have advantages of managing the small quantity of resources. So in the urban areas, the funds for the institutions we have already given by the Minister of Finance as a grant to the districts, and from the districts, even they have their own choice of appropriating their needs. And for other rural areas, as of now, many are not contributing for the waste management, but Thimphu is near to the capital city, and where many areas where there are no motorable roads. And in that cases, we still have some problems of managing the waste. And even the public has a problem of transporting the waste. They can store the waste, but they cannot transport to the waste disposal areas. Although we have interested public partners who are interested to collect the waste, but because of the distance, they have to travel more than 3 to 4 days on work without motorable road. It still have problems. But for Thimphu and other areas where there is a motorable road, we have already started public financings from the individual community. Each households, they contribute a small amount of around 100 per month to they collected by our respective GEOC administrative officers, and he collect all the amounts and deposit in the government funds. And we use these funds for their transportations and other charges of utilities. And regarding the other part of the migration is, most of the people, they migrate to the town because whatever they cultivate at the remote, they are having wildlife conflicts. So now government is looking to address these problems of creating employment in the communities, and also the government is also creating some job opportunities for them to stay at the communities. So thereby, if they have a job, secure job at the community, whatever they have, they have their own land, and they cultivate, and they can also do some small business of their own. So number one, why the most important, the okay, now fund management, as I said, in the urban, they have already included. Once we have been settled in the town, where the house owners, wherever we stay, no one is, majority of the rural, they do not have a house, and they live on rentals. And in rental, they have included water bill. In the water bill, they have included the state lights as well as the waste. So we don't have much problem on the waste funds for the towns.
So, do you have property tax there?
Yes, we have property tax, but I do not have the record here, because property tax and they done by all annually done by the Department of Revenue and Customs. So I'm talking on behalf of the district administrations. So at our level, we have tax collections by our finance, and they deposit in the government accounts.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Now I
Thank
would
you.
like to turn to Ms. Shrestha Saraswat from Janagraha. I think you have a long experience, extensive experience in the field of municipal finance. So what are the key learnings from your work on the assessment of municipal accounts of around 1,500 town cities in the country? And what are the lessons which the hill cities could draw from your analysis and your work in the space for the cities which are urbanizing and from the hilly terrain? Yeah, if you could restrict your interventions to 5 to 7 minutes, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So we've already gone into international comparisons. India's revenues 1% of GDP, Brazil and South Africa 6%, 7.6%. And there are enough studies out there that talk about, the World Bank study talks about that we need $840 billion nationally to fund the required infrastructure, right? What do the cities data tell us? Now, as part of the 15th Finance Commission, cities have been submitting audited annual accounts. If we look at the statement, some of the findings were presented in the presentation as well. You need basically to have a differentiated approach to cities. Your municipal corporations, your million plus cities perform much, much better than the smaller cities. Less than 100,000 population and urban local bodies with population of 100,000 to 1 million own source revenues, 30% and 35% of total revenues respectively. And so there is overwhelmingly a large dependence on grants, right? 60% of their revenues come from intergovernmental transfers, both from center and state, and centrally sponsored schemes. Now, what is the challenge really, and what does the data tell us? And why is it so bad? The first reason is actually that there are not enough buoyant sources of revenue. Apart from property tax and user charges, taxes like GST or duties like stamp duty that are more buoyant are with the State Department and of course the central government. The taxes that have actually been devolved, we all know, property taxes or user charges that the cities can actually levy on services that they provide, are not buoyant. But even the taxes, basically, they have been devolved, but the powers for setting the tariffs, the powers for setting the tax rates, the methodology for how you actually value the taxes are largely still retained by the state governments. So the city governments don't really have enough powers to actually even mobilize the own source revenues that they have been devolved. And you see this in pan-India, different states. You see that tax rates have not been revised in 2 decades, even for states like Tamil Nadu. And in UP, they're relying on rental rates from 2 decades ago. Shimla actually has performed a little better, but if you look at the northeastern states, property tax is not even levied, so to say. Assam just started actually levying property tax in an honest attempt 2 years back, right? The third, the powers that they do have in terms of improving the collection efficiency, the demand that they do have, they could collect. What does the data tell us? Property tax, the collection efficiency is about 56% nationally, and for water, it's 40%. And the situation is similar for hill states and cities in hill states. It's not as if they perform either worse or better. And why is it so that the collection efficiency is bad? There's a 37% vacancy at a national level, so you don't have adequate staff to actually collect the revenues that you require. You are basically, you don't have feet on the ground. You are unable to leverage technology, and you don't really have the resources that you need. And in certain cases, specifically with things like water charges, there's also resistance to actually charge and penalize defaulters because it's a politically sensitive issue. Now, in the context of hill cities and smaller cities, then what do we need? Because own source revenues, if this is the landscape, right? So 15th Finance Commission grants as well as State Finance Commission grants now overwhelmingly follow a system of tied grants, right? So, and what does tied mean? It's tied to a particular sector. Let's say 15th Finance Commission grants to urban local bodies. 30% of the grants had to be spent on solid waste management, 30% on water supply, and 40% was untied. Now, when we speak to elected representatives or when you speak to urban local bodies, and when there is overwhelming reliance on grants, the cities actually have, if they had the power to decide where they wanted to spend their resources, they would be better placed to address the needs of their citizens, right? So in this context, it's essential to actually have a system of untied grants for smaller cities, less than 1 million. You could probably have for bigger city, you can please go ahead and do tied grants, have challenges. But for these smaller cities, you need to have untied grants. The untied grants need to be tied with compliances, maybe things like publish your audited accounts, publish service level benchmark data, hold them accountable financially, hold them accountable for transparency, not to tie their hands to you can only invest your money in this sector or that sector, because that gives them the power to decide.
Thank you. Thank you for your interventions and also highlighting on the hill cities. Now I direct my question to Mr. V.R. Raman. So, very briefly, if you could enlighten us with your thoughts on the vertical imbalance of allocation and also the uniform criteria for devolution across states, where there are varying needs, and between parastatals and ULBs, what is your comment with regard to devolution, and how do we really take care of the climate concerns while we are looking at local finances as well as the grants coming from the center and the states? Thank you. 5 to 7 minutes. Sorry for squeezing the time, but we have to
I'll try to. I was
soon.
thinking of 10 minutes. I'll unpack it and. So I'll also reflect from one of the studies, that we are almost about to conclude. Some insights from there, specifically on 4 towns from 4 hill states of India, which is with Boda, NIUA, and all various organizations. One, it's about the federalism and devolution question that you asked. That's not related to the study, but I have been part of the journey of devolution right from 1993 from Kerala, being a person born and brought up there. And it is, from 93 to 2024, we have crossed 31 years. And the story of specifically, that is where I'm glad with what Nepal is doing. The constitutional amendment that Nepal has done, they are upright about implementing that without looking at what is the current, kind of strengths and weaknesses of urban or rural local bodies. But, they are just pushing it so that the local bodies are having the capacity on the go as well. So this skepticism about urban local bodies is a big challenge for our devolution journey. So that is one thing. This is where I was trying to build a concept of, we have these powers and responsibilities of the local body, but we don't have rights of the local body. So what are the rights of the local bodies is something that we have to definitely look at. And we need to define the duties of national government and the provincial government, state government, with regard to local bodies, local governments, because when it comes to GST sharing, when it comes to various things, we can see that Tikendra was talking about the share of GST. After GST introduction, the share of revenue has gone down, which is also because of the GST shares are supposed to be in a federal structure, supposed to be shared between 5 entities, not 2 entities, because they are also legs of government. So this understanding is a major issue that we need to look at. Now, so this rights of local bodies is something that I want to coin first. The second thing is about the expenditures, lack of balance in the allocations and expenditures. Interestingly, if you we were as part of this 4 town study, which covered Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh, Himachal, and So 4 states we covered, and then we found that what is the major proportion of money going. Interestingly, in all, when we looked at the finance commission grants, the major allocation is under disaster management, and that is, out of proportion compared to the other components that is going. And so these are something, is going to take time for consuming, expending, etc., etc. And how much of that is actually going to the local bodies is another, question also, which is to be looked at, because the distribution of responsibilities between the state and the local bodies, and there also, districts are also coming in some cases, wherein, the existence of town, whether it is independent existence or they are part of the district, those questions are not resolved well. And then, we also have the problem of, not problem, I should not say it as a problem, I'm sorry. We have the, the position of how scheduled area councils and towns are interacting. So that is another, kind of issue to look at. So, overall what I'm, seeing is that, and the final very important thing is, whatever money we are giving, you told about untied grant, which is very, very important when it comes to, and I fully support what Tikendra was talking about, that, we need to redefine hill towns and hill urban areas compared to the, because we cannot go with the standard definition of urban areas when it comes to hill towns. And I was looking at the Gadgil report, which was around the climatical thing that you were talking about, which is around Western Ghats. If we think about expanding some of those concepts into the Himalayan region, the interesting thing is that, of course, the developmentalists are worried about those kinds of vulnerable locations and ecological issues and all that. But on the other hand, how this, again, globally, things are going around loss and damage. And loss and damage globally are looked at from 3 specific indicators, which not necessarily are covering, the kind of problems that countries of India and the ecosystems in India are facing. So it is not just about sea level or, those kinds of things. We need to also look at our, specific ecosystems wherein the loss and damage, some of them are visible and many of them are invisible. And how to look at the invisible, character of loss and damage, and how to account a domestic perspective of loss and damage. This is something that I'm sure NIUA should definitely pick it up, and many of us are very glad to contribute to this process, so that some, rather than post-disaster grants going to the towns, how to do a preventive kind of process to set up in terms of finances is something very, very important when it comes to hill regions. And for that, it may also be important, like the northeastern region was constituted, we need to probably look at hill regions as a special category. But there are bureaucratic and other kind of problems in these council arrangements and ministry arrangements. We all have, Negesab is sitting here, so no one would know better than him about those kinds of challenges. So how to address them, and making this hill region not only the what you call autonomy of the hill region, but also about economic and financial development of these regions, how to focus that as a question. Now, this the most critical issue about the mismatch between allocation and expenditures, because Nisar Ahmed of the BARC and I had done some studies, and I was with WaterAid previously, and in that we had very clearly found that with the human resources available for the middle level and small towns, especially in hill towns, it is miserable. It is a kind of one-man, two-man kind of persons, or man, I should not say again, human, I would say. So they're struggling to administer, struggling to take the processes forward. So broadly, how to ensure that a basic human resource structure is available, so that even accounting is a challenge for many of the towns, specifically in the hill regions, as far as we are finding. And now some quick, one more point. The last point is, in this, when it comes to Amrit and other kind of schemes, it covers specific regions, but how the urban poor, it's a, again, it's not the usual urban poor that we define in other cities when it comes to the hill regions. So how schemes for the poor is coming up, and also the PPPs, kind of arrangements, in a revenue sharing model, as Tikender was pointing out. So those kinds of solutions has to be given and regular technical support, not necessarily the external, what you call the, big consultancy model technical assistance, but some internal technical assistance model has to be developed for the urban regions. Then only they can spend what is coming to them in a way that it is useful for the populations and the ecosystem. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this comprehensive presentation and very pointed towards the questions which were asked. Now the last speaker, but I think his contribution would be very important because we have been working together with Praja Foundation on areas of urban governance and municipal finance. So it would be important to hear from Mr. Milind regarding what are the good governance practices that he has noticed while he has been, the entire Praja Foundation has been working with cities very closely. Governance practices linked with urban financial management, and any good practices which you think the audience should know from your case studies. Briefly, 5 to 7 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to really congratulate the organizers and the participants for having come here and trying to deliberate on these very important issues. I was not here yesterday, but what I understand from my colleague who was present yesterday and also in the morning, that a lot of interesting solutions were also put up, ideas were put up, best practices were put up. But like in the morning and through the first part of the panel, what I heard were two broad areas of discussion. One was about the particular significance of the region that we are talking about, the ecological significance of the region that we are talking about, the environmental consequences, the contribution that the region does. And the second part that has been coming up since in the panel has been about the intergovernmental transfers, that the union government, the state governments need to kind of transfer some money back to the cities. There has to be some formula, there has to be some kind of, there is a 16 Finance Commission in the country right now which is deliberating on it. Nepal has done something around it. These are two things which come up very regularly in these kind of conferences. Even if we had this conference about 10 years back or 10 years further, we probably hear the same things. And this is not something that will really help our agenda really, if we want to make our cities more resilient and sustainable. We'll have to move towards looking at some of the good things that have happened in the past in some of these cities and what we can really look at doing. And this is not about simply look at the Himalayan or the hilly region cities, but also just generally cities across the country and the region. When we look at it, some of the data that we have been looking, and Shrestha kind of pointed out some of those studies, and Ma'am Asu kind of in your presentation shared it. We look at about 40% roughly revenue coming from property taxes or own revenue, taxes or non-taxes. A majority of it is from property tax. 60% roughly is coming from intergovernmental transfers and all that. Let me just break it down. If you look at a city like Mumbai, for example, which is probably one of the richest city in this region for sure, the property tax contribution in the entire budget of Mumbai is actually just 5%. So the non-tax revenue and the market borrowings make up a significant part of it. Own source revenue for Mumbai is actually 50%. And 50% is some kind of devolution which comes through intergovernmental transfers. So out of that 50%, just 5% is property tax revenue, and rest of it is actually non-tax revenue, intergovernmental transfer. Now, how does Mumbai really achieve that? And the budget of Mumbai, just to give you context, the last year's budget was about 70,000 crores. So it's a humongous amount. So Mumbai does that by actually innovating a lot of its practices. There is, of course, a collection efficiency. There is, of course, a culture of giving. but they also innovate a lot. So let me give you an example of the innovation. So we all know about property tax, right? Mumbai also has something called as fungible FSI charges. Is anybody aware of that? So it's simply what they have done is like when you develop a building, the extra area which is there, which is given for flower beds or something like that, they're actually charging on that, which is not actually a usable area. It's a extra area which is just to put flower beds or hang your clothes. Or I mean, it's that way. Like it can't be really brought into the property, but they're actually charging that like, and it's a one-time charge, but it actually augments your revenue. So these are innovations which are required to be done. When we look at other cities, whether they do it, well, actually in Maharashtra, once Mumbai started doing it, most of the cities in Maharashtra started actually adopting and putting this FSI charges and all that. I believe Gujarat is also discussing about it. So we need to think of these kind of things like. But why Mumbai is able to do it and why probably a lot of Himalayan regions can't do it is also because of our own capacity in these cities. Let me give you one data point that we have collected in the past. Shrestha spoke about that 15 Finance Commission, that audit accounts to be made available and all that. So she only spoke about audit accounts to be made available, right? We had done a study recently in NIUA, where we looked at all the 14 states, the Himalayan region states. These are 14 states, and we have looked at all the capital cities of these states. We are looking for data of about 7 years in the past, and very few cities actually had their budget document on the website. Out of these 14 cities, these are capital cities, 5 of them for the last 7 years didn't have the budget on their website also. Like, so they're not even putting it out there. Account statements are not there for 8 out of those 14 cities. And I'm talking for 7 years. I'm not talking for just 1 year. So for all those 7 years, that document is not available. So if you're not able to really put your basic information out in public domain for scrutiny, for monitoring, for looking at the good practices, I think that's an area which is of concern, and we need to look backwards, look inwards rather, into our own efficiency of why we are not able to do that. And that's where things will start changing. If we look at innovations, let me, Tikender spoke about that duct thing which they did in Shimla, right? So let me give you a per capita data of these 14 cities. When it comes to non-tax revenue, most of the cities, the per capita revenue that they get is about in the range of 200 rupees to about 600 rupees. Okay? And when we looked at Shimla data, it's about 1100 rupees, 1100 rupees roughly. So it's much ahead. And that's because a lot of these innovations were done actually in Shimla, where they looked at the non-tax revenue, they looked at collecting it more efficiently. I have one data which let me just share with you on the non-tax revenue only. This is about cities which are between 1 million and 3 lakh population. So most of the cities in the capital cities in the region would be in that range. If you look at those cities, the some of the best cities actually have non-tax revenue in the range of per capita of about 2,400, 2,000, 1,500. So most of them are over there. Only the Himalayan region cities are actually in the range of 200 to 600, 700 like, per capita. So there's a lot which can be done over there. Like some of us must have gone to Europe. When we go to those cities out there and stay in hotels or homestays, there's a local tax which is a local charge which is collected, surcharge which is collected exactly on a per day basis. Like now, a tourist doesn't mind paying a small charge in the hotel room. Now, this amount actually goes to the city. Now, why can't we actually in our cities think of levying this kind of charges or like collecting these things? Again, Shimla did something like a green tax in between. So that was helpful. So these are things which we really need to reflect upon if we really want to increase our own revenue efficiency over there. One more data point, per capita overall revenue that most of the Himalayan region cities have is less than about 1,000, I mean in the range of 1,000 to like 2,000 rupees. Mumbai or the larger cities have something between 17,000 to, I mean, Mumbai is the outlier, so 17,000 is the Mumbai per capita, roughly. While the other cities, which are larger cities, have a range of somewhere around 6,000-7,000 rupees as a per capita revenue. Again, they have done it over a period of time, and that's why we need to struggle. Move towards. I definitely disagree with one point which was made in the panel, and I'm going to call that out, which is about the about the GST transfers. What is happening is like the money that is going into intergovernment transfer, not just GST transfers. The money which is being transferred through these finance commissions and all that is actually the money which has been collected from the cities. And then someone sitting out there in Delhi really tries to determine what is the money that should be devolved. If you look at the 15 Finance Commission, they actually allocated X amount of money for water, Y amount for solid waste management, Z amount for transport and stuff like that. I'm not very sure whether that's the right way to go about it. If you're really talking of intergovernmental transfers, they should be simply horizontal transfer, not vertical transfers in different areas. Let the cities actually determine where they want to spend the money. Let the states determine where they want to put the money in. The union government should simply give a horizontal transfer. It can be done by different classes. So if they want to give for a 3 million plus city a certain percentage, or of 1 million to 3 million city a certain percentage, that can be done. But a vertical should be probably avoided. That should be left to the states to do. Let the states determine which is the area where they want to invest more. If we start doing that, it will allow the Himalayan regions to actually pick up areas of their importance where they want to put in money, instead of the central government or the union government actually doing that. That's actually the job of the city, of the state. And that's why I totally agree with Raman on the rights and duties part. I think all the 3 tiers of governments need to really understand their rights and duties. It's important that local issues be left to the cities. They would be in a better position to do it. But that also means that there's a strong responsibility with the cities to also determine and actually build their efficiency. It can't be just a one-way street. It has to be effort from both ends. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we have another 5 minutes to take a few questions. नहीं 12:30 मेरा और एक मीटिंग है 12:15 करते हैं. We started at 10:40, so 2 hours, 1.5 hours. Yeah. So yes, please introduce yourself and also the panelists to whom the question is targeted. Yeah.
Myself, Deepak Malik. I am a superintending engineer from Uttarakhand Water Supply and Sanitation Department, known as a.
Can you be a bit louder? Keep it closer to your.
Okay.
Yeah.
Myself, Deepak Malik, and I am a superintending engineer from the Uttarakhand Water Supply and Sanitation Department, known as Uttarakhand Pejal Nigam. My question to Tikendra ji, that you have said that 34 lakhs vehicles came to Shimla's, and then who is charging the parking? Why, if ULB is not taking that money, and if ULB is not taking money, that's why.
Let us take a few more questions and then we revert.
And one more thing is, it is my opinion, I am not a person of finance, I am an engineer. Why there is not a sharing model in GST? You have said that after implementation of GSTs, the funds decreases very rapidly. So why there is not sharing model? Because due to Shimla or any other hills areas, people are going there and expending that they incurred their monies. So why there is not sharing model between ULBs and GSTs taxation? It is my opinion. I may be wrong.
Thank you.
I may be wrong.
Any further questions? Yes, please. Kindly introduce yourself. There's someone there. Yeah. Yes.
Hi everyone, myself Akash Puri from Wash Institute. There has always been very much emphasis within SBM on self-sustainable cities, like cities should generate money for sanitation. In my less experience, I think water is also there, transportation. The subsidization happens in most of the other sectors, education, health. Is there possibility that water subsidy or amount that is being given to the cities under different schemes or intergovernmental transports, is it possibility that further subsidization of the funds should be given to the cities, because ULBs really are what I can say cash trust. 80-85% of the money goes into HR and admin processes. They really don't have money for the procurement and infrastructure. So is there any further possibility to handle cities directly, like Janagra or Mr. Prajapasan was
So
mentioning?
if you could direct mention the panelists to whom you're directing this question.
It is to the Mr.
Okay,
and Janagra.
Okay.
That is there a possibility to handle cities further so that they can sustain themselves? Because sanitation, SWM is also very crucial services. Companies are leaving cities, the economy is getting affected.
Yeah,
So
your
can that be
question
done?
well taken. Yeah.
Thank you.
This would be the last question.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, we are running out of time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good afternoon to all. My name is Tanzin. I'm from Leh. So my question is to Mr. Tikender and Mr. Arvind Mehta. Like for municipalities in India, the major source of revenue is the property tax, and which is also the mandatory reforms under Amrut. I just wanted to know how to introduce and start property tax, because it has not been yet started in Ladakh.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the last question, someone, yeah. Please be brief, while you, yeah.
Hello, ma'am. So I'm Astha. I'm from USA, a part of WASH team. My question maybe any one of you can answer. Maybe, ma'am, you only can answer. You also can answer. So we have heard about many, mostly about fiscal transfers and some innovative revenue sharing models also for getting funds for the municipalities. So what's your take? Like, if we can propose some municipal bond, like I saw municipal bonds written on one of your slides, like if you can share your thoughts on that, if we can leverage those innovative financing tools also for the municipalities. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Tekenderji, the first question.
Thank you, ma'am. And I would take just 1 minute.
Yeah,
okay?
please.
The first thing that I call upon everyone is, I think it is high time, apart from the questions, because that's what I wanted to say, is that it's high time we should start observing a Himalayan Day and just start articulating this. They already have one given by Uttarakhand Chief Minister, but that's like too small. So I think one of the calls, if everyone agrees, a Himalayan Day, and then whatever we want to add to that. And also then I think land, because this is not come up, land has to be a very important element in the whole process of empowering the cities. And Deepak Sanan, who was part and parcel of this Parvat Manthan, we had enacted a law that even the government cannot buy municipal corporation land. That's happened in Himachal Pradesh. I don't know whether that has been diluted now. So we have to think in those lines if we have to think about him. Now coming, sir, to your question about 34 lakh vehicles. Yes, we do charge parking fees, but this isn't because it is a kind of green fees that we need to levy for the simple reason because there's a huge carbon footprint that gets generated. So I think that's another area that we should talk about. And so water in Himalayan towns, I think that's a question that was put. I think nowhere, even Simla was the first city, where right from every drop of water and every drop of sewer, water generated, sewer thrown back into the ecosystem, was the Simla municipality, citadel. But slowly that has also been taken over. So it's on the parastatals across the Himalayan towns. So we'll have to think about that, if that is the question. Stanzen, mark my words, you have to go ahead. But Shimla is another example because Shimla is one of the oldest municipalities, 1851. And let me tell you a funny anecdote. I was going through the Gazetteer, ma'am. In 1886, guess what was the per capita tax that we were generating in Shimla? Just any wild idea. It was 18 rupees. 18 rupees in 1886. So we have that cultural consciousness of paying the taxes. So you please go ahead with that. And if you have problems, please invite us. We'll convince the people because that has to be taken. But that has to be gradually increased. And that's what I was telling ma'am when we left the municipality. Ma'am, just 1 second. There's a very funny anecdote. 6 months when I joined the office and my table was being banged. And I was the one who was banging the tables earlier before my election. Because I was there always on the street. And the people, Mehta Sahab, were not given pension for the last 6 months. So I said, "Ye kya sir pe parishani hogi?" And when we left, it was somewhere around 75 CR revenue surplus. And the trick was property tax. So penalize, and I'm telling you, it's the elite who's capturing. Just one last, we penalized one hotelier on water, sir. He was taking water from the fire hydrant because Shimla has fire hydrants everywhere. You know, that's how we douse fire. So, and he was taking connection. We penalized him 2 crore rupees. He became a great friend later on, but he had to pay that 2 crore rupees. Enforce, but at the same time, gradually make that linear progression and then just show that you are there. And I don't think then that will be a problem. That's
And
all.
also, I think what Punjab government is doing, name and shame, the name of the...
Ma'am, that actually constitutionally is illegal. We
Okay,
tried to do it for that dog poo.
Okay.
And someone brought in that Article 21 and 19.
Okay.
And then,
I was not aware.
I don't know. They were doing it. So Article 19 and 21. So that will be a little challenging.
Yeah. So, Mr. Raman, if you could take the next question, please. On
the GST, issue that you have raised. It is it's a part of our the federalism is still understood only as state and center. So the idea of the decentralization that was introduced in '93, still we are not counting district governments, rural local governments, gram panchayats, or the urban local bodies into that tier of the government yet. So the council, and also the advocacy for that. So we all have doubts about the capacities of local governments, but we are okay with the state and union governments. So this particular, overall skepticism has led to this. Even now, we are not counting these the additional tiers or the new tiers of government, and without doing that, this decision making cannot happen at the user level, but it will be happen at higher level. That problem will continue. Thank you.
In my opinion, they will get sharing of money, that will they beautify it. Like Mayor Saab is there, they will beautify their city, will attract more tourists.
Mehta Saab, if you would like to join.
I'll just quickly add on the GST. GST is actually one of the best things that's happened to the states.
Yeah.
And the reason for that, I'm just give you the figures of whatever is collected. 50% straight away goes to the state, straight away. Of the balance which is remaining with the center, again, of that 50% remaining with the center, 42% goes back to the states. So the more the revenue buoyancy that will happen in GST, the better it will be for states. And that's why I think the state should be the one clamoring to bring almost everything which is now still not in GST, like petroleum products, etc., because it will benefit the states. The problem is that the state finance commissions are not using that buoyant resource to give to the local bodies. And that's a battle that has to be fought within the states with the state finance commissions and politicians like Tikender. They will have to fight that battle saying, form a state finance commission and you are getting so much of GST, 50% plus 42% of that, give us our share also. That will have to be done at the state finance commission.
Just one point there, because some of the states are losing in the GST thing also because of the formulas. But anyway, that is one thing to be highlighted.
Yeah, so very briefly, if Shrestha, if you could highlight your points, your response to the question.
Yeah, but completely agree. GST sharing needs to happen. You don't need a city GST, you just need the ULBs to get a portion of the pie that is coming to the state governments. On the municipal bonds question, municipal bonds have a high compliance rate and they're essentially used to leverage your balance sheet, right? So if cities are not financially healthy, that's not really the route that they should be going for. But for smaller urban local bodies, you can have a pooled municipal bond mechanism. So where there is a state government who's actually helping the smaller ULBs and there's a trust structure. So that has happened previously back in the 90s in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. And most recently, states like Maharashtra are actually also trying to do it, where urban local bodies with less than 100K population, they're trying to come up with a pool mechanism. And then that goes to the bond market.
I'll just supplement that. It's a very important issue that you've raised, but remember one thing which is the problem. There's an asymmetry of information always in municipal bonds, and the market charges a premium for it. So the central bonds will be placed at, say, about 7% interest right now. The state bonds with this premium on asymmetry of information, they charge about 50 basis points or even 75 basis points extra. The municipal bonds will be charged even more. So actually, if you look at it from a finance viewpoint, it's not really very good for India right now to push municipal bonds because the market will ask them to pay more. It is better that the central government and the state governments raise and pass it on. That's the better way to do it as of now.
And there was just one question on capacities for. So just in a way, right now, if you look at O&M cost recovery also, it's about 30%. So it's not as if city governments are actually charging for, this is for Shimla, 30% O&M cost recovery for water. Capacities, yes, need to be enhanced, but what you need firstly is the adequate resources to build the kind of infrastructure that you need to provide water and sanitation. Organizations like Janagra are there and Praja Foundation are there to offer support in terms of, it's not really, see, there are multiple things. First, infrastructure needs to be created. For that, I think cities just need funds and they have the adequate technical resources. User charges is going to be premature, at least in the hill cities, because first you need to start providing water, then citizens will be more than willing to pay for the services. That's just.
So, Milanji, would you like to come? Okay, okay. So, I take this opportunity to thank each and every panelist and the audience for such a vibrant discussion. I think it could have gone until lunch, but we need to close and there are other panels lined up. And me too, I have to attend a few other meetings. But I would like to thank each and every one of you, the panelists and the audience, for this very vibrant and exciting panel discussion. Thank you so much. We close here.
Thank you so much, Debulina ma'am and all our esteemed panelists. It was especially enlightening to hear your thoughts on critical topics such as working with the 15th Finance Commission and... So thank you so much. We will have the felicitation right now. So I would like to invite Ramesh Negi sir to please come on stage and felicitate all the panelists, please.
I don't know, BOT toilets were tried in Shimla or not. We tried in Delhi when we were in MCD. E-toilets? BOT toilets and money to advertise. Okay. I think we have to complete that study. सभी के I wish that the next one has gone in Bhutan. Thank you so much, sir, for felicitating our panelists. So we now move on to the launch of the desludging fee calculator webpage. I request the panelists and Debulina ma'am to kindly stay back on stage for just 2 more minutes.
To enhance the desludging services in the state of Uttarakhand, NIUA has developed a standardized tool for calculating desludging fees, addressing irregularities in demand-based pricing and escalating service costs. These issues have hindered effective fecal sludge and septage management, leading to illegal dumping practices. This innovative tool leverages existing data on fecal sludge and septage management collected by the urban local bodies. It adjusts desludging rates based on critical factors such as hauling distance, terrain, and freight weight, ensuring a fair and transparent pricing structure. By standardizing user charges, this tool aims to increase demand for desludging services, making it more likely that residents will utilize municipal services and reduce the prevalence of illegal dumping. Looking ahead, this tool can assist ULBs still developing their septage bylaws by providing a rationale for desludging practices. At a national level where such regulations are not yet established, the tool could be integrated into municipal websites, offering residents clear and precise fee calculations, similar to online taxi booking systems. So this approach not only promotes transparency, but also encourages responsible fecal sludge management, fostering a cleaner and more sustainable development. So to use this tool, the user needs a login ID and password, and the link to access the tool is given below. Thank you so much.
We are working with a few pilot cities, NUTM. So the National Urban Digital Mission is working with the Swachh Bharat Mission team at in our ministry. So this initiative is going to start in a few pilot cities, and once that we meet with success, it would be scaled up to the other cities also. This is just for your information. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So thank you everybody for your engaging questions and such a lively discussion that we had in this session. Now we'll transition into the gallery walk, which is a showcase of innovative solutions and best practices in water, climate, equitable sanitation services, waste management, and climate resilience for hill cities. Now, this is an opportunity to explore inspiring case studies and engage with experts addressing these critical challenges. Yeah. So we'll be transitioning into the gallery walk. And after the gallery walk, we'll be breaking for lunch before moving into our next session. So I'd request everyone of the compendium participants who have the posters above to please go ahead and stand in front of your posters. We'll have everybody for the gallery walk, and post that which we can break for the lunch. So these are all very interesting case studies from all over the Himalayas, from Indian Himalayan regions, Nepal and Bhutan. So I would request everybody to please pass through the gallery, spend some time, talk to the compendium finalists, and then please move towards lunch. Thank you so much.
It's a humble request. We are saying we are working as a collective. We are exchanging knowledge. We are exchanging case examples. I would request each and everybody to please go to the gallery walk, see the great work which people from distant areas of India, Nepal, Bhutan have done with regard to water, solid waste, sanitation. A humble request for everybody, because then there should not be any complaint that we are not giving time for exchange. All right? And yes, the participants who are part and parcel of the compendium should go there to present their work.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for engaging with the exhibits and the poster presentations. And these examples of innovation and best practices remind us that solutions to complex challenges always lies in the details. I hope you also had a good lunch and are feeling refreshed. Let's carry this inspiration into our next session, where we tackle the pressing issue of solid and legacy waste management through a climate-sensitive lens. The session is titled Solid and Legacy Waste Management. And as we step into this critical discussion on solid and legacy waste management in the Himalayan region, we recognize the unique challenges that the hilly cities face, from the growing demands of tourism and limited carrying capacities to terrain-specific constraints and the pressing need for climate adaptation in waste management practices. This session aims to spotlight these issues while exploring solutions that have emerged across India, Nepal, as well as Bhutan. This session will begin with a context-setting introduction by Mr. Rohit Kakkar, sir, Deputy Advisor at CPH-EO, and it will be followed by a case study presentation, 3 case study presentations, and insights from our panelists. So we'll then have a panel discussion, which will be moderated by Kakkar, sir. So I will go ahead and introduce our moderator for the session. So we have Mr. Rohit Kakkar, sir, Deputy Advisor at CPHEO, who is an expert in urban waste management and sanitation. With extensive experience in government initiatives, he'll guide today's session with a solution-oriented focus. I would invite sir on stage, please. I would also like to call upon stage our 3 case study presenters. Mr. Sering Sherpa, sir, from the Sagarmatha Pollution Control Committee, who will be sharing his insights from Nepal, highlighting innovative approaches to waste management in high-altitude regions. We'd then like to call upon Mr. Jigme Gembo, sir, Department of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Bhutan, who will be showcasing Bhutan's sustainable practices and lessons from integrating community-led models with governance. I'd also like to call upon stage Mr. Stanzen Jabgas, sir, Municipal Committee of Leh, who would be talking about the legacy waste management at the highest altitude in India, which is Leh. With that, I'd now request Mr. Rohit Kakkar, sir, to set the stage for today's session and take this forward.
Thank you. Welcome back after lunch, and must compliment NIUA for setting up this cozy nook here. Wonderful to see all of you here. And I belong to the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and there's a technical organization called Central Public Health Environmental Organization. And the introducer has been very kind to put me as an expert. Of course, I'm not. But we are running a very big program in this country, Swachh Bharat Mission. And we have, that is my organization, CPHO, we have created the framework for managing the solid waste, among other initiatives of the government which deal with the wastewater and the capacity building, the IEC, but solid waste, if we have just to speak on this subject. And this framework was created on certain norms. But as we have understood very clearly that these norms do not work in hills. The hills have got a very specific requirement, and that will depend from place to place, and so there could be a huge variation, and we are struggling with that. The cost is something which we were not able to, you could say, evaluate or calculate at the point when we launched the mission. This is one. The quantum of waste. How to manage the waste. It's very easy for us to sit in our headquarters and kind of devise some strategies that we'll have collection systems, and door-to-door collections will be there, and then we'll have a MRF facility. But how do you collect from door to door on the hill? So those challenges, we'll be not to say that we are here and I'm here as an expert, but I'll be here as a student to learn. What I would like to kind of point out are certain observations which we have collected or culled during the last few years. One is that when we say evaluate the quantum of waste, when we say it's 400 grams per person per day, or slightly less in hills, that's for a norm. But because many of our hill stations are also tourist destinations, and tourist destinations have a vast seasonal variation of flow of people, and when people come in, they bring in their various kind of waste, and this needs to be managed. So that is one issue which we like to see our experts here to throw their lights on. How do we calculate for that, and how do we provision for that? And then on same place in hills, there are places where nobody goes at all. So even if I say, okay, I want to give hills, say 20% extra funds for managing their solid waste, but there could be some other town in hills where there are no visitors at all. In fact, in Uttarakhand, from where I belong to, there are many hill towns which are called dead habitations. Hardly anybody lives there. Even when on paper it is a populated place, but on ground there is everybody moved down to plains and he's working elsewhere. So those are our issues. Then there was this another point I wanted to raise. Okay, so if we have solid waste in hills, and when we speak of a tourist-oriented hills, we find that the solid waste quantum also varies. Whereas in case of plains, we would believe that a solid waste is 50% wet component and 50% dry component. I have been told that in hills it is slightly quite on a different ratio. Almost 70 to 80% is dry component. And then comes the question of how do you manage this dry component, how do you bring it down? Having served for long years in hill places, I exactly know if I was anybody's here from Himachal, it's very easy for me to calculate that, okay, you bring it down from Shimla or Solan and you bring it to plains and everything gets processed in Chandigarh. But how do you bring things back from Kaza, which is on the other edge? It will be better to send it to Tibet rather than bringing it back to this place. Same if people are here from Mizoram. I was in Kolasep for 3 years, so I exactly know that it's very easy for me to bring down the material from Kolasep through Warengte and bring it to Silchar. It's just around 100 kilometers. But what about Lungle, which is on the other side, from where it is much closer to the Bay of Bengal and through Burma and such places. So we have to, all these ground level problems are definitely there. I'll not like to, give my problems at this moment. Once I listen to the 3 speakers, we have 3 eminent speakers, I've been told, with distinguished speakers with vast experience. After that, there'll be a set of questions which I may frame. You may also have some questions, and then we'll try to get more insights into this. With this, do you introduce? Thank you. I'll request the introducer to get the first speaker.
Thank you so much, sir, for setting the context for this session. I would now like to invite Mr. Shering Sherpa from the Sagarmatha Pollution Control Committee, who will be sharing insights from Nepal, highlighting innovative approaches to waste management in high altitude regions. Over to you, sir. So we'll be playing a short video, and then sir will be taking over.
My name is Shering Sherpa. I'm from Khumjung. I work as a CEO in SPCC, Sagarmatha Pollution Control Committee. SPCC is an NGO working on waste management since 1991. And we mostly work on solid waste management. So SPCC is based in Namche and also Lukla. And we have 24 full-time staff, and we also hire seasonal staff. In the Everest region, more than 60,000 trekkers visit every year. Besides that, more than 20,000 extra logistic team visit that region. If you look toward the data of waste, the tourism is directly related. The more tourists, the more waste we have there. So to manage the waste there, we need to work on cleaning campaign, awareness program, and also work with the new generation. Awareness and education is very important. So we are working with the school kids, and we are also planning to work with all the porters and all the trekkers to aware about the waste.
हामी बाटो हिँड्दाखेरि यस्तो फोहोरहरू देख्यो भने ठाउँ ठाउँमा फोहोर राख्ने बनाएको छ, त्यहाँ लगाइदिनु होला टिपेर.
SPCC have been working on solid waste management in that region, not only in settlement but also in mountain, including Mount Everest and Mount Aslan Peak, Lobuji. So every mountain we work there to manage the waste. And also in the case of Everest, we work in icefall section to set the route, fix the rope, put the ladder during the climbing season. And we also manage the waste there. To manage the human waste in Everest Base Camp, we collect in the barrel and bring down to Gorakhshep and dump it, which is far from glacier and water sources. So as a remote area, we always have transportation challenges to bring the waste down to Kathmandu. So we have introduced the Carry Me Back project in collaboration with the Sagarmatha Next. And all the trekkers are requested to participate in this program, where we put the waste in a small pouch, and we request all the trekkers to bring down to Lukla. And we also have pickup station and drop-off station in various places. From there, all the trekkers bring down the waste down to Lukla, and from there, with the support of AD Alliance and the Sita Alliance, we bring all the waste back to Kathmandu. With that waste, we make the souvenir. We use that waste to make the road pavement, and for other purpose also we use that waste. And with the innovative technology, we are using drone to bring down the waste from Mount Everest and Mount Amadalum also.
आज चाहिँ हाम्रो क्याम्प 2 बाट चाहिँ के अरे गार्बेज झारिरहेछ
As a profession in the United States, I work as an environmental regulator. So I understand the problem with poo and what we're supposed to do with it. And it's a difficult problem in the mountains anywhere in the world, especially here because you have so many people.
From 2024, we have introduced the poop bag in Everest. And every climber who are going above the base camp, they must use this poop bag and bring back the poop bag to the base camp. And also in Amadablam and other mountain, we are also introducing this poop bag to manage the human waste above base camp.
Your company is telling you guys about the poop bag?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, we know about this.
Poop bag.
Yes.
So you carry your poop bag?
Yes, I carry my poo bag in my bag.
If you visit in Everest region, you can find the rubbish bin in every half an hour walk. So we have built that bin in whole region. We have around 129 bins in that whole region. And beside that, we also have a collection center in most of the villages. And we also have a team to segregate the waste and also collect from each and every bin which is on the trail. And we also work with community and school also. We have hired social mobilizer. They work with the community and school also. And in that region, every school have an eco club. Our social mobilizer visit there and work with the school kids to aware about the waste and community also. And every beginning and end of the season, we do the cleaning campaign with collaboration with the local community, which is led by our social mobilizer. And we also do door-to-door service in Namche and Lukla. Beside that, most of the villages, we work with the local community group and youth club and women group. We're introducing environment station in each and every villages where you can put waste separately in glasses like paper, plastic. So we're more focusing on source segregation. And from environment station, we're transporting all the waste down to MRF, Material Recovery Facility, which we're planning to build in Namche, Lukla, and Karikola. And from there, we crush the waste, we bale the waste and make it in a small volume and bring down to Lukla. And from Lukla, with the support of airlines company, we are bringing back to Kathmandu for recycle purpose. So whole system of source segregation to recycle, we're doing this system, improving our system in that region. So waste management is a continuous process. If you stop working for 1 week, then you can see the challenges more. So it's a continuous process. So within these 30 years, we have been working there continuously and improving our working system day by day. So what we feel now is the dumping concept of waste management in that region. We need to change that vision. Now we're working toward removing all the dump site in that region and make the sustainable waste management system in that region. Our 33 years of commitment is to keep our Khumbu clean and keep our mountain environment clean and out of the waste.
Thank you. I would like to thank ISIMOD and NIUA to give the opportunity to share our experience in cleaning the mountain region. We're based in Everest region. My office is located at 3,440 meters. And yesterday, when we were talking about hill, mountain, there was a little bit confusion. And what we felt is, even 3,000 meters, we felt like a hill. And for us, Mount Everest is the mountain, not the below 5,000. We do not treat like a mountain. So that's the one curious maybe I can solve for you guys. And working in that region, we have to work from 2,000 meters to up to Everest, which means above 8,000. In that whole region, we have more than 8,000 meter mountain out of 14. So as working there, we are not working in settlement, but also working in mountain. So we have been working there for more than 30 years now. So when I listen the talk previous, what I felt is we have many challenges, mostly the hilly region and mountains that are very common to us. And in the case of mountain, above 5,000 or above 3,000 meters, the challenges are even more unique than hilly part. So what I feel is, technology-wise, we have challenges. In that region, I will share my experience that while we're running this project to bring down the waste from Mount Amadablam, we took the generator at Amadablam Base Camp, which is at 4,600 meters. And the generator is supposed to have the 7 kilowatt output. But due to the altitude, it gives only 3 kilowatt. So that's the challenge we have. So it's a very freezing zone we have there, but not only freezing zone, we have very less oxygen level. Because of the less oxygen level, whatever technology we have working in hilly region or in plain region, it doesn't work up there. So that's the one very unique issues we have faced, because all the technology which we are implementing or we are using are especially designed from foreign country like European, American or Chinese, even India. They never tested above 3,000 meters. So the output of this, any technology, normally it doesn't work there. So that's the one issue I would like to share. And other is the participatory role. The participatory role, what we feel is we need to improve our way of working as an NGO also. Like normally the NGO are based in city. Maybe it also happens same thing in India or other place also, I think. But as a local people, as a local NGO, we are based in that region. We are not based in Kathmandu, we are not based in city, we are based in mountain. And with this, within these 30 years, we have many agencies who come and support us and work together. But as an NGO who are based in city, they work for a certain period of time. And after that, they got back to their own comfort zone. And most of the project, after if you finishing the project after 5 years, if you go back and check, normally you can find your project there. So this is the ground reality of every development work in grassroots level. So what I feel is we have to be based in Kathmandu or in city, but what we have to think is we have to engage the local community in a planning phase, not only implementing phase. Most of the project named as a community based, what they do is they plan in city, in the room, and their concept they want to implement in the community, and which is not accepted by the community. Just they try to force them to use their idea, innovation, their technology to implement and look on local and the name given as a community base. So that's the way of working we need to improve in the whole region, I think. That's the one thing I would like to share, and I think we need to talk more. So.
Thank you, sharing. It was wonderful hearing about your experiences for a very extreme kind of a situation. Next speaker would be.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll be taking the questions later on after all the 3 case studies. So we'll move to the next speaker. We have Mr. Stanzen Rabgas, sir, who's from the Municipal Committee of Leh, who'll be talking about the legacy waste management at Leh, which is the highest altitude in India. Over to you, sir.
Hello and good afternoon to all. My name is Stanzen Rabgas. I am working in Leh Municipality as Executive Officer for the last four years. So first of all, I would like to thank Parvat Manthan for giving me this opportunity to speak on this platform. So I'll be talking about the solid and legacy waste management in Leh. So this is just a profile about the Leh city. So recently we have developed a climate action plan for Leh city, and in that action plan we can see that there are many sectors which are basically contributing to the GHG emission, and the waste is one of the sector, but the contribution it's merely negligible. It's less than 2%. However, it is an important sector that for which we have gathered here. And this is the solid waste management plant, which was basically established in the year 2020. So it is India's first solarized solid waste management plant, which was also featured by the Niti Aayog report in 2021 under the technological innovation under best practices. So the plant capacity is 30 ton per day, 20 for the dry waste and 10 for the wet waste, and the average generation of waste in Leh town is roughly near 15 tons per day. So here through this graph we can see that the generation pattern of waste in Leh city during the summer season the generation is quite high, whereas during the winter season it's very low. So basically it is because of the high footfall of the tourist and migrant laborers during the summer season. And this is the bio-remediation of legacy waste. So till 2020, Leh municipality did not used to have any solid waste management facility, for which we were just collecting the waste that is being generated in the Leh town, and we were transporting and just dumping at a place called Bomgard. So in 2022 we have started the cleaning, the bioremediation of legacy waste. So we can see that the total quantum is roughly around 61,000 tons that has been remediated, and the project cost was roughly around 13 crores. So these are the pictures of before and after of the cleaning of legacy waste at Bomgard Leh. So it's a small wash facility for our sanitation workers, which we have recently developed in the solid waste management plant.
Provides clean, modern amenities to meet their daily needs, from spacious, hygienic washrooms to individual changing rooms. Everything is designed to offer the comfort they deserve after a hard day's work. Each worker has access to personal lockers, ensuring their belongings are safe and secure while they refresh and recharge. For keeping the interior spaces warm during the winter, a trombe wall system has been used, and a heater conditioning system is also available. It also includes clean and well-maintained rest areas, providing hand washing and sanitizing areas to promote better health and safety for all.
So regarding the wastewater treatment, we do have a centralized STP in Leh having a capacity of 3 MLD, and currently it is catering to 40% of the Leh area. And a new STP is coming up, which will also cater to the left out area of the whole Leh town. So it's basically under the DPR stage. The project is costing roughly around 350 crores. So it's going to be a big project, and basically Leh is having a a huge military presence also, because there is an Air Force station, we have a army settlement also. So this plant will cater to the needs of their demands also. So this is the FSTP in Leh, so which was developed under the PPP mode, and it is India's first FSTP which was developed on PPP mode in the hilly region, in the Himalayan region, and it is running successfully. It is a nature-based solution, and I'm glad to share that recently we have received an award under the best model in fecal sludge and septic management through India Sanitation Coalition and FICCI Sanitation Awards 2024. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Tenzin.
Thank you so much, sir.
I can vouch for this because I visited that solid waste site before the plant was there. It was really a dirty place, and now what pictures we have seen, it appears that within very few months or maybe a couple of years, yeah, you've been able to. Wonderful job. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we'd like to have on stage Mr. Jigme Gembo, Department of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Bhutan, who will be showcasing Bhutan's sustainable practices and lessons from integrating community-led models with governance. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name, as introduced, my name is Jigme Gembo, and I am an environment officer under the Department of Environment and Climate Change, Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources under the Royal Government of Bhutan. And today I stand here to present on the Parvat Manthan on the solid and legacy waste management in hilly regions in the Bhutan's perspective. And as we very well know that Bhutan is very committed in terms of environmental conservation as stated in the Constitution of the Kingdom of Bhutan, Article 5, Environment, Section 5.1, which states, every Bhutanese is a trustee of the kingdom's natural resources and environment for the benefit of the present and future generations. And with it, we have an overview of Bhutan's waste management policies, which include the National Environment Protection Act 2007, we have the Environment Assessment Act 2000, Waste Prevention and Management Act of 2009, Waste Prevention and Management Regulation of 2012, and Waste Prevention and Management Amendment to its Regulation to 2016, and as well as the National Waste Management Strategy 2019. And our overall goal, the Bhutan's goal, is to achieve zero waste Bhutan by 2030 through collaboration with the public, industry, civil society, government authorities, municipalities, and development partners. And our overall aim of this strategy is to prevent and minimize the generation of waste at source and to divert materials to be refused, reused, recovered, and recycled in order to minimize the amount of waste going to the landfill. And we have our waste hierarchy here, which we also call it as Lansing's ladder, that we undergo a series of steps or process in which, first of all, we mainly focus on how the materials are in terms of the reduce, in terms of reuse, recycle, or how it can be used to generate energy. And if none of these steps can be proceeded, then we focus on incineration. And then if incineration is not the step, then we finally focus on the landfill. But we make sure that landfill is the last step that we take before the materials they turn into waste. We focus on reusing on the 3 R's, and as well as generating it, utilizing it as a resource. Our objective is to emphasize appropriate management to address waste as a significant environmental issue. We inculcate a deeper sense of environmental responsibility, reduce waste generation from goods and services, effectively manage to ensure maximum material recovery, promote participation of all stakeholders like government authorities, NGOs, private stakeholders, local governments, as well as the public. And we also improve waste management service delivery. And lastly, ensure proper treatment of all types of waste. Now, if I show you the if I show you the waste in figures, we have a total of 172,160 kg per day of waste generation as per the National Waste Inventory Survey report conducted in 2019. And the proportion of waste from different sectors in percentage, it includes the household constitutes the highest generation of waste, amounting to 47.34%, and secondly, the commercial units amounting to 39.09% as per the National Waste Inventories survey done in 2019. And in terms of waste composition in percentage, we have the highest food waste amounting to 45.9 generation of waste in Bhutan. And secondly, we have the plastic waste contributing to an amount of 17.1%. And thirdly, we have the paper and cardboard contributing to 15.8% of waste generation in Bhutan. Now, if I present on the circular economy in Bhutan, first of all, the raw materials, they enter the market. But when they enter the market, after it is utilized, we ensure that it goes on a series of steps in the design, production, how to remanufacture, distribute, consumption, how the ways of collection techniques. And then we mainly focus on the recycling initiatives, like the use of 3Rs, how this material can be generated as a resource for another product. So our circular economy concept here is that the raw materials or the waste that is generated in our country is mandatory to undergo the recycling or the steps of 3Rs, or before it ends up to the landfill, or before it goes to the market. I mean, the factory, it should undergo the reprocessing and the recycling initiatives at a very ground or basic level. And the residual waste at the end that we generate is somehow negligibly managed in terms of incineration or either landfill. And for a country like Bhutan, we feel that we are successful in waste management, being a small landlocked country within the Himalayas, but still then we do face some challenges, some major challenges. Firstly, infrastructural requirements. When talking about waste management, we solely face the requirement of infrastructure. Without infrastructure, the management of waste without technology or machines, it's deemed an impossible task for a country like Bhutan. So we feel that there are the requirements of infrastructure when it comes to management of waste. Secondly, what we feel is that plastic waste and its effect on biodiversity and health. For a country like Bhutan, where Bhutan being a consumer country from countries like India, Thailand, Singapore, Japan, Korea, and most of the Asian and Europe, as well as Western, all around the globe, Bhutan being a consumer country face the risk and vulnerability in terms of plastic waste. And when this plastic gets disregarded as waste in our environment, they corrode to produce microplastics. Microplastics further contaminate our environment, our river bodies, our air that we breathe, and the environment that we live. The animals that thrive in our environment, they've all face the vulnerability impact of the microplastic contamination. And thirdly, the major challenge that we face is the behavioral or the mindset of the people and the behavioral of ourselves. That is a major challenge in Bhutan. Now, and this has been stated because if we happen to overcome this challenge, the behavioral and mindset, then we feel that the above two has been managed successfully. Because our tradition, because of our culture that we have been adapted into, that whenever we get a product from a market, we purchase a product from the market, we disregarded it as waste in the open environment. We dumped it as waste. Now, suppose for a lame individual like me,
slightly running out of time.
Yeah,
so what I request is that we'll call you back when the questions come, and then we can proceed further on. If that's right with you. They're running out of time because of we already started a bit late. Can you conclude in a couple of slides?
Yeah. Okay, then to rush, some of the good practices in Bhutan that we have are, we have the waste collection facilities, Then we have the drop-off centers. We have recyclable materials made out of bamboo, as well as the Tetra Pak, as well as the plastics, baskets. Then we have waste bags for vehicles. Then we have also boycotted single-use plastic. The plastic ban that we have initiated in the year 1999, in June 2, 1999, that we have strictly banned the use of plastic in country. And that also we have done in phase-wise, like in the first offense, solely focusing on the use of single-use plastic bags, domo wrappers, as well as the homemade ice cream pouches. So these are the banned products, plastic products in Bhutan. And we also have initiated a technological innovative approach like Zero Waste app, which tracks, records, and penalizes waste offenders, as well as incentivizes reporters. And this app is also used for education, awareness, and enforcement purposes as well. And we also have an initiative to address the mindset and behavioral changes. We call it the Zero Waste Hour, under the theme My Waste, My Responsibility. And its vision is to achieve the zero waste society by 2030. And the activity is focused to observe at least 1 hour on the second day of every month as Zero Waste Hour by cleaning our own surroundings. And in conclusion, I quote, "Where we live must be clean, safe, well organized, and beautiful for national integrity, national pride, and for our bright future. This too is nation building." I unquote by His Majesty the King Jimmy Gesanam Yawanchu. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Sorry for rushing you, but it was very, very educative. And in fact, I was just trying to calculate the quantum of waste generated by Bhutan is the same as Meghalaya. The profile of the state is almost similar. So maybe anybody from Meghalaya here? Later on, we can have a discussion on this because it seems to be workable if Bhutan is done. So that's. अब बताइए next stages.
So thank you so much to all the presenters for showcasing these impactful case studies. These examples underline the importance of tailoring waste management approaches to the unique challenges of hilly regions, from navigating geographical constraints to balancing community participation with governance. So we can take a few questions. We'll take the questions for 5 minutes and then we move ahead with the panel discussion. So any questions for the next 5 minutes, please? If anybody has any questions, kindly raise your hands.
Thank you very much. I'm from Nepal. I'm D.R. Pathak. I do university research teaching by passion, but mostly involved in consulting sector in the field of waste management and geo-environment engineering. My question to our Stanjin, if I correct pronounce your name, then when you do the legacy waste, after biomining, and what you do, for example, the inert and other materials, how to utilize these materials, and you talk about the RDF, then what do you do in RDF? How far, I think you sent to like some cement industry or something like, for the RDF. How far from this site to the nearest RDF utilizing factory? The second is, in the case of like wastewater treatment plant and the fecal sludge treatment plant, what do you do the sludge? After the dewatering the sludge, you treat the water, Then what do you do the sludge after that? This is my question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, regarding the legacy waste management in Leh, in the slide I have shown that there are some amount of RDF that is still lying there and we are still looking for its solution for its disposal, right? So basically when we tendered this work to the agency, so at that time it was not an integrated approach. So basically RDF should have cleared by the agency itself, who have done the biomining, the bioremediation of the legacy waste. However, in our case, it was not happened, and we are still looking for the solution. So right now, we have given this task to our mechanical department because it's a technical subject, and we have also explored few options. I mean, how to what are the options that are available for its disposal? Like in India, so mostly the RDFs are being sent to cement industries, where in case of Leh, it is not possible because the nearest cement factory is 600 kilometers away. So, so it'll lead to the carbon footprint only. Yeah. And regarding the wastewater management, the sludge being generated, from the STP that are basically being converted into the compost. We are mixing some of the compost that is being converted from the decentralized wet waste. So we are mixing with the sludge with that compost to make them further better. Yes. Yes. So we do have an in-house lab in the STP itself, and quarterly we are doing the water testing also through the NABL accredited laboratory.
Okay, thank you.
So my panel, which will be joining us later, just a question for them also, that this incineration seems to be a good idea for the what you cannot manage, RDF moving all the distance, and incineration as a source, even the sludge that can be used as a source for incineration. And can that be used for heating in your area, or even if you require some particular heating of, like to make the water flow or to make the sewage flow in the sewer lines? Would that be something you're working on?
Sir, basically we are looking for the incineration, of course, itself, because that's the last option that we felt appropriate. But I am not sure whether that can be used for heating, because it's a technical subject, and I don't think that the quantum is very high that it can be used for heating purpose. Yes.
Yes. You had a question? Lady there? Yes.
I'm from Athena Economics. My question is to Mr. Sherry. The question is, you have been working for last 30 years plus, and I would like to understand from you, do you have a specific revenue model that is working for you? And if so, is it, how has it changed over the years, and how do you look it will be changing with new concepts like, poop bag, making people accountable for their own waste and so on and so forth? And how do you think this revenue model can be an inspiration or, an adaptation for somebody who's also trying to operate in the same space?
Thank you for question. It's a very important question, how we sustain in this long year. As your NGO, we have been working there for this long time, and this is very community-based. All the members of this NGO are from that region, and even the management team, those are working here, there, they all are from that region, most of them are. So the revenue system, we got in the video we saw that we have an icefall route section, which is on Mount Everest. The section between base camp and camp 2 of Mount Everest is called Khumbu Icefall, where we deploy our team, which is also known as Icefall Doctor. They work there as a route setter. So we work there for whole 3 months, and we also manage the waste there. And with that work, we charge the money for all climber, those who are climbing the mountain, Mount Everest, because they are using our service. Even they are generating the waste in mountain, we are charging them per person $600. So they give that money to us, and also the waste we charge money for management. So pay for polluters have to pay for the management of waste. So this is the concept what we do, and also to sustain this organization, like I already told before, if we were from city or we were from other part of that region, then we could not be sustained for this long time. So in the case of solid waste management, the community from that region must be aware, because this organization we named into the NGO, but it is a very community-based organization. So if we introduce community-based organization like us in every hilly part, every mountain villages, because the waste is related with the, so I'll make it short. The community participant, what we do is we involve mostly the women, because waste is related with the women first. So empowerment of women group, working together with the women is very crucial for managing the solid waste. So that's it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. I'm pretty sure we have more questions, but then we can take it up towards the end. So now we'll move towards the panel discussions, and sir, we'll invite you back on stage post the panel discussions. So thank you so much. So now I'd like to invite our panelists on stage. So firstly, we are joined by Mr. Ratan Biswas, sir, from the Center for Science and Environment, who's an expert on solid waste management regulations and plastic waste frameworks. Sir, I request you to kindly come on stage. So next we have Mr. Roshan Rai, sir, who's representing the Integrated Mountain Initiative, who brings valuable insights from the Himalayan cleanup campaign and challenges related to municipal capacity and EPR. Next, we have Ms. Paramita Datta De ma'am, team lead at NIUA, who will discuss circularity and governance in waste management systems. Next, we have Mr. Pradeep Sangwan, sir, founder of Healing Himalayas, known for mobilizing community participation and implementing material recovery facilities in hilly regions. Next, we have Ms. Kiranmay Kirtana from Boda, South Asia, an organization known for focusing on circular solutions for managing waste in challenging terrains. Rohit, sir, request you to please take the session forward. Thank you.
Thanks. Like we all know, these are very distinguished panelists out here, and they'll be giving their 5 minutes. I'll ask a small question. Maybe they can cover that question within their 5 minutes of talk, and then we'll come and sit back, and then we'll take in questions from you. We have Mr. Atin Biswas first with us. Mr. Biswas, the query for you would be, what SWM regulatory framework exists and what gaps are specific to hill regions?
Okay, thank you for having me. And it's an honor to be a part of the panel, and many of them are friends and colleagues. Unfortunately, in the regulatory framework, there is no dedicated arrangement for the hilly region, right? But there should be, because waste management in hills and waste management in the plains are a very different ballgame. I'll just give you one example to explain what I'm trying to say. If you look at the municipal budget for waste management, about 70 to 80% of that budget is spent on just two things, collection and transportation, okay? Now that cost for a plain city or a city on a plain land, it revolves around 2,000 to 2,500 rupees, depends on whether the city is doing it themselves or it is managed by a private concessionaire on board. The cost shoots up to 3,500 to 4,000 rupees in case of a hill, because first, the population is dispersed. Second, the vehicles burn more fuel to climb. It's very easy. It's not difficult to understand. Now, looking at the time, I wouldn't get into the nuances of what is what. I'll just throw some numbers to understand how the Indian Himalaya region, my intervention is more specific to the 8 northeastern states, the 7 sisters and the brother. So door-to-door collection is about 35% as of now. These are all government sources, so I can refer the sources if I have to. Source segregation less than 20%. Legacy waste management as of now is 30%. This is slight overestimation, but the data is not kind of real time, so we can live with that. And there are special institutional arrangement is in place under the 6th schedule, which is basically to recognize the traditional systems of the indigenous population, which is predominantly existing in this 8 states. But this arrangement is in place in Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, and Mizoram. Now, SPM2 has created a bucket for about 1,50,000 crore. About more than 17 billion US dollar. This is by far the largest financial devolution to any sanitation program across the world, and we all should be proud about that. Under this initiative, if I break down SBM into 3 major pillars, first, remove the garbage mountains, reclaim the land, use it for economic purpose, including setting up new facilities for waste management, number one. Number two, divert the fresh waste, so don't let another mountain grow in 3-4 years. And then there are some disbursement-linked, performance-linked disbursement instrument in place, which is absolutely a programmatic agenda. Like every city is supposed to prepare a plan, and then the plan is supposed to travel to the ministry for disbursement of fund through a state-level high-power committee headed by the chief secretary. Now, after 3 years of SBM 2.0 from October 2021 onwards, this is exactly where we are. Now, these are all in the side of problems. In terms of solution, like Sir said in the beginning about the regulatory framework, we do need a regulatory framework. The average city population across the northeastern region is less than 40,000. And there is no way we can adopt a centralized approach to manage the waste in these cities. And considering the dispersed settlements, the only solution is to go decentralized as much as possible, as many as possible. There is no way you can bring all the waste into one place like you do in the cities, spend millions and billions, and then end up putting them all in the mountains. And in fact, if you look at this drive of this SBM2, we are spending again on this waste which are lying in our garbage mountain, right? In Delhi, we have 3 of them. I mean, I'm not giving the numbers here. Once we spend the money when we collected the waste here, now we are spending the money again to remove the waste from this garbage mountain, reclaim the land, and then nobody has any clue what is going to happen with the remediated waste, right? So there are reports, we all know what is happening, where this waste is going. My colleague and friend, Mr. Sanjin, spoke about the Leh experience. Can you imagine waste being transported to the nearest cement plant, traveling a distance of about 600 kilometers? Does that sound economic or does that sound feasible to any of you, right? But then the question is, can we not institutionally or legally, like if you ask me, we have made a submission to the ministry. I'm sure that the draft, we had the SWM rule 2016. Now the revised version of that rule is going to be released for public consultation according to my intel. And that rule is supposed to have a lot of new elements for circular economy. We cannot let our food waste to go in the landfill at the first place. So we have to incentivize. I mean, we have been traditionally looking at our waste management solutions in technologies. I'm a practitioner. I had the fortune of serving the United Nations organizations, the World Bank. Before I joined CSC, I had the fortune of traveling to almost 30-40 countries in the world. I have not found a city, a single municipal government that has purely resorted on technology and that has solved their problem. We forgot one fundamental principle of waste management. It is a shared responsibility, right? We need to learn to engage with the citizens, invest more on citizens' behavior change, invest more on making these things inclusive. And trust me, the money that we spent on waste management, or especially to say on technologies, if we spend 10% of that money to invest on behavior change and make things inclusive, a lot of waste can be reduced at source. Waste can be segregated. We are sending mixed waste to incinerators, and that defies the principle of thermodynamics, right? It's polluting, it's expensive, and there's no way, and it's violation of the law, because the law said that you can only send non-recyclable combustible waste above the calorific value of 1500 kilocalorie per kg for burning in the incineration. And see what we are sending. So if it is a violation, I would say almost 99% of Indian cities are the violators. Okay, so I wouldn't take any further time. But if there are further questions, I'll definitely come back and take them as many as possible. Thank you.
In our ministry, we had 10,000 crore rupees. 10,000 crore rupees is available to SBM2. SBM2 has 10,000 crore rupees for IEC, right? And we have, that is a share which is available with the central government plus what has been issued to the state governments. So I've been, kind of advocating in my ministry. See, 10,000 crore for a 5-year mission means, let us say the 50 crore is the total urban population. 40 crore are the people who are actually above a certain age of say 5 and say between 5 and 70, and who need to be educated so that they do the right things about sanitation. So this amount for 40,000 people means 250 rupees per person for the mission period. 250 rupees per, and that total number of weeks in a mission is 250. So that means 1 rupee per person per, this 1 rupee is available per person per week for wastewater education. Now, having stated that, having given those figures, what that means, if the Prime Minister writes a personal DO letter or a personal postcard to each person in India, please do these 5 or 7 or these 10 things, these, we should have improved our, we could say, the behavior for this. So I've been trying to impress upon them in the ministry that maybe 30% needs to go for enforcement. What is your opinion about this? And this, there should be enforcement of, I would believe even in European countries, enforcement is the stage at which they are now. It's not only that you educate a person to do the right thing, and in case you do not do the right thing, enforcement should also be so maybe that's a point I wanted to take forward. Next is Mr. Roshan Rai. Mr. Rai, I'll request you to take 5 minutes to tell us about what key insights have emerged from Himalayan cleanup campaign which your organization has worked on.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And thanks, Atin. I don't have to say a lot of things. You've already mentioned most of. I am from Integrated Mountain Initiative, but coming from Darjeeling, which is in the tri-junction of Sikkim, Bhutan, Nepal, and Tibet per se. So we are also part of, I don't know, Northeast, but definitely part of the Himalaya. I want to start off by saying the Himalayas complex, and we are living in a Himalayan waste crisis. And it's reflective of the global waste crisis also. Kind of disappointed for the fact that even though a lot of people, including Atin, went to the INC at a global level, we could not get a global plastic treaty to end plastic pollution. And I started from that because what we are experiencing is actually a global space also, and then I want to expand that into notions that waste cannot be looked at from the point of end-of-life management issue alone. There is a whole circularity of it. Even though we keep talking about circular economies, we do not look at production, extraction, transfer, development, and then managing. We only talk about managing and disposing of waste, and that itself is a challenge. So then it becomes a problem of people like Atin or a waste manager in a municipality or a Swachh Bharat person or something like Pradeep. So I think that's what I wanted to start off with. So the Himalayan cleanup has given up some interesting insights, frightening insights, which I want to share with you. This has been going on for since 2018 and 6 years of insights and over 60,000 volunteers doing waste and brand audit. So we start off by saying we cannot clean up the Himalaya on a single day, but we can get great insights, and also we know we should not actually be cleaning up other people's mess, right? And so we do a waste and brand audit of the cleanup. So with apologies that it is not a cleanup, but a waste and brand audit. What we found out in the past 6 years, and I just quote last year's data, where 121739 pieces of waste was picked up, right? And I'm saying that because my numbers are pretty bad, out of 65 sites, so it is very rigorous. 90% of it was plastic waste, right? And that's crazy, right? But what is also very frightening is that 75% of it was non-recyclable. So we need to break this myth of recyclability of plastic and that we can recycle ourselves out of this crisis that we are living in at the moment. So the question is, why is the Himalaya dirty? Because of non-recyclable plastic strewn all across the Himalaya. So there is no place in the Himalaya, whether it be at 17,000 and Everest to like mid-hills to low, that it is plastic free. But what the problem is, because it is not being collected because there's no value, because 75% is non-recyclable, which corroborates with the global data where we know now that only 9% of all plastic ever made has been recycled, right? And that's a very powerful statement because we've been led to believe that we can recycle ourselves out of the mess and it's a consumer citizen issue. It's a behavior issue of the citizens. No, it is a production issue also. The other thing that we've kind of found out with is that even though we have a very progressive single-use plastic ban, they are still there. So even bans have implementation problems But then the problem with the ban is that the Himalayan states had already acknowledged that there is an issue with plastic waste in the mountains. And there were a lot of local bans. But because of the SEP ban that designed allowing certain possibilities of usage, a lot of the local bans became ineffective because most of the Himalayan state had said, let's not use plastic bags. But now there is this thing about 120 micron or 94 GSM and all that. And that has actually almost made the ban ridiculous, But what is important to note that all small packaging is also single use. It's not just the 19 items that is single use. And we need to go away from that because, like I said, it's a production issue. The other thing that we found out of the Himalayan cleanup is that 84% last year was food packaging. What it means is we are eating and consuming ultra-processed packaged food and beverage. And we know globally it's a problem. We cannot keep eating ultra-processed food because India is the hotbed of diabetes too. We have issues of hypertension, we have issues of obesity because of what we are eating. But then the intersect is that what we are eating, we are trashing it also. And then most of the ultra-processed food packaging, 71% of it was non-recyclable, which means then what we are eating trash and trashing the planet and our mountains too. And that intersect needs to be recognized in our discussions. So it's not just an end of the pipeline, end of the lifeline issue. It is a much bigger issue of production.
Please don't turn that page. Please don't turn
all right,
that
sure,
page.
I'll come back to that. So I'll end here now and just acknowledge these issues that are there, that the Himalayan cleanup is leading.
And you should come and meet us in the ministry sometime because I can see all this information. This is really great. Thank you. The question for you is, how can circular economy principles be integrated into solid and legacy waste management systems for hilly areas specifically?
Okay, that's a tough question, but I'll try to answer. So if we look at the concept of circular economy, it basically talks of three principles. That is eliminating pollution, making things last longer and using it several times, and lastly, doing things, getting back to nature, giving back to nature. So if you look at circular economy in the hills, and my eminent panelists have already mentioned all the numbers. So first of all, if we look at the main classification of food, a large amount is food waste and then plastic. And also what they haven't spoken about is textile. That is a new waste stream that we are not new. I mean, that's a waste stream that is not much talked about. And I hope that the Solid Waste Management Rules 2016 will talk about it more explicitly. So if we are able to handle these three wastes by, first of all, reducing the amount we consume, and then not getting into recycling or and getting into more of refurbishing and more of the older concepts that we had in terms of indigenously using our items more and more. So I would say those are the principles that we need to work on. And in every hill town, we need to look at the end-to-end value chain of waste management and have a very stringent plan and an enforcement plan to work on, because I think we are all having Swachhata plans as per the SBM rules and everything. But the main problem, whether we are talking of circular economy, is about enforcing what we are talking about and putting our plans to practice. I think that is what I would like to tell briefly, and I can come again later.
Thank you, sir. So she agrees with there's a requirement for enforcement also, which we now like to request all the participants, because see, in our country we have, it's agreed that the public needs to be educated. But also there's a time now, because so much money has been spent on this. And like one of my panelists has just stated, we have first created those mountains, now we're spending money on removing those mountains, and we are not very certain how this is going to end. Mr. Pradeep, the question for you is, what strategies have proven most effective in mobilizing community action for waste management in mountainous areas?
Before I start, quick question to Mr. Roshan. How many times did you bend down to pick up that kind of waste?
Too tired. My back is broken. Every year I don't want to do it, but then it just comes out, how it is.
Yeah, so coming back to the best practices. So I started very small 8, 9 years back, and the whole idea was to educate communities through ground action, and that has been the core ideology for us. Because I suppose books and education have failed us. That's why we find so much of trash all along the urban spaces or rural spaces, and especially nowadays in the upper Himalayan region as well. So back in time when I asked my friend, I want to do this particular track, and he's already done it. So I asked him, will you guide me? Then he said, just follow the plastics and you will reach your destination. So the transformation, that happened over a period of time wherein plastic became our trekking guides and leaders was quite disturbing, and that's where we started. So getting into the communities, how to mobilize them to sort of align with the ideology that we have, and creating that middle path so that people who are traveling and trekking and enjoying the beautiful space and at the same time destroying it because they don't know, they bring their urban stress with them and release in the mountains, and then they have no idea about it. So how to create that balance? So the ideology of a shepherd and a young tracker who doesn't know how to track, and aligning that and bringing a middle path, which we call healing Himalayas, and that's where we started engaging with the communities. In last 9 years, we organized about 800 to 900 cleanup drives, engaging the communities. And the idea behind this is that consistency is the key to engage with the community, and so that they can understand and they can trust that solid waste management is a possibility in higher altitudes. Because wherever you go, you see people are, stressed. They are, afraid that waste management in my vicinity will create a lot of, downside. The NIMBY effect, basically, not in my backyard. I have 20 videos wherein people are trying to throw me out of their villages, houses, when I speak about solid waste management and proper way of doing it. Only 5 videos where they are appreciating the work that we do. So that is the kind of disparity. So again, if we have to mobilize communities, we have to work with them, we have to be their partners, we have to transform them slowly. And the best practices, as you said, from Kaza transporting waste to any nearest facility is very, we did one cleanup in 2018, and we waited for almost 13 days for a truck to come and pick up the waste, and another 3 days it took the truck to reach to Shimla, and finally another 2 days to convince Municipal Corporation Shimla that this is the waste from Spiti and please take it because it's not from your municipal wards. So, but again, so the whole journey is quite tiresome, and people who are passionate about doing something often, give up. And that has happened with so many community level participants. So from organizing cleaning drives, developing infrastructure, such as material recovery facility, small spaces where we can store material, because at times the urgency to transport material from one location to another location is because we don't have enough infrastructure, and that's where we need to develop that kind of infrastructure. And we have developed such nine such facilities in the 4 districts of Himachal Pradesh: Lahaul, Spiti, Kinnaur, Kullu, and Shimla. So that's where the balance is there. So that's how we are trying to achieve the sustainable circular economy in solid waste management, by engaging communities, by developing infrastructure, and by also implementing policies which are there already. But sad part about these ecosystems is, out of all the 13 Himalayan states, if I am correct about that, in those 13 states, we have about 148 districts, and not even a single district can completely say that we have, achieved a complete solid waste management ecosystem within our district. The failure somewhere is because of the logistical expenses, the cost of collection, and the policies which are being implemented in the plain areas are replicated in the mountains, such as EPR. The cost of, multiple categories being given similarly in the mountains, which is not fair, because cost of collection, cost of transportation, cost of segregation is way higher than what we have in the plain area. So anyways, that's a different topic. But that's where we fail as a individual, as a community, to streamline solid waste management ecosystems. And there are so many viability gaps. So we try and fill those gaps by collaborating with multiple stakeholders, the local communities, the corporates. Through CSR, we set up those infrastructures. And then we train the local communities, individuals who are interested in becoming our healers of that area. And then whatever we build, they take it up. We do certain trainings with them. One of the trainings is with CSC. Another training, which is very difficult, is at the Tikri border, where the plastic collection segregation hub of the country, the biggest. So that's where they come and they understand more about various plastics, what kind of categories, because there are so many varieties within the plastics that they don't know how to segregate it properly. And that's where they don't know how to generate maximum revenue out of it. So there are multiple aspects that we touch upon and fill those gaps. From Nepal, my friend told us that how difficult it is to get the waste back at the foothill. And so it is, yeah, to sustain those ecosystems is very difficult. So how to go, another point is that textile waste we just spoke about, and textile waste is becoming a big problem for us at the higher altitudes. If you go to any pilgrimage, whether you go to Yamunotri, Gangotri, Mani Mahesh, places like these, in the month of August, in 21 days, with 150 volunteers, we collected about 9 tons of solid waste. Another 80-90 tons is still there, so we'll collect it next year. But the biggest problem there on those pilgrimages is the textile waste. People come and take holy dip and they leave their amazing undergarments at the altitude of 5,000 meters, and it's very difficult for anybody to pick it up and bring it back to the base. So at the foothill, how can we, while I said there is no single district which is handling solid waste properly, there is not a single track route in the Himalayan region which has complete ecosystem of managing the waste. At the entry point, we don't have tourism information centers. We don't know how to educate them, what kind of auditing we should do about the waste that is going up. Because once the glass bottle reaches at the altitude of 3,000 meters, it is very difficult to bring it back. So how to control that at the foothill? These are the ecosystem that we work around, and hopefully by the mid of next year, there will be one track route in Himachal Pradesh which will have complete ecosystem. The springs, which will have signages that you can drink water from here. It is tested, if the reports will be there. So we are trying to bring back that circular ecosystem which was there once, now it is gone. And this is the way forward for us. And I think once we are done with that, all of us come together, bring this possible solution, at least at one track route, at one district or one village. I went to Maulinong last week, beautiful village, amazingly clean. But with money comes a lot of urbanization. Some small little beautiful houses made out of bamboo now have converted into the concrete structures. So that is also a downside of being a popular clean village. So how to control that also is one of the way forwards that we can look into. So yes, this is what we have done so far. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I just want to take one point from this thing, that maybe the cost economics of transportation in the hill, and that is well recognized. But even for hills, we need to come up with certain figures. Okay, if I say for managing 1 ton of waste in, say, Ludhiana, it takes me 200 rupees per ton. That is fine. But what is that figure which would come for a particular? Because it cannot be a free for all. So right. So whenever a proposal comes to me from any state, my simple question is, how much does a packet of Parle biscuit cost you in, say, Aizawl? If it is still going to be 5 rupees for that small packet, and if it is 5 rupees for, so maybe the variations would be there. I have been there, I've served there for many years, so no, I know there's a cost variation would be there. But what is that right amount of figure? Because finally it's a public fund. I cannot be, it is costly, but how much further costly? So that needs to be worked out by practitioners. And in case you can give us some templates, we'll be very willing to work on that.
If I can take 2 minutes, because she never said my time is up. So there are 2 things that I want to mention regarding this. One is how to create decentralized waste collection, because the capacity of waste collection is very low wherever we go in the Himalayan region. So how to, because most of the people, they import waste and then recycle it, while we produce so much and we are not able to collect it. So first we are building the capacity of waste collection. Once, if a district or a state has enough capacity of waste collection on a daily basis, which has to be 100% segregated, neat and clean, and which we do on a daily basis, we collect about 7 tons, and it is absolutely neat and clean. And in last 2 years, we collected about 1,528 tons of non-biodegradable waste through our material recovery facilities. Now in the second phase, what we can do is, maybe NIUA can into the picture, wherein we can identify a cluster of 2 to 3 districts and set up a decentralized recycling unit, maybe up to 5 tons, which is feasible and financially viable. So that angle needs to be looked upon. What is the material which is highest generated on a daily basis. It is SDP, LDP, PET, whatever, and then we can set up those facilities. Now, second is technical intervention. How to intervene technology into waste management. EPR failed miserably, and we all know that, and nobody is taking the onus for that, and we are still contemplating what happened. Now, how to streamline EPR? Maybe we can use DDRS, Digital Deposit Refund System, which is already being implemented across the world in 81 countries, and Goa has become the first state to pass the act under EPR law that every material which is coming into the state should have a QR code, whether it's a packaging material of MLP or PET or glass. Easier said than done. It will take some time to implement in such a diverse demography, but it will happen, and we will at least have the figure that the quantity of waste that is entering into a state. So far, we don't know how much glass bottles are entering into my state, how much PET bottles are entering into my state. There's no accountability, so we don't know the figures. Even excise and GST department does not know how much material is entering, and that's where we can audit, and that's where we can set up those facilities. So these are two another elements. We are in the final stage of hopefully implementing DRS system in Himachal Pradesh. In a couple of months, we can, I think, come out with the act. So yeah, these are the two new things. Thank you.
Thank you. Last panelist for today is Ms. Kiran Mai. The question for you is, how can legacy waste remediation in hill cities be made easier?
Thank you for the question, sir. First of all, it's a privilege to be a part of this panel with this lineup of distinguished expert speakers. So I'll start with stating some statistics around legacy waste management in the Indian Himalayan region. So according to SBM dashboard, around 10% of nation's legacy waste comes from these hill states, and about 13% of remediation efforts has already been started and to date. Of course, the progress in the remediation efforts is quite slow. It has its own ground unique challenges. But to make the process easy for these hill states, I'll be sharing two recommendations here. One being, of course, region-specific cost benchmarking is very crucial here. As we all know, operating in hill states is not easy, and it also comes with a greater cost. It's quite similar with the remediation projects as well. So usually, a per ton cost for remediation is quite higher in these hill states when compared to the normal regular terrain states. Taking an example from the Leh case study, as Sir mentioned, 13 crore project, which comes around 1,300 rupees per metric ton is the costing, whereas the SBM financial assistance is around 800 rupees per metric ton. Of course, it's almost a doubled increase in the per ton cost. Now, why this increase in cost? We all know this. Mountains are harder to reach, so higher transportation costs for procuring equipments. There are lack of cement industries or RDF end consumer at these hill states, and of course, establishing a basic eminence like water, electricity, or a processing plant becomes costlier when we are talking about hill states. So also, while we are discussing this, it's quite essential also to understand and realize that this 800 rupees metric ton was formed back in 2019, which for today stands outdated, and it is not adequately supports to today's market rates. Emphasis on this, there is a need for revisiting the rates and reforming the rates annually so that those rates become realistic and practical to operate with. So all this again boils down to one thing: region-specific costing needs to be there so that it sounds very practical on the ground and realistic with the current market rates. That's the first point. And the second point is that there is no successful case study when it comes to a remediation end-to-end, especially with specific to hill state context. Of course, wherever in such panels we discuss cluster-based models is good to get the financial viability or feasibility to operate in such towns. But while cluster-based models is picking up the trend, and many of states have been adopting it, but there is no successful cluster-based model for hill cities or hill towns. And again, most of the administrative setups usually opt for cluster-based models with a very stringent timeline of a year or so. And it also comes up with another rule book that you have to simultaneously remediate all your ULB's waste in that coming to the cluster. So this becomes a little impractical on ground. Why? Because mobilization and stabilization mostly takes up 2 to 3 months, and you also will face some delays in the timeline due to the weather condition which we expect in hill states. So the stringent timeline of 1 year will not work on ground. And also the concept of simultaneous operations and remediation, that's also, again, it's not clearly economically feasible for the service providers, because all the equipment comes with a greater capex costing. To put all these heavy machineries in all these clusters of ULB altogether will not fit into its economics. So all this, again, clearly indicates that there are few models. Of course, they have been explored in various parts of India, but there is no proper successful SOP or a roadmap that's available for hill states to refer to, just to understand their particular challenges and just to look and follow and replicate that model. So it's quite essential to develop the SOP or a roadmap very context specific to hill states' challenges. So I think these two other pointers that I would want to make here: region-specific cost benchmarking and a roadmap or a SOP for hill states to adopt and implement the project from the inception stage to the procurement documents, and as well till the handovering of the remediated landfill sites. Yeah, those are 2 points. Thank you.
I believe the purpose of us getting together is to make that SOP. We are also eagerly looking at somebody to make the SOP for us, because the templates can very easily be made by us sitting in the office for the for a plain kind of a situation. But for hills, every situation is unique.
I think
so
platform like Parvat
yes,
Manthan can bring about all the policy advisors and the practitioners, and we can develop SOP in the coming days.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Please.
Roshan, there's another thing that you have to deal with. You means we all have to deal with. And that is we did some kind of waste study in Kinnaur. That's Rikongpyo. Pradeep knows. And guess what? There's a new kind of waste that we had never thought of. And that's some 15 to 18% your diapers. So what do you do with that waste? So, so I think, Rohit Saab, all this is fairly done. But the point is, the Himalayas have to take a call at the production level. Was you and I mean, we've lived there. I mean, we've always had milk in water bottles and those canisters. So let's talk about that circularity, at least for the Himalayas. Let's not be swayed away by the gigantism of the plastic capital around the world. The Himalayas will have to think out of the box. And as Roshan has pointed out, actually you can't do much with this waste. That's all I want to say.
Thanks, Mr. Tikendra. Actually, I think that's an important aspect. Sanitary waste and diapers are a huge problem. And then I think that's where, to take on what you said, we definitely need an EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility, with a mountain lens, with mountain targets. I know Nepal is toying with the EPR policy discussion, and I think there is a lot to learn at Parvat Manthan and maybe Bhutan also, but I'm not very sure Bhutan. But I think for us from IMI, we've been talking about the need for mountain targets for EPR. We have to step away from our standard understanding, because constantly we've heard mountains are challenged, there's no resources, and EPR, in all its inadequacies, finally puts the finger and asks for resources and responsibility from the companies, and that's what is needed. As of now, it's not implemented. I think you've already mentioned, wastewater is also mentioned, but we need it, and I think that's one thing I wanted to mention. And then I think you are extremely right. And EPR should be made for sanitary and diapers also,
Thank you so much for making that a point. I'm just borrowing some narrative from the Global Plastic Treaty discussion. In fact, I just came back from Busan just yesterday in the morning, so still the hangover is there. thank you so much because of raising this issue, just not because of the sanitary waste, but because of the agenda related to product design. These products are designed in a way you neither can recycle it, and then again sanitary waste, you are pretty much talking about healthcare waste because it is contaminated with body parts and body fluids. So there's no way you can treat this waste at par with the other waste, right? Now, a lot of products in Indian market, right? Because sanitary waste also has, superabsorbent polymer. There are at least 6 to 7 different type of plastics that goes into making this kind of a product. And there is no standard. And, the global plastic treaty is revolving around the narrative of the full life cycle of plastic. I'm borrowing this narrative and applying it to full life cycle of products. Because the world has tried its luck by dealing with plastic as a waste problem. Now this narrative has shifted that let's deal plastic in its full life cycle from production in the upstream, petrochem, naphtha, polymer to waste, right? So, and that analogy should be applicable to any and every product, and we should have SOP, we should have design standard. And when the product is being manufactured, right, then it should be enforced to make sure that it is compliant. And like Roshan very rightly pointed out, that let's say that such product is an illusion, it's not possible to manufacture such product. Then the producer, which technically legally is called the polluters, they will have to take the responsibility, because there's no way I produce something and then the taxpayers' money is being used to clean it up. And anyway, that's it.
I just wanted to then also propose, and because this is the second time I've been to Parvat Manthan, so it could be a takeaway. And Atin has mentioned it, right? So Nepal and Bhutan were part of the high ambition group, right? And so maybe Parvat Manthan could be a high ambition transboundary coalition, because our Himalaya is important, it is sacred, and it's important in terms of so many things, including the fragility, right? So can we move away saying, at least if not for the rest of India, can we have high ambition targets for end of, not the complete production issue of plastic as such, And so finally, also SBM 3.0, can it have mountain sensitivity and resource allocation, So I think these are two things I really wanted to share.
Thank you, Tikendra, sir, for initiating this lively discussion. Almost, I can see a lot of people sleeping now, but yes. Okay, so I'm very sure that whatever we spoke about, the people in the Parvat Manthan group under Matu ma'am, we will be working on this. And definitely the issues are very specific for this scenario. This particular issue about sanitary waste, there's no easy solution. When I see a small town population 500, maybe it's going to use one pad in a day or two. How does that work in this entire thing? What is the cost implication? Will the producer put that cost into the product? So all those things need to be looked into. But definitely we must point these things out, and let's see how this emerges from here. Now the floor is open. 5 minutes or 7 or 3 or 4 questions maybe. Yes, please.
Sorry for asking many questions and many times, because nobody want to ask in the West. That's why I'm interested to ask in the West. Yeah, I'm not talking about currently I'm working for the one Mountain West study on behalf of ICIMOD. That's why I realized that how in our mountain is degrading because of the the waste. Normally when you do in urban waste, this is problem created by this local people. When you go to the mountain, this is the problem created by the global people. That's why we have to think like that. And I'm not talking about the other things, because already this panelists talk about. And in the mountain west, on-site management is not easy. What we tell, normally we talk, but they're difficult to work in on-site. Basically, you have to transport, you have to collect properly. And of course, for the financing part, your waste, your responsibility is the bottom line. Then polluters pay, and of course the EPR. Otherwise, you can't do it in the mountain area. And another important thing is the technology is coming all over the world, the same technology, but we have to customize and for your site-specific solution. The one thing. And the waste is the common problem, but we have to think the solution is a site specific. Normally, we try to generalize everything. That's why that is the common thing or the fundamental principle for the waste management in even mountain area. But now my request to this Parvat Manthan, over the last 15 years, when I started mostly work in the waste management rather than geotechnical engineering, though my field is that, many people, I work for different development agency, they talk about the marine plastic pollution. Over the last 10 years, there are so many publications, so many research only in marine plastic pollution. But even in Busan, you heard only the marine plastic pollution and marine plastic pollution. Yeah.
Limit to
But,
the Parvat part of it, Parvat mountains.
Yes, that's why my request is, nobody is talking about the mountain plastic pollution. That's why I'm talking about these things. We are talking about the plastic and just thinking about the marine plastic. Then these forums should lead. We focus on marine, not marine plastic pollution. We focus on mountain plastic pollution. Then we can, solve the problem of the marine plastic problem also, because we have to start the work from the upstream, not in the downstream. That is my suggestion, and I hope in the next Parvat Manthan, you will lead this session, mountain plastic pollution. Thank you very much.
Single-use plastic as we also is very harmful for the environment. So why it is a ban in Himalayan region or hilly state? Why it should not be banned to whole country? Because anyways, plastic reaches to Himalayan region anyway as a packaging industry, and who is the person coming from the hill, lower areas to higher areas carrying these plastics. Why it should not be banned to in whole country?
No, it's actually banned above certain threshold microns. It is banned. Above the threshold microns, it is not banned. So the problem, I think, it was also.
But as a packaging industries,
it was pointed out by the speaker, since the ban is not extending over that. So even hills where earlier local bylaws prevented that, even that product is coming. So that is a negative part of it. But definitely, it's a ban exists even for plains. There's no problem. In hills, you can have further strengthening of this because of your peculiar condition. Or even in places like I was just told today that in Andaman and Nicobar, if you go to Port Blair, you cannot have a PET bottle less than 2 liters, or any oil bottle also has to be the plastic has to be at least 2 liters. So the container size, so through this mechanism they are trying to. So whatever local arrangements can be made, everything is welcome. Yes.
Hi, it's a general question to the panel. The way I see what kind of approach works in hills is predominantly decentralization, but the confusing part is what level of decentralization is required as per the settlement, density, topography, etc. Like it could be on-site completely versus community-based versus settlement-based versus a regional based. So how do you in fact crack this issue? Because I come from a planning background, so any tips or tricks for practitioners to fix that approach at least? Yeah. Because technology solutions, like everyone is discussing, are unlimited, but once we crack this, I think we can find technologies for that.
I think for us, it's mainly the tourist footfall, the number of tourists coming into a particular location. That's how we start operating. And second, how welcoming the community is. That is the second part. Because, if both aligns, then we can easily implement all the ideas that we have, especially the decentralized approach of waste management. Because every community, if you go to a particular village, which has high tourism footfall, all the ecosystems are there. There's a school, there's a primary healthcare center, there's a temple or a mosque, but waste management ecosystems are not there. And that's where we identify that, for example, the first location that we worked at is Chitkul, which is very famous in the last village or the first village of our country. And the tourist footfall is quite substantial, and the community is very welcoming. So that's where we started working, and that's how we cracked that this is the location we should. And then once it is done, then the nearby community, they start approaching us, and that's how we take it on.
So I think it's a very important question for the fact that, I think that's the basis of it, right? So I think if you look at segregating, it has to be at source, right? And I think the vision should be no biodegradables to the landfill. Like period, like in today's context, it should not go there at all. But I think there are complexities then once you look at segregation at source. What do you do with the different types of material? So to take it forward, definitely decentralization is at the family or the source level. I think in terms of biodegradables, you can do it at source, at community, or ward level. But then certain materials, I think, then has to be actually gone beyond even the ULB or a PRI. And sometimes I think for us being in Darjeeling, if you look at Siliguri, Siliguri is accessible to East Nepal, Bhutan, Sikkim, Darjeeling, and the Northeast. So there is a transboundary lens also, I think, that needs to be brought in terms of waste.
I won't repeat the points that made by my colleagues. You know, in decentralized approach, you do not have the option to dump, right? The first requirement to go for a decentralized approach is disaggregated data. Okay, something that Odisha did, because Odisha is the only state in India where all the 114 ULBs are decentralized. You won't find a single centralized facility in Odisha, okay? I mean, it's not that all of them are doing great, but the approach is like that. So when they started this initiative, they did kind of a census across all the ULBs. So they had the data. You know, very often I hear a counter argument that, you know, decentralized facilities requires small pieces of land in between the cities. So I humbly asked them, like, do you have the data? They said, why do we need data? I said, when you post your MIS report in the Swachhtam portal, which is operated by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, where do you get these numbers from? They said, we have our own Jugaad, because India is champion of Jugaad. And most of the data come from WhatsApp University, right? So, and shorten the answer, there is no prescription. Decentralization could start from household to a cluster of some 10 to 15 household, to a cluster of a word or a couple of words, right? But it takes a lot more effort to manage waste in a decentralized facilities than managing it in a centralized facilities. But the advantage is in decentralized facilities, you can create jobs for the local people, especially the marginalized. So in centralized facility, if it is managed by big concessionaires, then the money is essentially going to the pocket of the big corporates. But if you look at the Ambikapur model, the Odisha model, or even in some parts of Kerala, you will find that the beneficiary here are the urban poor. Even the National Skill Development Corporation also trained a lot of urban SHGs and integrate them with the skill set to manage decentralized facilities. So, that's it.
One question from my side as well. This is not only to all the speakers and the panelists there, but also to the audiences here representing different organizations. When we are talking about solid waste and plastic waste in rural mountains as well as in high hills and mountains there, open burning is very common. So I would like to know from you, like, are there any data and evidences on open burning of these waste? Because particularly like a plastic waste, which has like a direct link with the health risk as well as air quality. Anyone, yeah, if you know about anything
Data might
in
be
terms
of
of
the
open
challan that has
burning.
been done by the Pollution Control Board, but the quantity which is being burnt, I don't think so that data is available. But the amount of money that has been collected by the the Pollution Control Board, I think in Delhi and in NCR it is there. So I don't think so. I'm not sure about it.
The other thing is also, I meet a lot of rural folk and people living next to forests saying, oh, we have a lot of trees, so if I burn one packet of plastic, it's all right. That's at a micro level. But also, I think you kind of tend to see that in a lot of the Indian Himalayan towns, that there is landfills burning, or at least seasonal landfills burning because of unsegregated waste. So I think we have a huge problem. So one hand, we have waste being sent to incinerators, and the other hand, we also have landfills and people burning. So I think that's another vision. So I don't know how Bhutan is tackling, but definitely zero waste vision is no burning, period. That's it again, So it is a challenge. Toxicity is something, I think there is more and more information coming about toxicity of burning, and we already know that, but as of now, I don't think we have added 1+1 as of now,
it.
Sir, I have a question.
Okay, the last question.
Okay. So adding on to the previous discussion that was going on, I just wanted to talk about the centralized and decentralized systems. So when right now, as it was just discussed by Mr. Atan sir, landfills are like we cannot at the current situations. Landfills are something that we cannot look into. Centralized systems are completely costly and which are not not feasible at this stage. Decentralized systems also we cannot come up with multiple decentralized systems because that also won't be cost effective. So in that case, how feasible is it to look up at the concept of transfer stations and clustering because that would cover more ground in that case
See, let me just, from our perspective, see, if it is possible to transport cost effectively, it should be transported, right? If it is cost effective. If it is not, one theory is that you do it at your own place. Because if I'm going to do it in a community, I'll rather transport it. If it is to be done in that, we could say within the RWA, somebody is already collecting it, so that effort has already been done. So just to put in a vehicle and transport it, that is not a major input. Now comes if the concept, like Kerala said, that we will not collect at all your wet component of solid waste. That was their concept. And they went on with it, and they said every household will do its own processing. So now, at a certain time, Keralites were, laid back kind of people. They were doing all this thing. Now they're all corporatized. They don't have time. So what are they going to do? Either somebody else is going to do it for them, or they'll dump it into some place where, and that was a problem that we faced with the this sanitary waste in Kerala. You can hide your wet component, you can hide your chawal and other thing and waste idli, but you can't hide this. And nobody was picking this up. So after 5 years of first phase of Swachh Bharat Mission, they came around to say, "Arey, wo to hai gaya." So there are various issues which we need to. So there's no one particular said this is not workable. Everything is workable and for the right time and for the right place. But for that, we'll need a full day discussion or even more because there's so many permutations, combinations, variations which are possible. So I'll not like to leave anybody with that statement that centralized is bad or decentralized is good or vice versa. That was my input. Thank you. I think we'll.
Transfer station is needed if the system is centralized, because when you are sending your waste to the landfill, or I haven't come across a city where even if there is a waste processing facility, it is in a different place from the landfill. So it is essentially within the boundary of the landfill. Now, we generate hundreds and thousands of tons, right? So you need bigger vehicles to transport the waste from your city to the landfill. But when you mobilize vehicle for collection of waste from the doorsteps, you can't use those high tipper trucks like 12 to 16 tons of capacity. You need to have smaller vehicles which can easily navigate through the narrower roads within the city. So that is the essentiality of transfer station. I mean, just for a quick clarification.
Thank you so much to all our panelists. And we've had a very interactive question and answer session as well. And I'm pretty sure we have more questions. We'll break for tea after this, so you can go ahead and talk to the panelists or the case study presenters after this. So before that, I'd like to request Mr. Rinzin Dorji, sir, Chief, Jigme Dorji National Park, Ministry of Energy and National Resources, Bhutan, to felicitate our panelists and case study presenters. So please, on the stage, please. I'd also like to invite Mr. Shering Sherpa, Mr. Jingme Gembo sir, and Mr. Stanzin Rabgya sir on the stage for the felicitation.
Yeah, please. Somebody can also come.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll now have a short tea break, but then I'd request everybody to please get your tea or coffee and then please get back inside because we'll start the next session sharp at 4. So I request everybody to please get their snacks and tea and be back here. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a refreshing tea break and are ready to dive into an exciting session focused on an essential aspect of sustainable development in the Himalayan region. So this session aims to spotlight the critical role of circularity and reuse in wastewater management, specifically tailored to the challenges and opportunities presented by the Himalayan region. By exploring best practices, innovative technologies, and financing models, we'll uncover how decentralized liquid waste management systems can ensure equitable and inclusive access to sanitation services while addressing the complexities of the hilly terrains. So this session would be structured in 3 parts. The first one would be a series of case study presentations similar to the previous session, where the experts will share real-world solutions and learnings. The second session would be the dynamic fireside chat to unpack on-ground experiences, governance strategies, and financial models. And the last one would be an interactive question and answer session to engage with the audience and distill actionable insights. So to guide us through this session, I am delighted to introduce our esteemed moderator, Mr. Manas Raj Sir, Senior Advisor at Boda South Asia. Sir brings extensive experience in public-private partnerships, wastewater management strategies, and developing climate-resilient sanitation solutions for diverse geographies. Manas Sir, I'd request you to kindly come on stage and set the context for the session.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So I've realized there are 2 kinds of people. There are those who like to eat their dessert first and those who like to eat their dessert last. Those who like to save the best for the last and those who like to get to it and do the best thing first. So I think, hopefully today's session, with the last session of the day, we have saved the best for the last. We'll have a great conversation, hear some good stories and examples, and then have some interesting conversation around what can we do towards, for the future, right? We've talked a lot about the problems. What do we do going forward? I don't want to give a long introduction because the issues are really the same. Whether you talk about solid waste, water supply, wastewater, the core issues remain the same. The need is that you've got a unique situation which is different from the rest of the country. You've got huge seasonal variations in the wastewater produced, and therefore how do you design systems, infrastructure, services, human resources, etc., to cater to the big peaks and troughs and to the different situation that the geographic situation that you have compared to the plains or the bulk of the country. Finances are always a problem in 2 ways. One is there's not enough money, but also the money is there only today. I know what my budget is this year. Maybe for next year I have a sense. I can't do long-term planning, long-term investing. I don't know what I can build today and what I should do 5 years from now. Look, I don't know कि 5 साल के बाद कितना पैसा होगा, what money will I get, right? So financing is a problem in multiple ways. Capacity remains low because we don't have enough people who understand the technical, the administrative, the operational, financial aspects of managing wastewater, who are then available in that place, who have got the local knowledge, contextual knowledge, and who will also stay there, in the future, so that institutional memory is maintained because people move around, people change. Consultants come and go, implementation players come and go, tenders, 1 year this one wins, next time somebody else wins the tender. So the capacity is not just about the capability of people, it is also the collective memory, how it is preserved, how it is used, versus how it is lost and how it is not really developed, due to so many different factors. And then lastly, of course, the climate and the landscape remain challenges. Both in normal times, when I say normal, I mean even in the times of changing climate, but especially when we look at situations of a disaster, and we all need to talk more and more and think more and more about what happens to this infrastructure when there is actually a flood, when there is a disaster situation. How do we build for that? But then what's the cost related to that, right? Is that affordable? Does that fit into our tender norms, our costing norms? One example comes to mind, and I think the story is true. When Reliance was building the refinery in Jamnagar, that's in Bhuj, it's in an earthquake-prone area, right? And they had two designs. There was one which said, this refinery will withstand a Richter scale 7.0 earthquake, right? And it was, I don't know what, like 10,000 crores at that time. And this design will withstand Richter scale 8.5 earthquake. So just a 1.5 means it's log scale, right? And that was 23,000 crores, right? More than twice the cost. And Dhirubhai Ambani had to decide which one to go for. And for whatever reason, he said, let's go with the more expensive plant. And a few years after, it went online with the Bhuj earthquake in 2001. And basically that refinery would have been completely destroyed and created God knows what kind of problems had it not been built. Now, can we take the same approach with public infrastructure? Can we spend that kind of money to plan for the worst case? If the worst case never happens, what happens to the investment? How does it look? So I think there are a lot of issues around sort of disaster readiness also that need to be addressed with all water, solid waste, and wastewater. Of course, the issue with wastewater is its potential to pollute is almost infinite because water flows everywhere, right? Unlike solid waste, which is still sort of contained geographically, it's in a space, maybe it blows around a little bit. So wastewater does require special attention. In that sense, it is different. But let's hear the example, and let's think about, with our limited resources, what are the best we can do? And then, of course, going forward, how can we increase our resources so that we can get better and better systems over a period of time and do what is required for people and for our environment. So thank you very much. And I guess we'll have Harsh coming up for the first presentation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Manas sir, for giving the context in such a crisp manner. Now, moving on to the first part of our session, the case study presentations. We are privileged to have with us a stellar lineup of speakers who will share their expertise and practical experiences. I will call out all the presenters, and I request everybody to please be on stage. Manas sir, join them as well, please. So first we have Dr. Kalimuthu Pillai, sir, an expert in disaster-resilient wash services from Wash Institute, whose work has significantly improved access to sanitation in challenging contexts. Welcome on stage, sir. Then we have Mr. Harshvardhan, sir, a key advocate for sustainable urban wastewater systems, representing CDD India, who has led numerous successful projects in India's urban landscapes. Next, we have Ms. Chavi Sharda ma'am, an expert from GIZ, known for her research in risk assessment and nature-based solutions that integrate ecological and engineering approaches. Then we have Mr. Deepak Malik sir, a practitioner from Pey Jal Nigam, Uttarakhand, who has implemented groundbreaking initiatives to manage wastewater in hilly regions effectively. Firstly, I'd request Harshvardhan sir to please go ahead with his presentation.
Hi, afternoon. One of the benefits of speaking to the close of conference is that most of the points have already been covered, so you have got very little to speak. And after 2 days of hearing, even the participants are many times weary. So it saves both of us. Anyhow, so I represent CDD. CDD India is an organization based at Bangalore, which advocates nature-based passive system, what we also call decentralized nature management point of time, to solve waste, sanitation, and water problems, and in era of climate change. So what I will do here today is to share some of our experiences from different parts of India in hilly regions, and there will be very small glimpses because time is limited. So we'll just share our experience and our learnings and what we feel some of the general principles which can be derived from there. Not a very exhaustive checklist or a prescriptive solution, because that is what we feel might not be the answer. So first let me go to the state of West Bengal. Darjeeling we spoke about. So I will speak about the situation both in the rural Darjeeling as well as in the urban Darjeeling. So rural Darjeeling, some good news. Very good waste management practices in the rural areas. Drains are being well maintained by the communities. Soak pits are there mostly in the households, so not a major challenge for the grey water. But whatever clusters are getting formed, it is being difficult to manage that wastewater in a clustered approach. Black water systems or soak pits are predominant. Most of the houses have got latrines or toilets, but they might not be lined, which may create a problem of contamination. On the infrastructure side, the whole Darjeeling district doesn't have a single desludging vehicle in the rural Gorkhaland. So it is very difficult to understand where the treatment happens or if the treatment happens. For the municipal town of Darjeeling, which is an old 100-year-old or more than 100-year-old tourist town, it has got one desludging vehicle which is owned by the government, and there is a huge flow of tourists. But there is no treatment plant for the black water. So ultimately where it goes is anybody's guess. So you can understand both the nuances of the water and sanitation sector just by understanding that the higher order problems are not getting solved. Water is predominantly from the springs. Household connections are still low, but many point of time, even if you have got a septic tank or if you have got a pit, it is very difficult to desludge because many a point of time they are on the edge of the cliff, and it will be very difficult to get the desludging done in those, I would say, containment systems. So there are gaps in containment, conveyance, and majorly in treatment. So Swachh Bharat Abhiyan has created a lot of toilets, but the challenges will be in the treatment once this concentrated waste comes out. And tea states are a major part of the solution as well as challenge. They have got 90% women worker, but most of them do not have sanitation facilities at the workplace. So it creates a lot of public health challenges for the women. So this is the nutshell I will come to the learnings of what is happening there around, but this is in nutshell what the situation analysis is. So in our understanding, if we build centralized heavy infrastructure, we neither have the place, neither the capacity, neither the network solutions would get created. So this will remain a major challenge to just adopt the centralized plain-based systems in the hilly areas. Now for Simla, this is another state in Himachal where we worked again both in rural and urban areas. Urban area again, the slopes and some of the parts of the city are so steep that you cannot design any system. A conventional long-term system cannot be designed here. So again, how do you have a solution for, somebody was asking, how from an urban planning perspective we see the plans, whether it can be done at a household level, it can be community level, it can be city level, it can be at ward level. So we cannot be fixated with a particular design of a solution. Let the context determine the solution. So it might be 2 houses will require, you have the space, and I would say the topographical condition of only 2 houses, then please build for 2 houses. It might be for 200 houses, but it cannot be said that we do not have a solution for 200 houses, so we will not include that in our solutioning. So that holistic and inclusive planning would need to be needed, and we cannot get blinded by the technological solutions. It can be any solution. Let the context determine the solution rather than engineering design, somebody sitting in Delhi designing the solution for the ground, because they might not appreciate what would happen and what is the slope at a particular location. A plane or a graded system or a network design might work in an area which might favor that. It might not work in many other areas. Rural Himachal, we did 11 audits for Gram Panchayats. Wet waste is mostly taken care of. It is majorly a problem still of a plastic waste. But again, the pits and septic tanks are unlined and manual overflow is maintained. Now the challenge is here of accessibility also. Most of the roads are narrow. We cannot take big vehicles there. So again, a solution needs to be then keeping in the context. Because if we again borrow the same solution, perhaps we would not have the solution delivering the desired result, because it will be incompatible with the ground realities. Industrialization is happening and it has started affecting the water bodies. And of course, because of poor enforcement, we are not having a very robust monitoring system to design that, which is ultimately ending up in the rivers. Leh FSTP we talked about, and I think Mr. Stanjin was here talking about this year also they won an award. So CDD and Boda had come together to design and implement this system. Leh has got again a very particular system that they have got only 6 months of construction period. And so this system was designed in 52 days and implemented, and this is still running successfully. And in sub-zero temperature also, these systems can work, nature-based systems can work. That is a live example which has been working for many years. From the institutional side of view, we realize that having one player which runs and operates the discharging operation makes the whole integration very seamless. If you have got multiple players, and since Leh is a tourist town, the paying capability is also higher. So depending again not on the technological solution, also the economic situation of the payer, that will also determine what type of solution we should opt for. Now this is from Nathanhalli. This is a Munnar town where we did this river rejuvenation. Now interestingly, if you see most of the places we have got river fronts, we are developing river fronts. Now here most of the houses and establishment have their backside to the river. And the reason is quite again local. Most of the land in Munnar is owned by Tata Group. So only the land which is near to the river was free for commercial establishment, and they needed access to road. And hence most of the establishments have got their back to the river, and all the waste goes back to the river. Then again we designed outfall, this nature-based solution for all the outfalls which are going into the river. We tried to improve the community connect by creating community places around the back of the river. Tourists could go. We started doing landscaping and other interventions to make the place lively. Because any intervention, solid waste or liquid waste, is not considered a very, I would say, glamorous event through the purity-driven society of ours. The concept of purity and impurity is very high. So how do we integrate community into these systems was one of the interventions, and we try to do it everywhere. To make the place more joyful, more, I would say, engaging, rather than as a source of waste or as a source of displeasure for the community. Now Tripura is another state we are working very closely with the state government, designing the whole focal sludge policy, liquid waste management for the state, designing clusters, designing solutions, helping them prepare their DPRs. Major challenges. Land parcel availability everywhere would be a challenge because you need to create, otherwise you will have to create solutions which will be expensive. Secondly, most of these regions are earthquake prone. So the traditional designs would not work here. The minimum cost of a civil infrastructure will be 150%. In our experience, is even going 200% because you need to design it for the seismic activity, also for flooding many point of time, especially in Tripura. So depending upon again the context, the solution emerges. And if we ignore that, again as Manas was saying about Ambani's intervention, so what we invest today, whether they will stand tomorrow or not, we cannot guarantee that. So that those factors need to be kept into mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Harsh sir. We'll take the questions after all the presentations. So the second, I'd like to invite Dr. Kallimuthu Pillai sir, an expert in disaster resilient wash services from the Wash Institute, to please, thank you.
Can I have my presentation, please? Yeah. So good evening, and this is a last session. And most of us like to flush and forget, right? That's what everyone look for. I hope maybe the Gates Foundation already working with few universities, those kind of technology going to come maybe in a year or two. Already products are getting ready, you flush and maybe you need not worry about what is coming out like, because everything get treated on the spot like. So those kind of products are going to come. Maybe it's not very far, maybe in a year or two. So going to be in the market. That's what I guess. So till such point in time, so we have to look for some sort of solution. So yeah. Can I have my presentation? Yeah. Yeah, hilly towns, maybe the settlement on the top of the hill, or maybe in the slope, or maybe the valley portion. Maybe the challenges are more or less slightly different, or so some of the challenges Wash Institute is working in different towns, particularly for in the hilly regions. We are providing UWM plan for towns and villages in Kerala, Sikkim, Uttarakhand and Himachal. So I would like to share some of the challenges. Right, you look at this is a Sankey diagram for Mussoorie town. So you see that where the generation of wastewater. So maybe you see the grey water is around 80% and black water is 20%. Finally, you see at the end what's happening, right? The natural, so 77% getting into the natural drain. Most of the cases without treatment or with the treatment. So that's a reality on ground. Maybe the same diagram. So where this the wastewater is getting into, right? Most of the cases we see the stormwater drain, right? So that's what more, because there's less space close to a house, then you naturally have to get into the open drain. So in the open drain, most of the cases, drinking water pipeline also goes along. If there is an intermittent water supply, there is a gap, they're definitely backsucking, definitely the contamination, water quality and water contamination is very common. But that's what we are seeing in many parts of the Kerala. You must be knowing that Kerala government did a water quality testing across the state. They found that nearly over 80% of the drinking water sources having, E. coli contamination. That's what the reality, right? But we are not hearing any sort of waterborne diseases there. Why? Because the Kerala, traditionally people use boiled water, right? So that may be the reason that we are not hearing most of waterborne diseases. But reality, if you check water quality, most of the cases you find, bacterial contamination. This is the same case for Uttarakhand as well. And most of the cases, rural areas, people use, soak pit. And again, soak pit also maybe, if it is the landslide, maybe the water penetrating, if it is destabilized, and maybe that also lead to landslide as well. So most of the cases see the generation and also where it ends at the end of the day, right? Majority of the cases without treatment, it's getting to open. This is the beautiful picture from Uttarakhand. You see almost all the houses, the water, outlets, it is getting into the open drain. So these open drains are the stormwater drain not designed to carry your, fecal sludge, right? It's not. It's all the solids getting, dumped, and there it is not getting cleaned. And at the end of the day, if there is a heavy rain, so drain is not available, water overflow, and maybe it is soil erosion and landslide. Everything is possible because you are designed stormwater to carry stormwater, but which is carrying something else. Yeah, that's a reality. This is another beautiful picture from Uttarakhand only. What's happening here? It's a beautiful septic tank. See the below ground, the tank. At the bottom of the tank, you have outlet. So whenever the tank is full, you're free to open, right? It gets into the open drain. That's the reality, right? So what has happened? So that's what maybe desludging services, because why? We can't blame the people also. The desludging cost is very high. The cost is very high and the facility is not available. Even they desludge where to carry, there is no treatment plant available. That's the reality, right? So that's what most of the cases open drain, and maybe the stormwater drain is completely blocked. And again, so maybe go for maybe treatment systems, but right, maybe we build very close because valley the water, we construct a treatment system along the river bed. So maybe during the heavy rain or flood, it washed away. So you must be knowing that Sikkim, a couple of STP washed away because, during the high flood, right? That's the reality. What will happen? For the state invested quite a lot of money to build the infrastructure. Finally, at the end of the day, washed away. So we know what to do, right? So maybe in some, maybe we see that drains are essential, right? Definitely for stormwater, but we need to make sure that it's not getting clogged, and maybe the overflow from the septic tanks would not get into the stormwater drain. That's what we need to ensure. And also some cases we go for, the soak pit and other technology, but again, if it is a landslide area, definitely soil piping, and finally destabilization takes place. Finally, it will also lead to. But you need to study the area based on which technology is suitable for which part of the area. That's what maybe we need to have clear-cut, planning exercise or design exercise. Then we implement appropriate solution with respect to that particular geography or area what we select, right? And again, all the wastewater is not only the climate change going to be part and parcel for in any infrastructure you take it, definitely you need to have climate change angle as well, right? So again, improper on-site sanitation systems, again it lead to water contamination. So that's another area. Definitely we need to look into water quality and drinking water aspects, how it is getting contaminated, particularly for what are the areas we need to look into so that your drinking water system is not getting contaminated. Like it's all interlinked, right? What is the possible solutions? That's what maybe if you look at, particularly for maybe twin pit toilet in the remote area, definitely, or most of the cases, some hill town, they go for a deeper single pit, 20 feet deep or 25 feet deep in case your water table is not an issue. Maybe EcoSan may be a better option to consider. or yeah, so maybe wherever possible, particularly for also some of the study indicates that the density of population in the hilly regions greater than 2000 per square meter, the water contamination level, possibility of water contamination higher. That's what some research studies are taking place. So maybe we need to keep all those, and maybe we need to come up with the appropriate solution. And yeah, desludging monitoring, particularly for the before rainfall season or after rain, definitely we need to desludging services should be introduced, and maybe the cost effective solutions should be available local, so that people regularly desludge. They don't open the wall to get let the supernatant water get into the storm water, right? So decentralized, so gravity enable, particularly for some of the areas, co-treatment facilities where the dense populations, co-treatment facility with the STP or FSTPs also maybe can be considered, right? So, and nature-based for us, maybe the major solution, Harsh was also mentioning about nature-based solution. So instead of going for a bigger, highly spent STPs, nature-based solutions are far better. Even if there's a flood, it won't get affected. Even if it gets connected, within no time we can bring back to the usage. So the nature-based systems are far better for the hilly regions. And maybe another things you must be knowing that WAS Institute come up with the innovative technology. This is a mobile septic treatment unit. So it is it sucks from the septic tank, it separates solid and liquid. Liquid get treated on the spot. So this is technology. So mobile, if you need more details, we can discuss in the sideline. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll take the questions later. We have 2 more presentations. So I'd now request Ms. Chavi Sharda. She'd have our next presentation, and she's from GIZ. So I'd kindly request you to please come on stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chavi. I work with the support to Ganga Rejuvenation Project of Indo-German cooperation in India. And the partner with which we are working very closely is National Mission for Clean Ganga of Ministry of Jal Shakti. The case study that I'm going to present right now focuses on the Ramganga Basin. Ramganga is a sub-basin of Ganga Basin, and it totally represents in issues and complexities sort of Ganga Basin. So this study, like the development of the Ramganga River Basin Management Plan, was initiated in the year 2021. And now at the current point, the plan has been developed and is ready for implementation. So I'm going to focus on the point and the non-point sources of pollution, because the topic of this session also limits me to do so. Just to give an overview and a brief before I start, Ramganga Basin consists of 2 states, Uttarakhand and Uttar Pradesh. Today we'll be focusing on aspects related to the hilly area, which is the Uttarakhand area. And while developing this plan with the NMCG, the State Mission for Clean Ganga in Uttarakhand has been closely steering the overall process with engagement of all the stakeholders. So as I proceed to explain what all have been done till now, I will also talk about various contributions from the stakeholder and the governance aspects related to it. So we have been talking about issues, and issues remain same, because I think last 2 days many were highlighted. So in Ramganga River Basin, for the first cycle, which is the 6 years, as the designated period, there were 5 key issues which were prioritized, of which the first 2 priority issues was the water quality deterioration of the Ramganga River due to point sources of pollution, and also the water quality deterioration due to the non-point sources of pollution. And when I talk about basin, I talk about the main stem, that is the Ramganga River, and also the first order, second order tributaries, the smaller rivers, all inclusive. So that was divided into various surface water management units when assessing these risks for both point and non-point source of pollution. So there were almost 18 surface water management units that came up. What are surface water management units? They are based on the hydrology, topography, which is much different from the Uttar Pradesh portion of the basin. So these were used through the SWOT modeling, and also aggregation with the experts' input from the Uttarakhand region. So Groundwater Board talked about aquifer, provided that data inputs, and also from the Pollution Control Board, surface water quality monitoring data was included. And this division was done based on what would be the practical way to also have the administrative as well as the hydrological units put together and what makes sense. So just to give a basic idea that these were divided into surface water and groundwater management units. So a basic criteria that was initially taken was based on the data that was available. And since the data available through Pollution Control Board in Uttarakhand, DO, BOD, NH4 COD and Water Quality Index, which is there consistently and was agreed to also be taken as observed data input through the government system of monitoring the data. So all the data that was taken into consideration for developing this plan came from official sources, and NWIC is the agency that combines all of this from all the department together and provided this input. And very much part of the overall process were these individual departments themselves. This was taken, and SWOT modeling was taken to basically extrapolate and also to understand and estimate a little bit more. For validation, there were site visits that were also done, and eventually there was maps that were generated that was showing red, yellow and green spaces, the surface water management unit that I started explaining in the start. So all the surface water management unit divided into red, yellow and green gave us idea for the decision makers to further understand what type of measures and interventions will be taken. So coming to the risk assessment for non-point sources of pollution, agriculture is a very riverbank agriculture is a common thing in the Ramganga basin, and washout of fertilizers, insecticides, pesticides, all these things are major contributor to the non-point source of pollution, in addition to, of course, like other issues related to solid waste that have also been mentioned earlier. And again, the built-up area, the urbanization, the agricultural land usage, all these were considered to finally come up with the risk assessment, which again gave non-point sources risk assessment result with the maps indicating the red area, yellow area, and the green area. And all this was not just a study independent of the people who are supposed to manage it. They were very much part of this assessment process and providing the data and doing the assessment together with the international experts that were working in a multidisciplinary team. So these are the eventually risk assessment result maps. So you can see a lot of red. I don't want to raise out a very alarming picture here, but however, this is the situation in the entire Ramganga basin, which also consists of UP. So consider only the upper part, which is at Uttarakhand. You can still see greens and yellows. My main point here is where we are in terms of, one more minute please. I'm just wrapping up. So in the Ramganga basin is the cyclic approach that is being followed, and the prioritization of few issues where clearly point and non-point source of pollution has been the issue. And the clear governance system and the coordination structure was established first and foremost, which hopefully will continue to take the implementation of various projects forward, which was through the Ramganga River Basin Committee formation and the District Ganga Committee formation. There are 20 districts in the Ramganga Basin. And the multi-stakeholder coordination, even at the district level, revealed similar issues. That was domestic sewage septage in urban and peri-urban area was a main issue. Liquid waste management and industrial effluents was another issue. So there have been pockets of, in Kashipur, for example, paper and pulp industry, major contributor to effluent. There are CETPs that have that are not fully functional. And there are also 7 districts where a similar process for development of the district Ganga plans is ongoing presently. And till now we are at a stage that all the stakeholders have contributed and certain issues have been listed. And it turns out from these 7 districts as well, similar issues that I've been hearing here in the previous sessions were highlighted. And they are also mentioned in this slide. Since the time is up, I will not really go forward and conclude my case study by saying that moving forward, we have selected and identified measures together with all the basin stakeholders, district committee stakeholders for implementation. In next 3 years, we'll be trying to implement this first cycle of planning, and probably working with many of you here who are already doing and working in the Uttarakhand area also. The selected measure that we will be really focusing on would be strengthening of the monitoring mechanism with the regulatory bodies, supporting an integrated sanitation septage management approaches, nature-based solution for wastewater treatment, the riverbank communities, and strengthening of the CETPs by augmentation, and also applying safe reuse of treated water framework at the Uttarakhand level. So with this, I would wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chavi ma'am. Our final presentation for this part of the session would be from Mr. Deepak Malik, sir. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. So in last session, most of the presentation from, fortunately or unfortunately, from Uttarakhand. This last one is also from Uttarakhand. So I will start from well-known quote of Amar, Mr. Firdaus. Gar Firdaus. Yeah. Gar Firdaus. Bar huwa zamiyas, amiyasto. If there is a paradise on earth, it is here, and it is here. But it is said in the context of Jammu and Kashmir, mainly Kashmir, but I extended to whole the Himalayan region. From Ladakh to Arunachal Pradesh, whole area is heaven, in my opinion. It's whole area, and we all are resident of heaven. So, and it is our duty to, it should remain, these areas should remain a heaven forever. So what we are doing, we will showcase what a little bit our effects, helping us to make it a heaven again. So, we start. As far as STPs we have constructed in Uttarakhand, we have calculated the demand total requirement of STPs in urban areas for 2035, 735 MLTs for 2035 we have calculated. Now we existing STPs, we have a 69 of numbers, installed capacity of 428 MLT. Most of the STPs along the river Gangas. And STPs under construction is 32. After that capacity of these 32 STPs, 154 STPs. And we have proposed 31 STPs having a capacity of 119.70 MLD. So in 2-3 years, if it is sanctioned and installed, then in 2-3 years, by 2027, we got the total installed capacity nearby 700 MLDs. So we can say that after 2-3 years, we are capable to handle the situation up to 2035. So I am showing you in a very, because I have a very less time, these STPs is a district-wise. We are showing a district-wise STPs. As it is in a Haridwar STPs, you see the numbers. There are 6 numbers having installed capacity 178. And this is a 68, one of the biggest STP of Haridwar is Jagjitpur. This is constructed on a HAM model, annuity model. It's based on, we had paid the contractor only 40% of the capex, and the remaining we will pay in the next 15 years, OPEX and capex. So this is HAM. This is the first STPs in annuity-based model in the India. This is one of the first STP. So in district Dehradun, we have a 13 STPs. So I am showing you how we have decentralized the things in the districts. We have not collect the whole sewage into one area and treat it at one places. So we are made it decentralized, basically. There are 13 STPs. These numbers are constructed STP. In Tiri Garhwals, we have 9 STPs and 22 MLD capacity. And this is one of the beautiful STP you are seeing. It is a multi-story STP. It is India's first multi-story STP we have constructed near the bank of the river Ganga in Rishikesh, near Rishikesh. It is a 3-story STPs we have constructed due to land constraint. I will tell you, it is one of the major constant in particularly in hilly terrains. So we can go for that. We can go, it is one of the first, and still it is one of the first STPs, multi-story STP in India. And it is a top view from 3rd floor. It is a top view. You are seeing a river Ganga and we are collecting the waste and treating on top floor. And it is a district Podi, 5 STPs, and district Podi Rudraprayag in 6 STPs. I am showing you very early manner, but time is constant. In district Chamoli, this is the area is Rudraprayag, Chamoli, Joshimath, and these areas we have constructed 17 STPs. Still working. And this is in the other side. Actually, Uttarakhand is divided in 2 regions, 2 catchments, Kumaon and one is Garhwal. Earlier, we were showing the STPs constructed in Garhwal along the river Ganga. And these are STPs is basically in Kumaon region, which is on the bank of rivers, which is a tributary of the Ganga, not directly goes to river Ganga. So, in Almora and Pithoragarh, we have constructed 2 STPs. Now we are proposing STPs in these regions because these are tributaries, not directly going to. So after constructing these STPs, as per State Pollution Control Board as well as Central Pollution Control Board, the river quality of Ganga is in A category. In Uttarakhand, you can take bath, you can do Achman. So we are able to achieve. And CPC is regularly monitoring, State Pollution Control Board is also regularly monitoring, and it is our duty, it should remain in A category everywhere in Uttarakhand. So we are trying our best. So these are the challenges we have faced during the construction of sewage system and STPs in hilly areas. It's definitely help you all of them. One is topography. Basically, in hilly topography, you will see there are 2-3 catchments in any city. 2-3 rivers are coming, so you have a not single catchment. You have 2-3 catchments. So what we will do? We proposed separate STP for each and every catchment. So decentralized in these manners. We have not shifted one catchment to the another, the waste of the one catchment to the another catchments. And geology, one of the most important factor we have to consider, which we do not consider during STPs. Recently, you have heard about the Joshimath land subsidence is occurring and the whole city is destabilizing. The main reason is the septic tank of that area, septic tanks. So what is happening, the leak, water is leaking from the septic tanks and disintegrated the rocks of that areas due to which. It is one of the major reasons. I cannot say this is the only reason, but it is one of the major reasons of the land subsidence in that area. So we should not do. So first we should study the geology of that area. Then we go, either we go for FSM or for. So that's why we are proposing sewerage network in Joshimath area. I'm not going to FSM on that area. And as far as Mussoorie is concerned, the whole rock is considered for limestones. So if you in limestone, you will provide septic tanks that will disintegrate the whole region of that area, started land subsidence. So we should see the geology. It is a very important factor. While we are selecting the techniques for waste management, it is my opinion. And slope, if we selected, and another factors comes out either for construction of STPs, either for laying sewerage network, slope is one of the most of another major challenge. Because due to this slope, if we have to lay the sewer line in slope, the velocity is the main problem. In slopy areas, the velocity reaches in shooting velocities more than 3 meters per second. As you are aware, the limited velocities in the sewerage network should be between 0.6 meter per second to 3 meter per second. So it is one of the major challenges in that slope areas. You have to maintain the velocity between 6 meter per second, 0.6 meter per second to 3 meter per second. This is one of the another challenge. And cold climate is one of the another challenge. We have it acts in two ways. One, for treatment facilities, cold weather reduces the biological treatment. Every 10 degrees Celsius is reductions, 50% microbe is gone, vanished. So it is one of the major challenges for treatment. And for laying, it is also one of the challenges. In colder region and colder climate, it is very difficult to lay. So it affects both manners, while you are constructing the infrastructure as well as in treatment. So we had faced in Badrinath areas. Such challenges we have faced in Badrinath areas. So sometimes we mix the hot water into treatment plants to make the temperature up to limit. And the next challenge is also very floating population. As I earlier told, these are the heavens, paradise, hilly areas. So most of the people try to visit these areas, particularly for pilgrimages and for tourist purposes. So most of the people rushes to hilly areas in summers. A lot of people. In this year, 12 lakhs people came for Char Dham Yatras. Okay. So these have to be take care. And higher cost is one of the higher cost is also one of the major reason. And limited land, that's why we have created multi-stories. And forest, lot of time will take to get permissions and all these things from the forest. And heavy rains. If there is a hills, there will be a rain. So hilly rain is one of the also major constraints there. We have to take care of rains also. So I will take 2 minutes more. It is one of the case study we had prepared DPR for Bageshwar town. It is in the Kumaon area. So it is one of the commercial town now because due to telecom minings, the population is going very high. In these areas, okay, I'm show what we done. In these areas, we had, as per geology and others conditions, is comfortable for us to provide both of the systems, as well as FSM, as well as sewage system. So we propose the integration approach for these areas. In these areas, the dense core area of the city, where commercial activities took place, or more of the people is visiting due to one temple is there, we providing sewage system in the core area, and the remaining gray areas it is looking on a gray area. It is a scattered area and dense areas. We are providing them a FSM facility for that, because geology is allowing us to provide FSM. So that's a mixed approach. we are preparing DPR for mixed approach so that in dense area there is no need to lay sewer line. Otherwise, it will be wasteful expenditure. Lot of expenditure. It cost about in hilly area 2.5 crores per kilometer for laying of sewer lines. So gray areas we are proposing FSM, fecal sludge management, and the core area is which is a yellow you are seeing. We are in this. Now it is clear in this. In gray areas, it is a we are proposing FSM, and the core areas it is in the yellow is showing along the rivers. It is a basically core area of the town sewerage system. So this by adopting this mixed approach, we are reducing the cost of the sewerage and these treatment systems. So zone-wise, we are distributed population for septage is 50% we are providing the sewerage network and 50% populations we are providing the septage. So it reduces our, very tremendously, we reduce the capacity of our treatment plants is 3.2 MLD. Otherwise, it would have a 6 MLD. So we reduce this to 6 to 3.2 MLD. So in this way, we can reduce the cost if we adopt the mixed approach. Every technology have a good and bad. We have to adopt according to cities. So we should not copy. It is my request, we should not copy one technology, one approaches to the another town. We should make a tailor-made scheme for each and every town. It is my request. So I am concluding like within a fraction of seconds. So these I have shown ki in the same manner, in same STPs, waste is reaching by sewerage system and by septage management, by transportation and transfer stations. So as you all are aware about the methodology of the FSM, so there is no need to. These we have constructed a small trucks so that can reach to the narrow zones. So these are the problems. And now thanks, we are concluding. Okay.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you to all the case study presenters. So from holistic approaches during disasters to the critical role of financing, policy frameworks, and multi-stakeholder governance, these presentations truly highlighted the pathway for resilient wastewater management in hilly regions. Now, I request Manas, sir, to kindly share any additional thoughts and lead the Q&A session. So we can have the Q&A session for the next 5 minutes. We can take 2 or 3 questions.
Why don't we go directly into Q&A? Do we have hands? Yes, sir.
Hi. 2 quick clarifying questions from the presentations. One for Ms. Chavi. Ma'am, when the transition is happening from green to red, is there any correlation with the speed of the river and the quantity of water that flows into it? And is it gradually happening or is it suddenly happening, the transition which we see in the map? That is a question for you. And for Deepak sir, one quick question is the STPs which already exist, right? Are they fed through closed conduit systems like sewer networks, or is it interception diversion based? Whatever is existing right now. Yeah. Thank you.
Chavi, you want to go first?
Thanks. Thank you for the question. So when the risk assessment is done, it is generally consisting of multiple parameters, not just the quality parameter, but also the land use pattern, the hydrological response of the river system. So the quantity that you asked also is considered. And the results that are that were shown in the map were overlaid with the surface water management unit. So surface water management unit were defined. So in general, it was an average of that unit that was shown. However, of course, in reality, very practically, it is a gradual thing, and wherever there is merging of drains, that is where the spike is. So also the measures and the interventions that will be taken up will be on the basis of the real-time data and the observation that was taken. Thank you.
And do you also see, just to add to that question, do you also see, I'm guessing the density of cities or towns along the way probably increase as you reach the plains, right? And does that then have an accelerated impact on the quality of water, I would guess?
I'm sure it has some, because all the UP surface water management unit were all red. and it could be a direct relationship. Yeah.
And, yeah.
As far as sewage conduit is concerned, we had a conduit carrying system in Dehradun, 50% part of the Dehradun, Mussoorie, 50% in Haridwar and Rishikesh. We are laying sewage system there also. And in the rest of the areas, we trap the nalas so that the waste should not go indirectly to River Ganga. So in later stages, we will provide conduit system there.
So currently it's a combination. Yeah, great. Yeah. Yes. Sir. Yeah. Yes,
Sorry.
Anand. No, go on, please.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Sorry. My question to go to Ms. Chobby from GIZ. You told that you use the several parameters, you use the SWOT model. That's why I guess you use the several parameters. But in terms of water quality parameter, I see the only BOD, COD, and DO. But what about the metal ions, mostly in river, like heavy metals, maybe a cases? Then again, the reasons for pollution is like chemical fertilizers runoff, but I can't see there like even a nitrate. Have you considered these parameters in the modeling?
Yes, thank you for that question. I knew there will be more questions related to this. All the data that is collected, which includes nitrates, everything was taken into consideration. However, when there was there is an indication category of risk criteria, like the reds and the yellows and the green. Why a surface water management unit is red? So that range was decided by all the stakeholders together on the basis of the consistency of the data. So sometimes what happens is we want to really include things like heavy metals, but we do not have data enough to be able to put it at risk because we do not have data, so that is not defined. So certain things were opted out to define the risk categories for this cycle, which is 6 years. But of course, that has been noticed by the system, and then wherever possible, I don't know if it is possible to include heavy metal testing at present from the information that I have. In the monitoring network itself, there are about 76 monitoring stations in the entire Ramganga basin, of which there are very less in Uttarakhand as of now. So yeah, there are those problems and issues also, but it has been very well noted and taken into account. That's the start, I think.
As long as it doesn't become out of sight, out of mind, I guess that's important. Yeah. Anand, yes.
Yeah. So my question was, see, the Himalaya is a very, very disaster-prone area. There are cloud bursts. It's a seismically active area. Also, we've been seeing very heavy flooding in different parts. So across all these projects, have we considered a plan B also, that in case there is an earthquake, there is, expectation of a very heavy earthquake coming in. So if something like that, or a cloudburst happens, or have we mapped out, like looked at past history of what is the frequency of different kinds of disasters happening? And then what is the projection that when these projects, if in case something gets affected, what is going to be the plan B, and how long will we take to recover back to that? Because it's going to be a health disaster if something like this happens. So is that taken into the planning process of both the construction that you've done in Uttarakhand as well as the mapping that you've done?
And maybe Deepakji, you can just tell us in a minute, how is the planning process also different from if you were planning in a non-sensitive area? What other parameters are taken? What other studies are done, which you would not do normally, but in these areas you have to do because of these kind of potential risks?
Most of the areas which are in hilly areas, we design our STPs more than up to 8.5 magnitudes. So basically, if it occurs earthquake more than 8.5, then it will be affected. Before that, hopefully it will not be affected. So our system is capable to take earthquake up to 8.5 magnitude.
And what about the sewer networks? Because again, those can burst.
Also same manner we design.
Okay, all right. Maybe one
I
more.
I want to add
yes,
one.
Please.
With NMCG, National Mission for Clean Ganga being partner, they had requested GIZ to come up with a strategy for handling pollution, accidents, and crisis management. But it's a strategy that we have provided, like work together in with the Uttarakhand Pesal Nigam also, and then that has been provided to NMCG. But I am not sure how far work is going on, so I don't know the present status. But it was something that was done, I know.
Yeah, Mona.
Can I?
Maybe one
Yeah.
or two more. Yeah.
First of all, thank you very much for wonderful presentations. My question is to Deepak ji. When you presented a place where you have a combination of on-site sanitation and seaward systems.
In Bageshwar.
Yes, in Bageshwar. So my question is, we often take this back as a solution to the urban local bodies. And they say that there will be a lot of community resistance, that why those 50% people are getting seaward connections and why we are not getting. There is also a resistance that ULBs have, that we will have to run two operation and maintenance systems. Did you face anything of that kind, or what was the winning point to sort of have acceptance for this solution, which is the way to go?
In hilly areas, we are very fortunate that people want, please do not lay a sewer line. I am happy with my septic tank. So I do not face. I faces more hesitations when we'll going for laying the sewer lines.
This is the hill context.
This is the hill context. So people are very happy that they are working with the septic tank. But my question is, my opinion is that if it is prone to geology, if it is prone for land subsidence, we should let sewer line there, which we are doing in the case of Joshimath.
Great. Just wanted to ask AK or Harsh, from the risk perspective, in your work, have you seen different approaches that you applied from a future risk, from a climatic risk perspective, and a vulnerability perspective compared to the way you would design systems or solutions normally? Only if you have any specific examples.
Yeah, we have been taking these matters into considerations. Like whenever we are designing IND systems. So I think the probability of last 100 years or rainfall is not a good indicator of future. So we are adding an extra layer of 50% more to that. And then we design a solution that has got its implication for structural integrity of the designs or structure we create. So that factor of a higher flow we are taking into consideration by taking more than 100%, 100 year, because we feel that 100 year might also not be sufficient for any extreme event which might happen. So that is an over, I would say, additional layer of instance we are creating. Similarly in Bihar and Tripura, we are creating a new structures, because what is happening, the design, like if we say that those who are aware of planted drying bed, it is generally constructed above the ground. But if you do so in these seismic regions, the cost of construction will increase by 250%, because you need to provide additional civil structure support to that. So we are creating that within the ground to reduce the cost. So a number of improvisation goes depending upon the context. So it is not one single solution which gets created and then gets replicated. Depending upon the context, we realize the context, we then find out the ways how to improvise it, and then the improvisation takes place.
So in addition to that, maybe when you are choosing for the technological option, the subsidiarity principle, right? Maybe maximum solution you try to do it at a household level. If it is not possible, then go for community or maybe entire village. That's what maybe you need to select. So for example, that's what maybe Sikkim, you know that both the STP washed away, closed, right? If it is a nature-based system, within no time you can bring back. Like, so you need to evaluate what sort of system fit in. That's what maybe that's the area you need to consider.
Great, thank you. Should we wrap up? One last question? Okay, last one. How much are you willing to pay for your question?
That depends. So my question is to Deepak ji. Most of the STPs that you shown in your presentation, they were underutilized, and yet you are saying that the government, the Uttarakhand government, is aiming to increase the number of STPs. So how appropriate do you see this scenario? Is when on the one hand you are having underutilized STPs, that many numbers, and then you're planning for new ones. So in the perspective of disaster readiness, I just want to ask this thing. Thank you.
Good question. Actually, we have designed our STPs for the year 2035 or more, for more years. That's why still it is visible unutilized. But in future, definitely it will attain their capacity. And one more thing, why we are constructing, we have, as I earlier said, we are constructing the STPs according to the topography of that area to take care of catchment of the areas. We are not allowing the waste of one catchment to the another catchment. So that's why we are clustering, we have made clusters, then we are constructing the STPs, each and every separately, decentralization. So it will capable to handle the waste up to the year 2035. So
And therefore, as you build more sewage pipelines and connect people,
if we collect more people, then that
and as population grows, you're saying that the capacity utilization will increase.
But still we are handling the waste through nalas.
Yeah.
Waste of the people through nalas.
Okay.
Happens
Great. So
many
let's.
times, yeah.
Yep. Thank you. Yeah.
The presenters as well as the delegates for the interactive question and answer session. We will invite you back on the stage at the end of the session, sir. So thank you very much. We now move to the second part of the session, which is a fireside chat featuring a panel of distinguished experts. I would like to invite first Mr. Prashant Mohapatra from CPHEO, a seasoned professional dedicated to creating a robust standard and institutional frameworks for liquid waste management in India. Secondly, I'd like to invite Dr. Mona Iyer, ma'am, a respected academician from CEPT University, whose research focuses on evidence-based urban sanitation policies and capacity building for inclusive government. Manas, sir, over to you to lead the fascinating discussion.
Thank you very much. All right. So, we've talked a lot about the problem, so we won't talk about the problem. We're going to talk about what can be done going forward. We saw some very interesting case studies, including technologies. So, Mona, let me start with you. And since you come from an academia background at CEPT University, often we find academia really missing from a lot of these conversations. NGOs get together, we talk about NGO and government, we talk about private sector involvement. And the question that always comes up, or should be coming up much more often, is where are the researchers, where are the idea people, right? Now, you've been doing a very interesting multi-year, multi-partner project, but in a different space. Can you, hearing the kind of problems that you're facing with mountain cities and the wastewater problem, can you think of a parallel system of what kind of research and so on academia could organize to help NGOs and governments, or governments and NGOs and private players, to understand what sort of solutions, what should we be doing going forward for these regions?
First of all, thank you, Manas, for that question. But thank you, Parvat Manthan, for having me here. And it was truly a lot of learning since morning. And we from the mainlands or the plains do not really have very nuanced understanding of what happens in the hills. And a lot of nuanced understanding came through the presentation. So thank you. Going back to your question about how can research and academia engage more with such forums, I think so the common belief is that those who get work, and those who don't get work teach. So, but I would like to say that teaching is a very human instinct. Each one of us likes to teach someone else what we have learned through our experience. So it's a very, very natural human instinct. And what I learned today over here, I feel the way it can go back. And I was continuously taking notes as an academic that where can it go as a teaching material or a training material. And if I talk about that, I think in the morning, many people said that there are lots of reports available on this. There are lots of reports available on this kind of innovation, or lots of reports available on financial reforms or innovations. Now, sometimes I struggle, sometimes you as professionals struggle, where are those reports when you need them? And how do you access them? So I think this becomes a very, very good platform from where the knowledge can be drawn, and there are very different levels of material and documentation which academics are mandated to, and that's their job to do actually. So there can be more of awareness studies which are documentation of what's happening to waste management, what's happening to finances in cities across the country. Those are all more like situation assessment reports, studies available for high-level decision makers to get a situation assessment. But what becomes helpful for practitioners and for postgraduate or continuing education people is the kind of case studies that come out of this, or the kind of cases. And I would take a minute to elaborate difference between case studies and cases. What we saw here were case studies presented to us with what made it successful, what were the challenges. What becomes cases, it's a very common pedagogy tool in management schools where the entire case is documented. For example, Deepak ji may document the entire case and there would be decision dilemmas which would be posed. That where was the decision dilemma to select the technology? Was there a decision dilemma of land availability, or was there a decision dilemma of social inclusiveness? So when we document these cases, it's very important to bring these kind of dilemmas which were faced by the implementers or by the people who developed the projects, which get lost in the case study documentation. So what I think, and I propose, as you said, what is the line of action? I feel somebody also used, Roshanji used the word alliance of high altitude regions. And I feel if all this experience comes together and we create a platform and academics can engage in that, create a platform where these different kinds of materials are put together, it will require intense discussions by researchers and academics with these implementers to pull out what are the key messages that this should give out. Whether the key message should be on technology, key message should be on governance, on finance. So that's what I think, that's where it fits, and maybe I'll add more later if there is time.
Great. So in a sense, the case studies we typically see tell you what happened and what the outcome was. You're saying, look, let's understand how it happened. What are the options available? What are the choices? What are the mistakes that happened? And how do we then learn from the entire process, not just from the outcome?
Yeah, because
right?
Otherwise what happens is, like somebody said, like Mr. Kakkar said in his panel discussion, that do not conclude whether centralized or decentralized is good. So if we go only by case studies approach, especially when students study this in their bachelor's, postgraduate, they may make a conclusion that decentralized is good or decentralized is not good. But to bring that context, it's very important.
Yeah. No, and I think that's very important because there is, I think we all get, I often say, all this data-based decision making really is just, we use data to confirm our biases, right? And therefore you do have this very strong, decentralized is better than centralized, and centralized doesn't work. So we assume decentralized therefore will work. And a lot of the assumptions go into the whole thing, and then that idea sort of spreads and takes root. So I think it's good to understand the process and then understand in which situation what works better. Prasanta ji, let me ask you a question. You were, I think, you were in Odisha for a long time with OWSSB. Designed and built, fecal sludge management systems for 115 cities, and then a whole bunch of stuff on the wastewater treatment side, right? The sewer networks and so on. Very successful in Odisha in addressing the sanitation issue. Now, sitting now at CPHEOO, looking at the policy framework, what are the gaps you are seeing, or what is the difficulty you are seeing in creating the kind of framework that we've been talking about for the last 2 days? Why is it that in 2024, we are discussing mountains are different from plains? I mean, that kind of should be pretty obvious to us, right? We need different norms. That should have been obvious to us a long time ago. Why is it that in 2020, and I'm sure there are practical reasons why, but why is it that in 2024 we are having these conversations? And what are the difficulties you're seeing in creating those norms and those frameworks which will allow for suitable and appropriate planning in mountain areas?
It's very, very pertinent and very nice question. In fact, I started as a steward person and ended up my career in OWC as a non-steward person. And
that's progress, right?
And then you never know. And then, before coming here, I thought hill and mountainous areas will have real challenges. But looking at the presentations made by all the ladies and gentlemen, now at CPHU, I think there should not be any difficulty. And in fact, for the last few days, we have been discussing in CPHU also how to go about these issues. As Madam mentioned, we need to create a e-platform, e-learning platform, and that came out very clearly in the Lucknow workshop of SBM 2.0 that we had on 19th and 20th. And MOHUA is definitely going to create that platform where you will have all the case studies and the reports, the DPRs and all. So it's a matter of time only, maybe a month or two. So we'll have a lot of collaborations and those kind of activities will be taking place. Now coming to the gaps, I can see a lot of roles for the institutions. For example, at this moment, DPRs are prepared by consultants, definitely, and they are vetted by the institutions. So we have several institutions, NITs, IITs, and planning institutions. So if we can, let's say when we talk of what is the solution we saw from Mr. Deepak, or from elsewhere also, if that were in the e-platform, and if that could be assessed by others, maybe that could be a cross-learning, and maybe we could come up with a very viable solutions. The other thing I would like to state here, Switzerland is a mountainous country, right? And before we got independence, they have put a train up to the mountain peaks. Yeah? So it's all about infrastructure and planning. And of course, your willingness to spend. Thank you.
Great. So I think we add on one more layer to what you said, Mona, about the cases, documenting, making it a learning experience. Now, one thing though is, just taking this a little more granular, right? Within the mountain areas, we've got a lot of diversity as well. So there's no one size fits all there. Each area is very distinct. It has its own institutional requirements. It has its own towns, its own culture, political culture, economic, social culture, and it has its own education institutions, right? So can we think of, this is more like a takeaway, can we think of a way where we get the local educational institutions and not just rely always on the IITs and the NITs, right? But really taking local, this whole idea of, students being groomed as citizens who get involved in the local administrative process, technical processes, decision-making processes, and not just school children. We're talking about people who are in the professional education domain, and of course the professors and researchers, and then working maybe with the more sort of the larger organizations that have got experience in this space, like the CEPT and the IITs and whoever, but really sort of forming more of local bodies. Because see, one of the problems, one thing you had in Odisha was continuity. You had political stability, you had, sort of your people, you had administrative officers who were there for 6-7 years, which is unheard of, right? Like no IS officer sits in a role for 7 years, but that 10 years, right? But that continuity, I think, helps to get those results. So even if we can't get it at an individual level, and that's why internationally you have these utilities, right, which provide that continuity of planning, finance, technical skills, and so on. Here we don't have the utility culture, and maybe we won't for the near future. But can we create systems where academia and the sort of service providers and the regulatory bodies come together to create some sort of mechanism for that continued learning and make it hyper-local so that it also becomes a repository of knowledge? This last question, in your project that is currently going on, how are you able to, can you just give some examples of how are you as researchers and academicians able to take your research learnings and feed it back to the government? And how does it get adopted? How does it get used? Has that happened yet? And what's your experience been in that?
So, Manas, first to reflect on involving the local institutes, that's extremely important. I think some of these local institutes have, not some, all of them actually have wealth of knowledge. They are just underrated sometimes in our mainstream thinking. So it's extremely important to have local institute because they are the ones who will keep on driving the agenda on the ground. They are the ones who will be available to the urban local bodies or rural bodies when they are required. consultants or external institutes will come and go. So that's super important. Similarly, the local NGOs or action groups are also equally important, and the academics in the local ecosystem do work with them or engage with them. If I give you 2 examples or 3 very quickly, not detailing out those examples, of how in our recent research we have tried to do that. So one is the Indo-Dutch project where we are working on mainstreaming water sensitivity in urban planning. We see most of the urban floods happening because the natural drainage is lost or clogged. And we have all these concepts of water sensitive planning developed in the West or in the global North, as we call it. So we were trying to see how to contextualize it in Indian context, wherein we collaborated with local institutes in Bhopal, Calicut, Bhuj, local NGOs and local academic institutes, and worked for 5 years with them. And what it led to was, in Gujarat, in Bhuj, we could inform the town planning mechanism, the act, where the clauses need to change with the local evidence. In Calicut, we could work on water quality linked to sanitation. And how do you improve the data transparency so that people are aware about the contamination of groundwater by. So these are 2 examples of international collaboration where we brought back the learning right up to the policy level. And that would not have been possible if we did not have the local partners. We had the international partners and the knowledge. We were the bridge, and then the local partners. So that's how it worked. And there are a couple of more examples, but maybe after Prasantaji.
I can add some more. You talked about the involvement of the stakeholders. Now, in this project, the main stakeholders, as I see, they are first are the consultants who prepare your DPRs. Yeah. Then the contractors who implement them, right? So right now, it's not only for the hilly or mountainous towns. It's everywhere throughout the country. We have the dearth of consultants or the right consultants, the capacity of the consultants, to prepare a good DPR of use water management. And so also the dearth of contractors also, that we have all realized. Now you will see a lot of even there is lack of capacity among the PMUs. You have all the at the state level also. I hope all will agree. So when you have that kind of situation and you are aiming to reach 2030 SDG goals, you are very few years left.
Yeah.
Now ministry is not sitting silent. So lot of you will see in the coming month a flurry of activities. So there is a plan to engage the institutions, engage the consultants, the contractors, the state engineers, and train them. And also maybe Mr. Deepak will receive people from Northeast states, so that they will come and see how he has solved his problem, how he has done the IND system, and how he has been able to solve the the challenges he faced from the public. So those are the studies where you have best case studies we saw in the presentation.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that is going to happen in the coming months, and maybe Marin Madam also would help in the capacity building program of all the stakeholders.
Absolutely. Yeah. And just, okay. So last, yeah. I'll leave a couple of ideas. There are a couple of things that we didn't really talk much about. At least today I didn't hear much of. One of the things we were supposed to talk about was circularity. We haven't really talked too much about it. We are still looking at mountains as receiving something and then taking something away, right? And therefore the reuse of water, reuse of treated water, is that an important thing? Is there enough water? Is there too much water sometimes? How to think about that. Again, maybe more of a local issue, but it's something we should not forget about in the way we think about our town planning and design and so on. The other thing I wanted to discuss with Mona, but we don't have time, is how does WASH planning and WASH systems integrate with the broader city, public spaces, green spaces, entertainment or recreational areas, playgrounds, and so on, so that we look at, the Spawn City idea, the 15-minute city idea where, water walk, water becomes, pathways to walk and to commute as well. So Spawn City, 15-minute city, blue and green infrastructure. And that's something I think, again, maybe, smaller towns have got more potential to think about those things than the big cities where concrete use is, all over the place. And the last thing was the non-sewered toilet. if somebody mentioned, I think somebody talked about that. I think AK said in 1 year we will have the non-sewer toilet. Now there's Ravi sitting up there, in one of the stalls, and I've been seeing him for 8 years at all these, every sanitation event, right? Every year he's back with a better and better model of a toilet that treats the waste and the solid internally, right? And now he's selling the systems, and they've got paying customers and so on. What are we doing about those sort of things? And can CPHEO, for example, take a more active role in looking at new technologies and fast tracking their testing and acceptance for wide scale deployment? Because one of the things I hear from a lot of industry people, because I work with a lot of companies, is that it takes forever, and you're dead before you can get an innovation approved to be used by the government, right? Unless you can pull the right strings or take care of the right things. So maybe that innovation space is something that is still needed, and maybe that's something that CPHEO and academia can actually play a role in.
In fact, ministry has come up with a technology challenge for sanitation. So all the innovative technologies are welcome, and of course the real challenge would be how quickly you accept it, how quickly you approve it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think.
Can I talk for a minute about planning and WASH?
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
So Manas asked about how WASH can be mainstreamed in urban planning. Urban planning has largely stayed land allocation, land pooling, land distribution kind of an exercise. Over last 15 years, we have tried to see how this WASH elements can get mainstreamed into the urban planning or planning of towns and cities. So there is a lot of learning around that, but maybe during the discussions. Thanks.
Okay, well, one thing I can add. In the hilly or mountainous regions, the fundamental constant is the availability of land. And CPHU, learning from your work in Rishikesh, so the SOP has come, there is advisory on the multi-stage, STPs. So CPHU, is looking at the, innovations, and it's a space.
900 square meter areas there.
Yeah, that is great. For 7.5 MD, 900 square meter only. So I have a strong belief land cannot be a constraint. So somehow, but then at the policy level, take a clue from you, we may have an issue of land in terms, because most of the land there is forest land. So we may have to ask that maybe the diversion of forest land could be made faster. So that intervention could be there. Maybe you have to move to the appropriate authority. Maybe this Parvat Manthan can come up with something.
Yeah. Great. Yes, sir.
I know I just came in last moment here, but I did hear the couple of words with the circularity and also the water system. Thank you. Sensei Raj from Vision India 2032. I happened to come back from Sikkim in the last year. I was there throughout for about 2 months and laid out the whole blueprint, same in Wayanad. But when I hear about circularity, I think we have focused more on our human-centric, whereas the ecocentric has been thrown out of the door. I think that is the human arrogance which has led to where we are today. So if we are to really make ourselves resilient, that's the single purpose I was led in. It's not where I was sitting anyway. Can we have a truly circular approach, not in just an academic approach of doing a circular triple bottom line one? And that in itself, the stakeholder, like for instance, have we done a load-bearing capacity on each of the terrain in the mountainous regions? That I haven't heard, not even in the past, the World Congress on Disaster Management either. Neither have I seen in any of the ground reality. So policies are great, but at the same time, can we do that in a scientific manner as well? Can we take in the cultural DNA of the indigenous people, indigenous land, and then also learn from it, engage them in it, and then bring the resources to bear? I'll stop there. Thank you.
So I don't think we have time for questions. Hello. 2 questions. Okay,
I would like to share one incident which is relevant to
okay,
here.
Okay.
Just a minute,
yeah.
A couple of minutes. I was interviewed 28 years ago. There was a scientist in a panel of board, was taking my interview, and he asked me a question, what is the difference between scientist and engineer? So that was a very tough question at that time. I was in dilemma, who is superior, engineer or scientist? So I given that answer, engineer is a bridge between scientist and public. We transfer your knowledge to public by giving them a shape. And we are not finding out velocity, acceleration, and such of thing, mathematics, but we transfer your velocity and acceleration to mobility to the people by making automobiles, railway, and this thing. So my point is that academics or scientists are doing work in their isolation. They are not transferring their knowledge or giving that knowledge to engineers so that we can transfer to the public. Yeah. So between that relation should be maintained. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And of course, engineers should be equally cognizant about the mechanics and the chemistry and the environment and the ecology so that we can take and the sociology and so on, right? And that's why we need a multidisciplinary approach to solving every problem. 2 questions we are allowed. 1.5 maybe now that we took some time. Short questions?
Lately, the liquid waste management rules have been notified by MOFCC for 2024. So this is something known as EUR, Extended User Responsibility. So I just want to know the thoughts of the panelists on EUR, since we have talked about EPR lot much earlier today. So over to you. Thank you.
We have a lot of discussion at CPG also on this issue, so I cannot divulge. We will have a response to the appropriate ministry. But there are issues, in fact. It's not for me at least personally, I can say it's not a workable rule. There are many issues. I think we had a webinar by CSE. You can follow that webinar. The recording is available. So it is very enlightening also. Many issues have been dealt with.
Okay. Can I just respond to Deepakji on?
Sure.
Very rightly put, academic institutes to engage with practice. But it's not one size fit all. There are many academic institutes which engage very intensely with practice, especially in the development sector. Because in development sector, it's difficult to take back things to classroom if they are totally theoretical. There are a lot of things which are social, cultural, technical, institutional, financial. So a lot of connection is there. I think what is required is to continue that dialogue all the time. Yes. So there is this initiative since last 5 years, which was initially supported by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, still going on, Global Sanitation Graduate School. Dasra and FSSM Alliance are part of it. Mahreen knows about it. I think Wash Institute, you know about it. You have been part of it. CDD, Borda, all of them. So there is this whole movement, global movement, where academic institutes from different disciplines, engineering, social science, technology, planning, all of them are preparing courses and delivering. It's been 5 years related to WASH education from their own domain perspective. And now, next year, February or March onwards, each region will have its own hub. So India Hub will be a separate set of activities, and we will closely work with the Alliance and the members to take back some of that material. So India Hub will be anchored by CEPT University, but WASH Institute is a partner, BITS Goa is a partner, IIT Roorkee is a partner there. But we are planning to get more tier 2 institutes, 3 institutes, and take on board, and we'll reach out the networks of NIUA and FSSM Alliance to get right people on board so that the movement continues.
Excellent. So we'll wrap up. Well, if Marine puts a hand up, I cannot say no. I'm sorry.
Yes, she's saying it close that.
I would love to just go on and on with these discussions, the rich discussions, but just adding to what Mona ma'am said, it's very pivotal that these academic engagement happen in the hilly areas. Absolutely. Yes. Because there is a dearth of knowledge sharing within different stakeholders and in fact with the academia itself. Yeah. So it's very pivotal that when we do these exchange, it's how do we engage the students of the Himalayas, because they come with a lot of urge to know more and to expose them what is happening across the region.
Madam, you will have a lot of activities in the coming months. We are planning capacity building in each and every state, and in fact in all the Himalayan states.
So that's
don't worry
one
for
thing.
that.
That's one thing I'm taking from here, as I had told you, that this will become an important section in the GSGS activities that we unfold in coming 3 to 4 years. Thank you
Fantastic.
for this.
So let's wrap up with that. I want to say just one thing. While we keep talking about building more and our GDP is growing and our country is growing and our population is growing, etc., we should also focus on efficiency, which is something we don't always do. I work with a lot of NGOs, and if you say, what do you need? The only thing they need is money. Or paisa dos, all problems we will solve. I say, if you had more money, how will you do things differently? No, our model is good. We know what to do. Just give us more money. Then I ask them a question. I say, suppose you knew that for the next 10 years, your budget will not increase. No matter what you do, your budget, you will not get 1 rupee more from donors for the next 10 years. Will you continue doing things exactly the way you do it now? And every NGO says, no, then we will change things. We will stop doing this. We'll do more of that. We'll become more efficient. I hope that we can keep an eye on efficiency, because that will also help the environment, because we take less from it, then we give back less rubbish to it, and we can improve quality of life without just needing more and more stuff, which is what is causing the land subsidence, the groundwater depletion, and the forest cover decreasing. And this is much more important in the mountain areas. People from Leh often say, we need to become like India. We need to learn from India. I say, no, India needs to learn from you. We need to become more like the mountain folk, and we can live more economically and live, I hope, more happily, right? So thank you very much. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you, everybody, for your active participation in this session. We've explored critical themes from integrating conventional and decentralized systems to fostering multi-stakeholder collaboration and financing sustainable models for hilly terrains. Your insights truly lay the groundwork for actionable change. I'd now like to invite Ms. Kaveri Dhawan, ma'am, from DASRA, NFSSM Alliance, to felicitate our presenters and panelists. I would also request Dr. Pillai sir, Mr. Harsh sir, Ms. Chavi ma'am, and Mr. Deepak sir to also please join us on stage. Thank you so much, everybody. As we close this transformative two-day conclave, our focus now shifts to the road ahead. What actionable takeaways can we implement? How do we build on the collaboration forged here to create a resilient and inclusive Himalayan region? So firstly, I request Dr. Debolina Kundu, ma'am, to kindly sum up the conclusion and way forward. Over to you, ma'am. Okay. I request Mr. Ramesh Negi, sir, first to kindly share his concluding remarks and outline the way forward.
Good evening to everyone. I think after having such deliberations, so wide-ranging across the Himalayas and across the borders, what I can just say that the sum up, 2-3 areas. One is the area of political economy, which we discussed, was the financing pattern. That's very important, that everyone, whether it's the bureaucracy there in the states, in Himalayan states, or the political people, there is always a clamoring for more and more funds. So we had very good discussion, and one takeaway from here, which the NIUA can further rather delve on, is to how to force the governments to have efficiency in the financial devolution from states to the municipal bodies. Most of the states don't have at present the really excellent or good functioning finance devolution model. It is a very big challenge. I think that should be one agenda for future, that how we can do that. Second is the management systems. Management systems at the local bodies in the Himalayas. I worked in Delhi Municipal Corporation. You talk of big cities also. Management systems everywhere need improvement. Central government is having a lot of schemes, whether they are able to benefit from that. So human resource development of municipal bodies is a very big challenge. And we had very good interactions here on technical presentations, how the technology, whether sewer management or water management. But again, at the state level, in the municipal level, in the hill towns, we need to strengthen it further. That is one takeaway. And thirdly, the community participation. But for isolated, successful cases where the NGOs and the activists have been doing their job, we have to make it a mass movement. Nepal or Himachal or Gangtok, wherever, the excellence has come through only community participation. So that is a third point I would like to highlight. And one more point which came in the last session is utilizing the local academic institutions. In Himalayan region, we have some of the best institutions. Unfortunately, in governments, they give a very cold shoulder. I've been myself a bureaucrat when I was chief secretary in Arunachal, and I asked my finance secretary how many times, or the secretary social welfare, how many times you have interaction with RGU vice chancellor. They said, sir, we never call them. We call them only on 15th August or 26th January. So I called, there were three institutions, RGU and NIT and one more institutions. We said we'll have at least once in 2 months. And to my rather surprise, they had made so many researches on tourism policy, on agro policy, and our planning department would say that we want to hire some experts from Delhi. And even for that, the smart city, the experts came from Delhi, and whether they really knew the geography and the constraints which Mr. Deepak mentioned, multi-story septic treatment plants. So that is another, I think, the director, madam, we are very happy to have her there. So long she's been sitting with us. And that is an area where we have to work, that how we can have the efficiencies and how we can rope in all these institutions. IMI, where I am the president, we work with all the Himalayan states and the union territories, and our strength, I would say, is that we work with bureaucrats. I'm myself a bureaucrat now. I've been associated for 10 years. We had 3 earlier chief secretaries who were there in the Himalayan region, and it was founded by Dr. Tolia. He was himself a bureaucrat and chief secretary of Uttarakhand. So we work with the political class. That's another thing I want to rather compliment, that at municipal level, the NIUA has been able to influence in last 2 years. I think it's the third consultation where the leaders, the municipal leaders, the mayors have joined. But to make finance commissions more effective, I think we'll have to nudge the state governments, the state finance ministers, and the state urban development minister. Thank you very much. Thank you, madam, for giving me opportunity. And in fact, we feel so indebted that people have always taken away from Himalayas, and with Parvat Manthan, that circular economy thing, something will go back to the Himalayas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ramesh Negi, sir, for summing up the conclusion and way forward so thoughtfully and effectively. I'd now request Dr. Debolina Kundu, ma'am, to kindly deliver the closing remarks.
You shouldn't have allowed Negi Saab to speak before me. He has almost preempted me. A very good evening to all of you. I have some talking points which were shared with me a little while ago by my team. So I will take cognizance of those, but I would like to stress again what Negi Saab has said, that we need to give back to the Himalayan region what we have taken and what we are still doing. I think there needs to be circularity. And in that context, I feel that localized and contextualized solutions for the entire Himalayan region is very important, keeping climate in mind. I think that climate crisis is there. There is no second question to that. We all are aware, whether we are in the plains, whether we are in the Himalayan region or in the coastal belt, we across the globe, we are facing the consequences of climate change, and we should be well aware of that there is only one planet. So for our future generations and also for us, we need to be cognizant that whatever we do, we should be aware of the consequences in terms of not deteriorating the climate for the nature further. Again, defining rural, peri-urban and urban needs in the context, in the entire geographical parlance, I think that's important. And yesterday in the opening session, I did mention that the Government of India has formed 5 working groups, and this is one of them. How do we look at or plan for the transitional areas, which constitute about 1/3 of the entire Indian population? So that is one. Bottom-up, community-driven approach towards collaborative action. I think there has been deliberations over the last 2 days. Capacity building. This is again one of the areas where we are deliberating at the Government of India level with various state governments and urban local bodies. And not only capacity building, but also knowledge exchange across the entire Himalayan region. Unpacking innovative financial mechanisms while strengthening the financial condition of the urban local bodies. I think that is very important, and we need to find ways of diversifying the revenue generation options. Again, look at water, waste, climate with an intersectional approach. Again, decentralized approach to address regional challenges with stronger guidelines, frameworks, SOPs. I think these need to be in place. And I'm just going back and forth with regard to the working groups. Here again, our basic approach is not to change any rules. We cannot, it is desirable to go back and revisit the 74th Constitutional Amendment Act. But just now what we are looking at is in the next 2 to 3 months, let us look at the entire urban governance in a holistic manner and see what roles can be changed, because changing rules will take at least a year or more. So instead of doing that, let us see how well we can improve the urban governance, and urban governance includes also the planning and the financial aspects of city governments. And there again, we are trying to look at establishing SOPs, frameworks and guidelines. And finally, it's again one thing which came up over the last 2 days is the importance to strengthen the monitoring mechanisms and have regular data inputs. I think that can feed into research as well as evidence-based policy making. I stop here, and I would like to thank each and every one of you for your time over the last 2 days. That has been really very much like there has been engagement from each and every individual organizations, and we look forward to strengthening this engagement and in a collaborative manner, how well can we address the challenges, and with climate crisis there knocking at our doors, how best we can really navigate this space and create more sustainable spaces, not only in the Himalayan region, but also the entire urban space at large. I end here, and thank you so much for your engagement and participation. So we look forward to the next Parvat Manthan very soon. Thank you.
If it's okay with everybody, I take this liberty to just speak for 2-3 minutes. It has been a rich discussion over the past 2 days, covering areas from water, sanitation to liquid waste, and gradually how the Parvat Manthan expanded its domain from sanitation to water to solid waste. It's overwhelming. I can't resist, but to thank, first and foremost, the Director, National Institute of Urban Affairs, Deblina ma'am, for trusting us, for giving us the liberty and giving us the support to use that blank canvas. And through her, I have I don't know how many times I have called her, be it 10 in the evening, 11:30 in the evening, 7 o'clock in the morning, to ensure everything's are in place. But she has been very supportive in ensuring just go ahead. And in fact, she was the one who was consoling a hyper person like me. No, everything will be fine. So thank you, ma'am, so much for that. Because it's very important that if you have support from the head, giving that open canvas to all the partners of the Parvat Manthan. ICIMOD, Boda South Asia, who has been the prime partner who trusted us that yes, we should do a Parvat Manthan forum. IMI, Dasra, ENFO for the endless support. To the teams of NIUA, the young team of NIUA, they have been working for the past 1 month endlessly. To the team of ICIMOD, Boda, Dasra, because what you see is there has been a lot of effort which has gone. And I thank each and every member of the whole collab partners who have made this possible. And yes, to the participants. Second day, and in the closing, if you see a house full, that means we have been able to achieve some rich discussion. So thank you so much for this engaging discussion, rich discussion. We will come back to you with the proceedings and this whole how we'll take this, because over the course these consultations have really helped us, the Parvat Manthan as a whole, to take our strategies ahead. What you see today has been part and parcel of all these consultation meets. So we will chalk down whatever has been mentioned in these 2 days, which will help us to plan for the next 1.5 years. So thank you so much, each and everybody, to be part and parcel of the Parvat Manthan. So people sitting over here who have left before or here right now are part and parcel of Parvat Manthan. As we say that we work as a collective and a collaborative. So to mainstream things in the Himalayas, we need the support of everyone, right? So looking forward for your support and your engagement, and we won't disappoint you. That is the word which we take as a whole. Thank you so much. Safe travels to each and everybody. Yes, we have a dinner also at, I forgot the same venue which was yesterday. So everybody is invited for the dinner, which will start around 6:30, 6:45. Thank you so much.